Hola, bienvenidos sean todos a este nuevo directo que vamos a hacer hoy, sábado 12 de agosto. Obviamente estamos en un especial porque, como ustedes bien lo saben, vamos a transmitir a partir de estos momentos lo que es lo último ya del mundial de Pokémon en Yokohama, Japón. Ustedes saben que yo estoy haciendo un directo. El único problema es que no lo he encontrado en español latino. Tuve que entrar con el canal oficial, que es el de inglés. Así que habrá problema aquí. Voy a bajar un poco el volumen porque no me acordaba del volumen del celular. Que como ya les se los dije, pues, va a ser en inglés todo. Pero bueno, ahí van a ver todo lo que van a presentar y vamos a ver que van a presentar ya al final porque van a presentar también digamos, la nueva sede del mundial y después de eso van a presentar si va a haber algún secretillo del juego de Escarlata y Púrpura del DLC. Vamos a ver si es que lo van a decir. Y si no, tengo entendido que el 22 de agosto van a hacer algo porque mostraron una foto ahí de alguien, de unos amigos, bueno, de los que están haciendo la transmisión, un vasito de té y no sé qué cositas. Es una evolución nueva de Sinestea. Entonces puede ser que ese nuevo Pokémon lo van a presentar para ese día. Entonces, para que lo sepan. Yo en este directo no voy a hablar, no voy a estar. Obviamente voy a tenerlo en un sistema de Alexa, bueno, de Fire TV automático. Yo me voy a descansar, yo me voy a retirarme, yo no me voy a dormir. Entonces voy a dejar esto digamos que al sistema del Fire TV y obviamente va a ser en televisión totalmente. Así que por mi parte sería todo lo que voy a hablar. Solo quiero recordarles que mañana domingo, voy a hacer otro directo, que es el directo que siempre tenemos acostumbrado a hacerlo de Game On. Y voy a hacer un reparto de Pokémon Shiny de Pokémon Escarlata y Púrpura. Ese será el último reparto que haré de la temporada hasta el mes de noviembre. Como ustedes bien lo saben, ya en septiembre viene el DLC de la primera parte de lo que es la máscara turquesa. No me acuerdo qué es, yo creo que sí, la máscara turquesa. Entonces quiero pasar ese DLC con ustedes. Va a ser todos los domingos en On. Vamos a estar pasando el gameplays de los juegos de la máscara turquesa. Voy a desocupar cajas del reparto. Les voy a meter todos los Pokémones al Pokémon Home. Y ya en noviembre los vuelvo a meterlos al Escarlata, obviamente. Bueno, ahora sí, ya termino mi introducción y os dejaré la transmisión en vivo de esto que va a terminar, me imagino que hasta las 4 o 5 de la mañana del siguiente día, porque en Japón ya supuestamente ya está anocheciendo. Entonces ya vamos a ver si ya van a presentar. Bueno, por mi parte es todo, os dejaré esto y nos vemos mañana.
Starts now.
With the double psychic on that turn, so a lot of resources used there.
Sometimes it just doesn't work out, even though you took a pretty solid calculated risk.
Pokemon Unite will continue to evolve even after.
Don't expect to see many mistakes at this stage, but do you think there's any other strategies these players could try to utilize as we move into a game 2?
I mean, we saw additional attack. If you can win this game in 2 attacks, clearly you'd love to go for that. We have seen counterplay back and forth in this matchup before with boss's orders. If we can see those early, then maybe you do get some great play. Vance has those Lost City where you can target down those Curlias, so it really just depends on when you find those cards and if it's at the right time. If you do, maybe you switch it up.
Here we go. Opening hands being found. Both of our competitors. Looks like Tord did take a mulligan, so Vance will have one more card to work with, and a second mulligan, actually, for Tord Reklev. The last thing you want to do is be giving Mew VMAX extra cards.
Yep, those usually end up being Battle VIP Pass or something good. Cram-O-Matics, we've seen, you don't want to give Vance any additional help. The deck is already pretty strong, and I mean, we saw that opening from game 1. It wasn't great.
It really wasn't. That's what's impressive to me about game number 1. It was pretty clunky, honestly, for Vance. The early game was a lot of Fusion Strike System for 1, Fusion Strike System for 2, and even in the mid and late game, it was not that good. All the way till that last turn. It looks like a third mulligan now for Tord Reklev. It was only on that last turn that we finally saw a Fusion Strike System for more than 3 or 4 cards, I believe.
Well, you talk about alternate strategies. Maybe Tord going for the deck out plan here on Vance. It's already going to have 3 additional cards in hand.
I mean, it is optional how many mulligans you want to draw.
And maybe you just don't play the Iono. You deck yourself.
3 additional cards being able to be added to Vance's hand. Of course, in the Pokemon TCG, when you draw your opening hand of 7, you must find a basic Pokemon. You have to start with a basic. If you are unable to do so, you got to shuffle that hand back in and draw what we call a mulligan. And it looks like for Tord, once again, that Cresselia will be the starter.
The rest of the hand, pretty good. Cresselia is not the one you want to see. These prize cards are going to mean so much here. Double Force Sealstone on one side, Ralts again on the other side for Tord Reklev.
That Meloetta being in the prizes for Vance is going to eliminate any potential for striking first, going second, taking the turn 1 Melodious Echo KO. No longer on the table. We could see a Psychic Leap come out, maybe KO a Ralts, but a little less likely. Tord prizing that Mew, that is really not ideal.
Well, on this side, for Tord has that Battle VIP Pass. Just look through. We've seen this time and time again. Just take your time, figure out what all those prize cards are. Just going to get the bad news that 1 Ralts is down, but it's not nearly as bad when you are playing the Mirage deck.
Not too bad at all. Same thing we saw in game 1. 1 Ralts being prized. It's not going to stop Tord. If he's got any energy cards in his hand, Radiant Greninja could also be a nice card to get into play. Try to see a few more options, a few more pieces. For now, it will just be a pair of Ralts hitting the bench. Once again, a little unfortunate to start that Cresselia. Not the best in this matchup. It's not terrible by any means. You'd certainly rather start it than Zacian or Luminion V, which Tord also plays. And there actually is no energy cards at all in this hand. He does have that Forest Sealstone, however.
Do you really want a Forest Sealstone to retreat?
I don't think so.
Me neither.
So it will just be a pair of Ralts grabbed, placing them directly onto the bench from this powerful item card. Really a card that has totally shaped our standard format. So many decks playing it. I think if we counted all the cards and all 8 of our top 8 competitors' decks, I mean, was there anyone that didn't have 4 Battle VIP Pass in their list?
It'd be a fool not to.
Draw for turn now for Vance. Does find a Nest Ball. Looks like an Ultra Ball in hand. Cram-O-Matic waiting in tow, but no Battle VIP Pass at this moment. A few Power Tablet as well. That's an awkward card to find early.
We'll see, finally, the first heads of the game there for Vance Kelly as that switch card is going to turn into a Battle VIP pass.
Absolutely. Definitely the card that you expect to see grabbed. If you're able to search for any one card, thanks to flipping heads, you got to get the best card in your list on turn number 1, and it will be that VIP.
Yeah, we saw in the hands, looked like there was Nest Ball, a couple other ways to get some Pokemon down into play. But that thinning this opening hand could be tricky.
And that is a bit of a worry as Mew VMAX when your opponent takes a bunch of mulligans. Whenever you get a bunch of additional cards in your hand, it can actually be kind of awkward to get to a low hand size so that you can actually draw through your deck with Fusion Strike system.
Calculated by Tord?
No. I do think Vance did have at least an Ultra Ball, so that'll be something that'll work, get you a few cards down. I also did see some Power Tablet in this opening hand here from Vance. Really a card that you want to save in this matchup. Give yourself that option to get the big KO on a Gardevoir EX. Having it in this opening hand is pretty awkward. Actually, 3 in this opening hand.
Yeah, if Forest Sealstone was around, maybe you could try to solidify Iono at some stage. Just get these cards out of the hand, because it's unfortunate to see them so early. Usually, if you see you have to play 1 early, you're probably going to throw away at least 2 or 3 more, because they really work together.
Vance adding a card to the hand. I actually believe it is the Escape Rope, choosing not to go for the Battle VIP pass. We could see an Escape Rope KO on a Ralts this turn with an Alessa Sparkle play. I think this is what Vance is going to go for, just pure aggression. This could get punished by Tord if he's able to find the Mirage Step on the next turn.
This is very risky. I like it.
You're up a game in the finals of our TCG Championship. Try to push that advantage. Go with the aggression.
I mean, you think about the punish on the other side. If Mirage Step is waiting, you just walk right into triple Curlia, and sure, you're going to take some prize cards to begin, but you'll end up in the same spot, the clunky hand, the clunky deck.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty big commitment here from Vance for this play. He's going to have to use his Forest Sealstone to go fetch out a Fusion Strike energy. He's going to have to probably play this Ultra Ball if he wants to draw any cards this turn. He may have to play all 3 of these Power Tablets, or at least lose them all this turn.
Yeah, you either play all of them or none of them. It's going to be the Forest Sealstone.
And let's see if this is the Fusion Strike energy being grabbed here. He does, if he goes for a Psychic Leap play, I mean, I think he definitely needs to find another Mew V. He's not going to necessarily be shuffling this one back into the deck. He can choose to leave it in play. But getting another Mew V would protect against Tord finding something crazy like Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and, just 3 Psychic Energy. Fans might be saying that's pretty unlikely, though. I mean, Tord played a VIP pass, and that's it, turn.
I mean, Candy, Shiny Arcana, get 1 energy from the Arcana, and then Reversal Energy is a knockout here.
Yeah, that works,
You have
too.
to be very worried about Tord having the reach.
If it was Gardevoir EX as well, and you're burning all these Power Tablets, even if it takes some damage from Psychic Embrace, it's going to have a lot of hit points. Ultra Ball will find a second Mew V, prepping for that potential worst-case scenario outcome, and Alessa Sparkle targeting both Mew V, grabbing out those Fusion Strike energy cards.
I mean, energy's not guaranteed, right?
No, he Forest Sealstone for it.
Okay, I was
But
worried.
it's a big commitment to do this. Yeah, he's used that 1 V-Star power. You only get 1 a game.
We joked about Tord maybe having to do that. Instead, it is Vance going for the knockout with the Mew V. 2 cards in hand, control 1 with the Genesect. If you don't play this down, double tablet, we're going for it.
Okay. Drawing 3 cards here, crossing the fingers, hoping to find a VIP pass. Let's see what these 3 cards hold.
No.
Tablet and a Mew V and a double Turbo Energy.
That was, if it was a Genesect, you could continue to draw, but there's only 1 in play. It's just going to have to be the knockout on the Ralts.
Vance still in an advantage. I mean, it's very unlikely for Tord to respond to this Mew V, so I don't necessarily dislike the aggression, but it's maybe a line most players would not have gone for. We do see Tord promoting the Ralts right away, however. He does have Forest Sealstone in hand. That can guarantee him 1 piece, potentially. Iono. You see for the Luminion was the draw as well. A couple of Ultra Ball in this hand. Tord has plenty of options laid out before him.
Yeah, clearly with the Forest Seal Stone, the reach with the supporters, you could go very aggressive and go for the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir. I don't think that's the line you want to go for here. Play it safe, get the Mirage Step rolling. And you're going to give up some prize cards, but Vance needs a lot going for him to continue.
Things are going to be a little scary here for Tord, though. He's got to play this Iono. He does not have a Psychic Energy in hand yet, so he is pretty forced into that line. He also, actually, he knows his opponent's hand is not that good, so Tord not wanting to play Iono. I mean, his opponent did not do much. I kind of like this as well. You do put Blue Minion in play. It is a bit of a liability, but you really do not want to refresh your opponent's hand.
Yeah, the one risk, of course, is you don't want to draw into those Curlias here. That would be unfortunate. But you have the Forest Seal Stone that you can play onto the Luminion, and then you can always guarantee that you find that Psychic Energy, just in case things go really awry.
Yep, pretty nice to get used to that Seal Stone. Of course, for a while, Tord was the one popularizing the Sky Seal Stone, and that's a card that can be really big in this Mew VMAX matchup.
Talk about 2 attacks.
He played it in his NAIC list, but for this tournament, it appears we've moved to the more consistent power that Forest Seal Stone provides. Attach of that Seal Stone to that Pokemon V on the bench. Professor's Research will discard that Iono. Now 7 cards being drawn. Really all Tord is looking for is a Psychic Energy and hoping not to draw any Curlias, and that is exactly what he's been able to do.
Yeah, that is perfect there. Found exactly what he was looking for. You don't even need to use Forest Seal Stone. Just hold on to that. Get all of these Curlia into play. I think Tord's going to be drawing cards next turn.
Plenty of refinements, and let's get the coins ready. Place them on those Pokemon. Thinking through the rest of the hands, the rest of the options. Don't really think there's much else you want to play here. Definitely don't want to put Collapsed down. It would mean you couldn't get a Curlia.
Next turn.
Next turn. Get rid of the Luminion after using Forest Seal Stone. Pretty solid. And Tord is actually going to use this Forest Seal Stone right now. Can get any one card out of the deck. What is the piece that he would like to see?
Yeah, maybe just, honestly.
I think what Tord's doing here is he's using this, assuming that Vance would have the option to Boss's Orders KO.
Boss's Orders, yeah, in combination with like a path.
Get value from the Seal Stone right now before your opponent has an opportunity to take it out of play. Also, of course, Vance playing multiple copies of Lost Vacuum could just discard this. So really smart from Tord, even though he doesn't need anything right now. Get some value now before your opponent has the opportunity to disrupt you.
Yeah, even though you're going to have all of these Curlia in play, have 6 guaranteed draws. Once that guarantee the Professor's Research to really burn through the deck, you need to have all those Psychic Energies in the discard pile if you want to get relevant attacks off in this game. Like one strategy.
And what we were unable to see in Game 1, Tord has found in Game number 2, Mirage Step, placing 3 Curlia directly into play. A near ideal setup at this juncture. Vance now drawing for turn, finding a Cramomatic. That could become just about anything. Not before playing this Nest Ball, however. Searching the deck for any basic Pokemon. It will be another Genesect added to this field.
Yep, finally another Genesect added. You'd love to see the draw there with Fusion Strike system start to build up, start to burn through the deck here. Plenty of energies in play. However, we don't see Mew VMAX just yet. If you want to start taking some relevant knockouts, I'm thinking Boss's Orders. We're talking about the Lost City as well. Just these cards eventually start to really do some work.
Vance now drawing 3 with this Fusion Strike system. Looking for a VMAX as well. That is another piece that is missing. Ultra Ball can fetch it from the deck, and also Lost City could be pretty decent at this spot. It becomes a question, though. Do you want to try to Lost Zone a Curly and a Ralts in the active spot, or are we going for Boss's Orders this turn?
The prize cards are there if you wanted to target the Luminion. I don't think you ever really want to go after the Refinement in a stage like this.
There's already 2 other ones in play.
Yeah, taking the knockout on the active seems like a pretty solid play. It also conserves the resources of the Boss's Orders for later on. And it really puts Tord on a clock with that Collapse Stadium play. We'd like to work that into the mix next turn.
Ultra Ball ditching 2 not so useful cards here, Alessa Sparkle and Cramomatic that may have flipped tails anyway, just to fetch out another Genesect, drawing more with Fusion Strike system, a full board, tons of draw power available. There is that Mew VMAX. Guaranteed attack lined up here for Vance.
After seeing all of the power tablets, the play you're speaking about earlier, maybe with attacking with the Pokemon is out the window. That would have been a nice play where you could work in a 2-3-3 strategy with the prize cards, making Tord really have to work for it.
We do see Vance still not having played a supporter card, can go for Iono. Will shuffle both players' hands. They will now place them on the bottom of their deck and then draw a card equal to the number of prize cards they have remaining. Very reminiscent of a very popular old card and something that we've both played with plenty back in the day. A little bit of disruption, but also solid draw power in the early and mid game.
Completely negating the V-Star from Tord.
Now I wonder if Vance is looking for the Box of Disaster this turn. Would this be a good time to play it?
I mean, you look at your opponent's discard pile, there's no psychic energies in there, but you also understand with triple refinement, there's always a way that you can see plenty of energies flooded onto the board. You have to be wary of that.
It will be the KO. Curlia and Ralts going to the Lost Zone thanks to the Lost City. Vance down to just 4 prizes onto Tord Reklev's turn. Draws and level ball, plays it immediately. Eyeing up a Ralts, ready to put that into play, maybe for a rare candy into Gardevoir later on. Did promote this Cresselia, pretty easy to just pivot out once you put a Gardevoir EX into play. Have to imagine that is what Tord is thinking with this. It looks like another level ball coming in to get just that second Ralts, really thinning the deck at this point.
Thinning is winning. We do see Fog Crystal also in the hand, so if you want to continue to burn psychic energies with a refinement, that will be a strategy that we could see Tord work in. Really just need to see all of those psychic energies hitting the discard pile. Also, shuffle of the deck pretty solid, as you need to get that Professor's Research moving.
A big card that was sent to the bottom last turn for Tord was that that collapsed stadium. That would have been a great way to bump the Lost City, get rid of this Luminion, and the draw for turn off that refinement. Did you see what that was? Double rare candy?
Candies, yeah. Those don't work right now.
No. It's a 2-card that Tord definitely did not want to see too much. Playing this Fog Crystal now to fetch 1 more Psychic Energy. Such a versatile card in this deck, allowing in the early game for you to get your basic Pokemon, in the mid and late game finding you energy cards. Now Refinement once again does find that Lost Vacuum, but has it been found a little too early?
Yeah, this means finding the Professor's Research ends up being a bad card for you. You don't want to lose the Lost Vacuum again. We saw how important that could be if you can work it in against the Box of Disasters.
Tord does have Iono in the hand. Can bench this Ralts and play the Iono. Still has 1 more refinement to use, and also now, after evolving, can use Shining Arcana on the other end of this 6-card draw. He's debating it, wanting to see if there's anything else to play. No reason to play this Lost Vacuum just yet. Iono coming down.
You're really worried about the rest of the psychic energies that would be necessary to get the knockout on this turn. Reversal energy also basically has to be included in this combination here off the Iono.
We don't see it just yet.
Ooh, there's Ultra Ball double psychic though.
That is pretty good. That adds 2 more to the discard pile. I think there is just 3 at the moment, so still needs 1 more in the discard pile. Choosing now to discard 1, hoping maybe to draw another. There it is, another psychic energy drawn, but still no reversal energy.
We have the Ultra Ball that can continue to thin down. We have Shining Arcana Gardevoir to draw 2 more. Going to use that before the Ultra Ball here.
And I like this decision because he knows he puts several cards on the bottom that are not helpful, and that actually could work as well. Double energy hit off this Shining Arcana. He can accelerate both of these to the Gardevoir.
That's 8.
It's just short. He needs 1 more energy card.
It looks so good.
Still worth throwing these in play. And I think this Ultra Ball may have to find the second Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I think that is Tord's out at this point.
Yeah.
Needs to go get the other Shining Arcana. He needs to hit now just a Psychic Energy or Reversal off of it.
Understands the assignment here.
Fog Crystal would work as well. Talked about that being such a versatile card. It does mean you won't have Refinement Curlia on the next turn. I think Tord would have really liked to not have to put this Shining Arcana Gardevoir in play, but Vance has already 2 prizes taken. You have to make something happen this turn.
1 more Psychic Energy in the deck, 2 Reversal Energies. Those are going to be the targets we're looking for here off of these last 2 cards
and
from
just
Shining Arcana.
Just 1 Fog
and 1
Crystal
Fog
as well. 4 outs for Tord Reklev, still plenty of cards in deck. This could be the difference of a winner and a loser in this game. What 2 cards does Tord find this turn? Needing an energy card. Any energy will do. He knows the situation. Let's see what happens. 2 cards. What does he hit?
1 at a time.
There's the Psychic Energy. Massive draw. Exactly what Tord needs. And he's going to take a 3-prize KO this turn.
You think about what had to happen in game number 1 for Tord to miss. The odds were so against him to find this knockout here, and this has to be the most excited we've ever seen Tord playing down these energies.
Energy cards added from the discard pile, 3 added from the Shining Arcana. That powerful energy acceleration ability, 12 damage counters now on this active, but that is no problem. A very worthy trade. 3 prize cards taken from just a 1 prize Gardevoir.
What a turn of events. The potential to win a game with 2 attacks is back online for Tord Reklev, taking the knockout here.
Here we go. Half the game done in 1 single attack for Tord Reklev. Vance sends that Mew VMAX and V to the Lost Zone, promoting another Mew V. Now drawing for turn. Has another Mew V to replace the one that was just discarded. Has that key box of disasters now. But Tord has not played that Lost Vacuum this game.
I'm really contemplating if there is a way that you can attack with this Mew V, work the 2 prizes into the mix at this time of the game. The box of disasters doesn't really work that well if you see the reversal energy play, but that's not going to be an issue anymore. Tord has overextended with all of his basic psychic energies. They're going to have to come from the discard pile and the Gardevoir EX at this point.
Yeah, there's going to have to be quite a bit of damage placed on a Gardevoir no matter what Tord does. Maybe we see a super odd play and a Shining Arcana, but I think Tord's deck is still a little too thick for a play like that to happen. Vance gearing up for some powerful draws this turn thanks to Genesect V. And where does the box of disaster go? It looks like it will be the active, hoping to attack with Psychic Leap this turn. All Vance needs to pull that off is any energy card. Fusion Strike Energy, which there's 1 of left, and also Double Turbo Energy. Either of those will work, only needing to deal 20 damage, and there is that Double Turbo.
Yeah, off the first draw, finally, a little bit of fortune there for Vance, finding the right card at the right time.
Now, the interesting thing here for Vance is that he, with the box of disasters attached, there is a world where Tord could take the knockout without putting enough damage counters on something like a Zacian V, so it's not a return KO potentially. Mew V only having 180 hit points. But this is a decent spot, and I think Vance can also have the option here to not put a 3-prize Pokemon in play. Don't give Tord a win condition next turn.
Definitely, and even in that situation, if the Zacian V is promoted and attacks, you're going to knock that Pokemon out. Maybe you can combine that with an Iono, and then it's really hard for Tord to find the right cards if he hasn't started to burn through the deck already.
There's the Double Turbo Energy. Also, the Path to the Peak. That is a card we have not seen quite yet from Vance. It can be really strong in this matchup for instances exactly like this. Take a knockout on this Gardevoir. Send all those energies to the discard pile. Maybe try to disrupt Tord as well, and put that path down. Tord has maybe a hard time getting those energies back into play.
Yeah, I can see a turn where that'd be relevant. Maybe next turn you can work that in combination with Iono. You want to...
I mean, this turn seems not bad if you Iono, right? Putting Tord to just 3+ down the path?
It could be great. Yeah, there's certainly a world for it. We'll see if Vance wants to go very aggressive and go for that play. Cramomatic is going to help out here if that is the case.
Any card being able to be added to the hand now after this flip. Vance taking stock, looking at the hand, figuring out what resource he wants to go for. Has not played a supporter yet this turn. Judge is an option. Iono, I believe, was played already this game, so that is not going to be the play. It would have to be a Judge, which is definitely in a spot like this quite a bit weaker than the Iono. Not sending your opponent's cards to the bottom. They have an opportunity to draw the same ones, and also giving them 1 additional card to work with.
It's going to be a tough spot to work through. But this is what Vance is built for at this stage. We're playing Mew VMAX in countless tournaments to get to this point where he is potentially 4 prize cards away from becoming the world champion.
We do see that Judge is the option. Still another Fusion Strike system to utilize. 1 card drawn, added to the hand. I think doing this does signify we are going to see this path play.
Okay.
Using this ability before Path comes down. Always feels a little weird to see Path to the Peak in a Mew VMAX deck, but it is for reasons exactly like this.
And you think about the prize exchanges that we've seen so far. This is going to lead to a 3-3 prize cards left, which means that we're not going to see reversal energy at this point in the game. To find any attacks, Tord will have to find a counter stadium to get these psychic energies back into play by way of Gardevoir EX.
4 cards drawn for each of these players. Vance does not need much else here at this point. Can go for the Psychic Leap. Choosing not to shuffle in this Mew V.
Good call.
Leaving that Box of Disasters in the active and losing all those energies for Tord Reklev now. What did these 4 cards yield for him?
Well, I got a peek, Chip. It's Professor's Research.
Okay, that's pretty solid. We'll draw plenty of cards here in this spot. Draw for turn is a Ralts. Level Ball can now be played. Grabbing out potentially that Curlia that was put back earlier, I do believe. Or no, it will just be the Manaphy. Just discarding, thinning, getting rid of it, and leaving that Ralts on the bench open as a rare candy target.
We see Artisan in there as well as the Collapse Stadium. So a couple of good finds off of the Professor's Research. It's failed him before. If it can find the right cards here, maybe Tord can continue to put some pressure on.
Does also have Radiant Greninja or a Ralts, 2 options of what Pokemon he would like to put into play. Radiant Greninja loses a lot of value when you've got that many Psychic Energy already in your discard pile, but even if you still have 1 left, it can be utilized.
Don't believe there is 1 left, and we still see the path, but obviously big piece here is going to see
that Lost Vacuum and the Collapse Stadium. Huge. Able to use that Collapse, and that is probably the perfect stadium to draw at this point, as you can use it to discard the Lumineon V.
Yep, we're going to see the counterplay here. You can remove some prize cards. That would be very easy for Vance, and you have the Lost Vacuum for the Box of Disasters as well.
And this also forces Vance to discard a Pokemon from play. Has to lose either a Genesect or a Mew V potentially. The Lost Vacuum find is massive. The Collapse Stadium, Tord hit exactly what he needed off of that research.
This is an interesting choice. As, of course, you're only going to have 1 more knockout available after this. You could attack with Mew VMAX, but you want to also have the ability to switch between that Pokemon if you can't find those resources at the end of the game.
We also could see a world maybe where Tord actually attacks with the Gardevoir EX. Wouldn't be too bad, and he actually finds rare candy into the other Gardevoir EX. That would make me feel a bit more comfortable about attacking with one of those 2 prize Pokemon. Could be a decent play here. Would take 2 prizes for Tord, and it's a high HP Pokemon that it's really difficult for Vance to deal with, especially with so many Power Tablets already gone, and that is the key card right now in this spot. Lost Vacuum ditching the Box of Disasters.
Has plenty of resources left now. Can accelerate these energies with the Gardevoir EX, and I do like what you're saying there, Chip. You can use this Gardevoir EX as your attacker at this stage of the game, and then maybe you have a big closeout knockout with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Tord debating all the options, does have the Reversal Energy in hand, but is going for this Gardevoir EX play. I think this is the better option. I like going this route. 3-3 prizes for both of these players.
Ooh, gonna load up onto the Gardevoir here as well. Consideration for maybe additional path that may come down. You want to have an answer to at least knock out a V Pokemon on the bench if you have a boss's orders.
We could even see the commitment of the Reversal Energy. He did draw it. Could hold off on getting that extra attachment right now, but could also commit it into play if he's worried about having an Iono back into the deck. Looks like that is not the case. Miracle Force able to take this KO, sending Tord to just 1 single prize card remaining this game. Vance Kelly needing to find a way to navigate back into this. 3 prizes left. No way to take all those prizes this turn.
250 hit points remaining on that Gardevoir EX. All 4 Power Tablets are gone. There's no way to take a direct knockout on this Pokemon any longer.
Looking through the discard pile here for Vance. Checking what resources Tord has utilized. Taking notes. Making sure he's aware of what is still hanging around. His hand is a little clogged up. He does have a boss's orders. I wonder if Vance is checking for Tord's energy counts. If Vance knows what Tord's energy counts are, there is a world where he could go for a boss stalling play, but I don't, or if he thinks that Tord only has like 9 psychic energy, something like that. These lists are not public yet. If Tord was down too many energy cards, that could be an option, as he did actually prize a basic psychic energy, but Tord actually does still have reversal energy in hand to retreat.
Yeah, I think that's also what Tord's thinking about there while holding that reversal energy on the last turn. Just really have to think about every single way you can win or lose in the TCG if you want to win on the big stage.
Well, it will be an Iono, and it will send Tord to just 1 single card in hand, and the only way he has to draw more is that Shining Arcana Gardevoir on the bench at the moment. 1 single card. Vance has to hope that it's not a helpful one. Let's see what his draw is here for turn. Switch card, Force Stone, and an Ultra Ball off of that Iono. I think he has already used Escape Rope this game. Yep, used it in that opening turn, and there is just one copy in this list, so Vance pretty much has to try to two-hit KO through this Gardevoir EX. No option to get the one-hit knockout.
Gonna look through. See, there is just one Pokemon remaining in the deck at this point of the game. It's gonna be that Mew VMAX. So we'll have all the attackers necessary to continue to try to take prize cards in this game. But the prizes are not lining up at this state. Just too much hit points on the other side there for Tord. And really, just one more draw from Tord Reklev. If he can find that boss's orders, could close out here and bring us to a game 3.
Could be all he needs, really is all he needs at this point. So many energy already on that Gardevoir on the bench.
Oh, there is a power tablet.
Yeah, just 3 played in that first turn, so there is still one available, but still not enough to get this KO. Will just be the hit, 210 damage thrown into this Gardevoir in the active. And that means Vance is really 2 turns away from winning, giving Tord a little bit of breathing room. Draw for turn, has the Artisan draw, now is that Super Rod. Plays the Artisan to bump the stadium, can shuffle the deck if he knows there's good cards on the bottom that he wants. And Super Rod can also put back something like Lumineon, increasing the odds to find boss's orders for the game.
You can also add that Psychic Energy back into the mix if you use Shining Arcana and find that energy. You don't have to attach it. You could draw it and then use Radiant Greninja to continue to draw. So a few more outs here for Tord Reklev as he looks to close out here in game number 2. We will see the Artisan used, but he's just tapping it and moving on.
Tord, being an absolute master, knows exactly how to increase his outs as much as possible. Still a pretty thick
Lumineon!
Turn is Lumineon off that Shining Arcana. Exactly what Tord needs. Boss's orders brings up Genesect, taking 2 prizes, and we're going to a game 3 in our Masters TCG Finals.
Tord Reklev. 9 Psychic Energies out of nowhere to take a 3-prize knockout. Then, with some beautiful counterplay, finds everything necessary to close out there. Vance Kelly had to use a lot of resources early on there. Did not have the answers to close out on the Gardevoir EX at a crucial point. And the fish bails him out.
Putting it back off the Super Rod. Turns out the Rod was the perfect draw for turn from Tord Reklev. What a game, what a set. Vance went so aggressive in the early game, using Psychically, taking a KO on a Ralts, but Tord was able to respond with the Mirage Step, filled the board with plenty of Kirlia pieces. And this was the key moment. Tord needing to find an energy card off of Shining Arcana, and it's the first card that he hits. Couldn't even believe it.
I couldn't believe it. No one could believe it. Everyone in the crowd here elated to see an amazing finals there, to take it to game 2, the game 2 there, and move into game number 3. I mean, what are we in store for here, Chip?
Well, it could be interesting, Kyle, as we have less than 7 minutes, around 7 minutes remaining here in our Masters Finals, and we're in a world where the top cut rules could come into play. Of course, in a normal game of the Pokemon TCG, when you get to time, you get +3 turns. 3 additional turns to play things out. And then if you don't have a winner by the end of those 3 turns, the match is a tie. We're in our finals. We have to have a winner. So top cut rules absolutely could be a factor here. We'll get through it here in a moment. In the meantime, let's get down to the table. These players are starting things off here for game 3. Prize cards, 2 boss for Vance Kelly.
Double Ralts on the other side for Tord Reklev at the tippy top, too.
Neither player loving to see that.
Cramomatic big flip to start things off.
This is massive. Does find a Tails. Not what you want to see. Looks like Ultra Ball.
Look at that hand.
Yeah, Ultra Ball is going to have to be the play to thin things down.
He can draw 1, 2.
1 or 2 cards, I do believe, here from Vance Kelly.
Looks like
with only 5 minutes left in this match, time rules are absolutely something that could become a factor here. We'll get to... If we get to those +3 turns after time expires, we play until those +3 turns are ended. And at the end of that, either player who is ahead on prize cards becomes our winner, becomes our world champion. And if our players are tied in prizes when we get to +3 turns, we continue to play, turn after turn, until someone takes a prize. It could become a situation of first to take a prize becomes the world champion.
Now let's talk a little bit about Tord. He's got those 2 Ralts in the prize cards. If you can get 2 down into play on this opening turn, then you have the option to use that Mirage Step, get the Curlias into play, and then make it a lot less of an issue. It's still going to be terrifying to go through that opening deck search and not see 2 Ralts.
There's a lot riding on one card here for Vance Kelly. He's going to be able to play out a couple cards from the hand. Energy attachment to the Mew just grabbed off the Ultra Ball. It actually will be a 3-card draw, so plenty to work with. Let's see, can he find a VIP or a Nest Ball? Ultra Ball is at a minimum acceptable, but at the cost of having to lose Box of Disasters, he recognizes. He's thinking, can he lose the Box of Disaster here? It's the tech for this matchup. Possibly one of the most annoying cards to draw. Vance doesn't think he can lose it yet, just chooses to pass.
Just such a consistent approach to it. And
Draws.
Look at this, Tord immediately finds 2 Pokemon. It's Battle VIP Pass, basically.
Battle VIP not needed when you hit the Mew and the Ralts. Level Ball can find the other Ralts. Tord will take a moment to maybe check the prize cards, but he's playing pretty quick here. Turbo Tord potentially activated.
Giddy up.
He's going to get through this deck, try to make this game happen, and try to be the one who's ahead on prize cards.
Yes.
He is aware of the time situation. Vance is aware of the time situation. If you know more about the time rules in the Pokemon TCG than Tord Reklev, he knows what's happening here.
You have to worry. This is not a matchup where you want to have only 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Easily, the first prize cards generally go over to the Mew VMAX player. Tord is going to be zooming through, trying to find the right resources, finds Battle VIP Pass, but
Does
is it
he
even
want
good
it?
here?
There's no Ralts.
You're just focused on using that level ball for the Mirage Step. Maybe you just go for the Fog Crystal to guarantee the Psychic Energy, or the Ultra Ball here now to hold on to maybe a better supporter play with the Luminion. You just want to have all those options available.
Tord did have Iono, choosing not to play it, of course, knowing Vance didn't do too much. Draw for turn from Vance is the path to the peak. That's an annoying card to have to lose here as well. And it looks like he's going to choose to try to not lose it. Benching the Meloetta, attaching Box of Disaster. Now Genesect being able to draw 2 cards, Fusion Strike system, looking for a Nest Ball or another Genesect, trying to keep things rolling. Vance needs to try to be the first to attack, draws a Cram-O-Matic.
With the Ultra Ball.
It's a little risky. He also has a Mew VMAX in the hand. He is going to actually Ultra Ball away the Mew VMAX, choosing to keep Path to the Peak, really valuing that stadium right now.
I mean, you think about it, Tord didn't show you too much after that that Mew there. You saw the Ultra Ball, which means that could be the Luminion there, so
Sure.
You easily want to have that Path to the Peak in play to try to block Tord from finding that Mirage Step. That is basically going to be the only way that Tord finds a big win here.
4 cards drawn now for Vance. Off Fusion Strike system, looking for a switching card, possibly a VMAX. Doesn't find too much. Cram-O-Matic cannot ditch that Choice Belt. It is no longer an item card. I think Vance is going to have to go for the Judge.
Yeah, Alyssa Sparkles found that you can't retreat this Pokemon too high of a retreat cost. It's going to have to be the Judge, and not going to play the Path to the Peak. Wants to leave the potential for a Genesect V to help out here if the draw is that bad.
Off these 4 cards, Vance is really going to need to find Energy, VMAX, and a switch card if he wants to attack this turn. He can't really even put another Genesect in play, because then he doesn't have room for another Mew V.
Yeah, if you find the Fusion Energy, then you don't need the Evolution, but
Sure.
it's certainly not a great place to be at. But you really want this prize card. There is 60 seconds remaining in the World Championships here.
We are definitely going to time in this game. It is going to be big. Who is turn 1? Who is turn 2?
Ooh.
Whose turn is it once time rules go into effect? 4 cards now for each player. What does Vance Kelly have access to? VIP not useful. There is the VMAX and a switch card, but I don't see the energy card.
Yeah, he found the wrong pieces there, and I've got bad news for Vance. On the other side, Tord Reklev found just about everything he needs.
Taking stock of the moment, trying to figure it out. If Vance is unable to take a KO this turn, Tord becomes the one who's advantaged in this position.
2 Psychic Energies already in the discard for Tord. There is the route where you just go very aggressive. Obviously, just prize cards are important at this stage. He's going to get the hit points in the active spot.
Yeah, choosing to send this up, not wanting to lose a Ralts, respecting the potential for Vance to have what he needs to take the KO. I think it makes sense. And just a pass, Tord draws. very quickly. 1 second, 0 seconds on the clock toward Reklev. Should now be turn 0 of time.
Not a familiar place for Tord. He is going to be turn 0 now, which means he still has 2 turns. He's going to try to take some prize cards in this space. Of course, it's so awkward when you want to draw with Refinement, but you want to leave the potential to rare candy into a Gardevoir at this state of the game.
The issue here is if Tord does not take a knockout this turn, Vance becomes the first person to take a knockout. And then Tord is really going to be pressured to try to KO Mew VMAX. And then Tord will be really pressured to KO Mew VMAX. And then Vance will have the option to try to tie the game up. This is really awkward, a really interesting situation to try to navigate. Can Tord really even afford to go for Mirage Step is another question.
Yeah, I don't think so at this point. I think you're just trying to draw into the best resources you can. Lumineon V is also such a risk, but that is one way that you would really push for that rare candy in a space like this.
It's so difficult, though, with 2 Ralts prized as well. We can't forget. These are all Tord has to work with. If he goes for Mirage Step this turn and Vance takes a 1 prize KO, and then Tord takes a 3 prize KO, I mean, he's needing to hit just about everything to make that happen. And with the send-up of the Radiant Greninja here, it's pretty unlikely Tord is actually even going to be able to pull this off. He needs to attach, retreat, and then he can't attach again. He would need Rare Candy Gardevoir.
This is going to be all in on the fish.
I think so.
Ultra Ball, I'm going to throw away that Psychic Energy. Have 3 of those in the discard pile for the Rare Candy Gardevoir.
As it is, because
some Psychic Energies in the discard pile. You're going to have enough probably to attack with that Gardevoir EX, but because of the way that the time works, Tord will be turn 2. That means he's going to have 1 big knockout lined up and have some hit points waiting behind.
Tord is down an Ultra Ball. He also has a Gardevoir EX in the prize cards. He's going to be relying on this draw here. Effectively 9 cards. He does have a Kirlia in the hand. He can evolve one of these Ralts, and he's going to research away this hand and draw 7 new cards. Off the 7 and off the Refinement, can he find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and then also a basic energy to retreat this Radiant Greninja? 7 cards coming, emptying the hand out completely. Possibly the biggest Professor's research of Tord Reklev's life. Has the Ultra Ball and the Rare Candy and the Forest Seal Stone. Everything he needs to pull off an attack this turn.
Almost not seeing a way to retreat this Radiant Greninja, which could have been a real issue there, but the Forest Seal Stone could be the big bailout there.
Guaranteeing any piece of the puzzle Tord could need. Will Finn once more also still has Refinement to utilize, let us not forget. Such an awkward looking board, but Tord is going to find a way given the situation, and that is what marks a great player, being able to adjust to the situation. Tord could have said, hey, I want to go for my normal game plan. I'm going to Mirage Step. We'll put a bunch of Kirlias in play, but he knew in time, with the way Top Cut rules work, he has to take a knockout this turn.
Yep, that Kirlia is not going to be relevant there. Need to throw that away. Search out that Gardevoir EX. You have the Rare Candy. Skip the evolution stage. Put this amazing Pokemon into play, which means that you're going to be able to accelerate energies onto your Psychic Pokemon. Still need to see an energy card to move this Radiant Greninja. As we mentioned, we did see the Forest Seal Stone.
This will involve Tord placing 6 damage counters on this Gardevoir EX, making it much easier for Vance to KO, needing less modifiers, and also Meloetta able to come in as a potential option, or a Mew VMAX copying that attack.
Yep, that is going to be an attack to look out for if Vance is able to find some solid cards. It's been all about Tord here in this big turn 0.
Far from over. We're just getting started in time, and
Found
finds
the
energy
psychic
card.
energy.
Gets to save for a Seal Stone. Actually could even concealed cards now to draw extra. He has the backup of Seal Stone if he needs it.
At this point, why not go for it? You get more energies into the discard pile. Continue to draw. You
Another
find another
energy. Tord is hitting everything he needs. Being able to save Seal Stone is massive, as he will likely need some combo pieces on the next turn to piece together another KO. Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX coming out, and the attachment for turn to the active Greninja incoming to move it to the bench.
Of course, take your time here. It's turn 0. You have plenty of time to figure things out. Gonna take a look at what Vance has going on. As Vance has 2 turns to try to figure this out. But it is gonna be Tord who strikes first. Retreat of the Radiant Greninja.
And we actually have enough energy cards in the discard pile for Tord to go with the Zacian VKO. Protect this Gardevoir. If Tord attacked with the Gardevoir, there's a chance Vance could KO it. So let's go with the Zacian, make sure Gardevoir is safe. Even though you're placing a lot of damage, it'll be easy for Vance to respond with a knockout. This is what Tord wants to do. 100 damage being placed, 5 energies accelerated, more than enough to KO this Genesect.
Yeah, this is really smart. This means you can also incorporate that other Kirlia there as a Shiny Arcana Gardevoir at some point in the game. Could be a huge 1 prize attacker when every prize matters here in time.
210 damage. Storm Slash takes the knockout. Tord taking the first 2 prizes here in game number 3. Vance Kelly left to promote this Meloetta. If he can attack with a 1 prizer, which the
Sparkle.
top deck of Alessa Sparkle will use the switch card here at this moment, however. No Alessa's prized this game. Or sorry, no Fusion Strike energy, I should say. And here comes the Sparkle. If Vance can attack with Meloetta, that would be really strong. And he might be debating, do I even play this, or do I just draw 2 cards, increasing my chances to draw Fusion Strike energy?
Yeah, if you do thin those out, you run into that issue. Of course, you could draw into the Forest Seal Stone more likely then, and that could find the final Fusion Strike energy. There's a lot to think about here.
Vance is turn 1 of time, meaning he will have the last turn of the official time, the official regulation of this match. And that will mean he's going to be in a position where he is able to, with that last turn, try to find a way to navigate and be ahead on prizes as time expires.
2 cards with
Needs
the lone
Fusion Strike
Genesect
energy.
V. Is that Boss's orders?
Iono, I think,
another
but another Genesect, and we'll just go for the safer Iono play. This means he will be attacking with this Mew VMAX. He does have the Box of Disasters attached to this Pokemon. That is a huge card here for him. Now that that is in play, Tord will have a harder time responding without leaving Vance with a KO. The Lost Vacuum for Tord could be the biggest card in the deck for him right now on this next turn.
Looks like energies were found. I believe that Path to the Peak was also in the hand.
Yeah, I wonder, is Path the thing you need to play? You normally want to save it for the late game, but there's a chance that next turn is Tord's last turn.
This is the late game.
Yeah, on turn 2, the late game. Forest Seal Stone able to be found as well. Vance able to potentially draw a bit more with Genesect. Also has a Mew V in hand, debating potentially benching this Pokemon. It would mean he's unable to bench another Genesect if he wants to draw. He does also have Ultra Ball, it looks like.
Yeah. Considerations there for thinning down, finding another Mew V, or just playing the one that you have in hand. Looks like you can thin down now and grab that Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe just get another Mew V out of the deck here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thin a card out of the hand and the deck. Exactly what Vance is going to do. Want to make sure you have this Pokemon to replace if Tord pops off and gets a 3-prize KO. But if Tord gets a 3-prize KO, he'll be down to just 1 prize card left. I don't actually think there's a way Vance can make that happen. It could be all on the box of disasters.
Big card in the matchup, hanging out right there. Boss of Disaster could be keeping Vance in this.
We do see Fusion Strike System, 5 more cards drawn here for Vance. Doesn't really need much else this turn, does have that path in the hand, can play it. Maybe looking for a way to bump it on the next turn. Doesn't look like he found it. Of course, Forest Sealstone can still be utilized with that Stadium card in play. Is he going to put the path down is the question. Vance checking his own discard pile. Wants to know what resources he still has available. Is it time for path? It might be your only opportunity to do it, Vance Kelly.
Could be regretting this for a long time. It could be so important to potentially locking out, avoiding an attack from Tord Reklev. And sure enough,
yes,
path to the peak.
Tord going to be looking for so much this coming turn. Off the back of just one Kirlia, only 4 cards in hand. This is a massive mountain for Tord Reklev to climb. Vance Kelly tying up the game. 4 prizes apiece for our 2 competitors. Tord actually does have Boss's Orders in the hand.
A Battle VIP pass in the hand as well. Looks like really going to need some help here. Starting things off with the Mew in the active spot.
The key card now is needing a Stadium card. I thought that was it, but it's an Iono.
Iono could help draw out.
He also could Mysterious Tail and try to find the Lost Vacuum to just ditch the Stadium. With Boss in hand, he could Lost Vacuum it away. This could be massive. Does he find it? Is that the line he needs? No Lost Vacuum, Ultra Ball, and Level Ball as the choices. Artisan is there, but you cannot take that.
Either way, you can thin out 1 more card. The rest of these cards will be going to the bottom of the deck with the Iono. So it's just about pulling 1 more Pokemon out. You could use the Ultra Ball to find the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to help out in drawing 2 more cards. It's likely going to be your big attacker here.
This could be a big refinement incoming toward looking for a Stadium or that Vacuum, or both. Either some combination of these cards could be massive. Choosing not to play the Ultra Ball, however, going to go for refinement first, not thinning that extra Shining Arcana Gardevoir out of the deck just yet.
Two cards to look at there with the refinement.
Here we go, massive incoming draw. Has VIP pass, that's of course a very easy discard. See what he's able to hit. Any pieces to work with. Is there a Stadium card? Draws, it's a Gardevoir and a Research. No Stadium just yet, but that Gardevoir can be evolved from the Kirlia.
A better supporter to work with, it looks like.
It's a tough situation. You can see it on Tord's face. Trying to find a way to navigate this arena he has found himself in.
If you found the Stadium there, it'd be such an easy knockout. You can use the Shining Arcana Gardevoir to try to go for this. In combination with the Boss's Orders, you can target down a 2-prize Pokemon that doesn't knock you out on the back end with the Box of Disaster.
Ultra Ball being played for Tord, finding any Pokemon, adding it to the hand. Not enough Psychic Pokemon in play for the Cresselia to potentially come in, take a knockout on like Oricorio or Meloetta on the bench. There's 2 Water Pokemon in play, so that would not quite work. Most Tord could do there with the Moonglow Reverse would be 80 damage.
A true debate here, trying to find the right resource. Shining Arcana. It's going to be 2 big cards. We've seen Tord in a space like this so often throughout the entirety of his career, leaving it up to those 2 cards to try to get the job done.
It happened in game number 2. Can he make it happen in game 1? Game 2, Tord found exactly what he needed. Can it come true once again? If there's ever a time to do it, it's here in the Masters Finals of our World Championships.
We saw the iconic double Puzzle of Time.
Yes.
OCIC.
Here we go.
Can he repeat history and find the right cards?
Would love to find the Stadium card here. Has the Boss's Orders play. If he wants it, draw for turn. There, draw for the refinement. That Shining Arcana, does not hit what he needs. Another Gardevoir and a VIP pass. 2 pretty useless cards right now. And Tord has a decision. Iono in hand. Research in hand. He could try to dig for everything. Try to dig for the reversal. The path counter, the Lost Vacuum, and get the attack off with his Shining Arcana Gardevoir. But that That's a lot. That's tough. It's really difficult to do, and he doesn't have any additional draw. It's really going to be onto the 7 cards that he hits, and I think it might be his best chance to win this game.
Yeah, there's a wild sequence where you could see this Cresselia come back into play if you use the Collapse Stadium and then Lost Vacuum it away, find another Psychic Pokemon.
Here we go. Ditch the hand. 7 cards. Needs to find the perfect combo. There's the Stadium.
Artisan.
There's the reversal. There's the Lost Vacuum.
What?
I think Tord has found everything he needs. How many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile? That is the one question I have remaining.
C4 so far.
I think he's going to be just short. Does have that Forest Seal Stone. Tord's thinking through all the pieces, all the math. Has he found everything he needs to pull this off?
Are the energies all there to get the job done?
Such a tense moment. You can feel it in the room. Everyone on the edge of their seats. None farther forward than Tord Reklev. Has just about everything he needs. We don't know exactly how many Psychic Energy are in the discard pile. He needs 6 basic Psychic Energy. I only see 4 right now. Not sure if there's one hanging just off the screen. The problem here is I don't think he has a way to discard energy cards. There are so many energy in that deck.
Super Rod being it up.
Is this going to be towards 1 out? Something he can do? He may have come up just short here. It appeared as if the pieces would come together. Super Rod is the grab. Maybe trying to gear up for an Arcana play on the next turn. Tord doing everything he can to find an out and just hoping Vance does not have a way to take a KO this turn. Could it be a situation of Tord just having to push the Gardevoir EX and hoping it doesn't get KO'd? Put your highest HP thing in the active spot and hope your opponent doesn't have it. I don't think he has the knockout lined up so close.
Countering the Stadium there.
This will remove that Lumineon V from play and also disrupt Vance just a bit, forcing him to discard one of his benched Pokemon, which is least valuable at this point for Vance. In this situation, you have to imagine if Tord had it, he would have played it. So, Tord not having the KO, Vance needs to take a moment to figure out what is the most expendable member of his bench.
Potentially that Oricorio. It's going to be thrown away there with the Collapse Stadium. Resources are so close. Even the Cresselia play, where you get another Psychic Pokemon into play, and then you can move all the damage and knock out that Meloetta.
Oh, can Tord? No, there's
but
no way.
Finding a way to search out the Pokemon is the issue. You've already played your Stadium for the turn, so Lost Vacuum counter and Artisan does not work.
No, it doesn't work. Super Odd putting back, it looks like the Zacian V potentially, and the Lumineons potentially reuse it next turn.
You can draw with the Reversal Energy with the Radiant Greninja.
You can.
And then if you draw into the Psychic Pokemon with the Zacian V, then you have an opportunity to go ahead and reuse and attack with that Cresselia. You can bounce those energies around.
Take a 1 prize KO this turn, potentially. That could be it for Tord. Yeah, try to attack with Moonglow Reverse. So use the Radiant Greninja, ditch the Reversal Energy, and try to find that. It would work for a 1 prize KO this turn.
This is going to be a big find if he can find it. Would
love
to fight both of them!
And the Psychic Energy.
Huge!
This is going to yield Tord a 1 prize turn, but the problem with this is that he leaves a 1 prizer active, and it's still in Vance's court at that point. Vance only would need a Gusting card in order to close out the game. Mew VMAX not being dealt with. It does need a way to retreat, however. Tord has to go for it. This is his line. He's thinking through it. Such a tough call. It has to be this, though. Collapse Stadium to the Lost Zone. Credit to Tord Reklev for finding this play. Such a niche situation that I can't imagine has come up.
So big here to find this. The energies are lined up. You can retreat the Mew, place all of the energies on each Psychic Pokemon in play. Zacian is going to be the one to look out for, though. 220 hit points.
So many energy in play as well, though, for Tord. You have to wonder where he goes from here on the next turn. Palpad able to put back Boss. That's his chance. Put this back. That's what he's going to need to close out the game next turn. Will not be able to get through a VMAX this game. It has to be a Boss KO on a Genesect or a Mew V. And he's going to take this KO. Moonglow reverse. Move all the damage counters to the Meloetta. Take that out. And cross his fingers that Vance Kelly just doesn't have it.
Vance has been waiting patiently for the final turn of the match.
Moonglow reverse, moving all of these damage counters, placing them on the Meloetta. Toward Reklev pulls ahead. But now Vance is in the driver's seat, handshaking, making sure he understands the situation completely. Draw for turn, switch card, that can reset. He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power tablet, Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Vance Kelly, 2023 Pokemon World Champion in the Masters Division. Tord Reklev wondering what could have been in a phenomenal match between both these players. Everyone leaving it on the line. Incredible play to find what could have been the most beautiful play we've ever seen to win a World Championship, but it was not enough as Vance held on with the boss's orders and the power tablet.
Tord Reklev has found himself on many a final stage. He's found himself with a handful of second places, none stinging more than this one, as Vance Kelly has become our world champion. I think that dream of getting your deck printed is going to come true.
I'm picking up a copy.
Masterful play, both of our players. But in the end, +3 turns, not relevant. Vance Kelly able to win on turn number 3 of time. Kyle, wow. Absolute chills up here, man. That
Unreal.
Was unbelievable. The feeling in this room, absolutely electric, and none more elated, I'm sure, than our champion Vance.
You think about what could have happened for Tord in that last game. It had to be Zacian V. It was the only psychic Pokemon that he could bench. The Ralts were prized.
Right.
If he had any other psychic Pokemon, he doesn't bench a liability, and then maybe he's the world champion. It all comes down to those small things in matches like this. Did everything he could, found the perfect play.
It was his one chance to win. It might have been a low percent, but he found it. He went for it. He got what he needed, but his opponent had just too many cards in hand. Tord was able to strike first this game, taking the knockout with that Zacian V. Vance able to tie things up. Tord unable to respond to the massive HP of Mew VMAX. Found almost everything he needed off this research. Was so incredibly close to piecing it together. Found his tech cards. Moonglow reverse. Takes out that Meloetta, but Vance had too many cards in hand and everything he needed. No fusion strike systems necessary. And he is the world champion.
Wow. There's no words. There's really no words. That was an unbelievable finals here in Yokohama, Japan. It's everything that we wanted.
Yes.
2 decades of playing in the World Championships, and to close out like that. Vance Kelly.
In time. I mean, Vance as well. I mean, this was a true David and Goliath story. I mean, Vance comes from day one. He's not a super well-known player. You know, he's had solid finishes this year. He's played Mew VMAX all throughout the season, refined it consistently, adjusted it for the expected metagame. He finds himself getting through day 1 of Worlds, getting into top cut, winning top 8, winning top 4, beating Azul GG, by the way, and then facing off against the best player playing our game right now, Tord Reklev in the finals. A mountain he was able to surmount.
You would have assumed that it was his accolades on the other side of the table with how cool, calm, and collected he was the entire match. Even closing out right there, just never changed the expression on his face the entire time. It's unreal that he can walk into the tournament and he's him.
He is absolutely him. And speaking of him, I cannot wait to hear from our champion. Let's get down to the stage. Anna, how's that champion feeling?
Let's find out. Vance, the casters were saying you seem calm and cool and collected. Are you calm and cool and collected?
Maybe just because it doesn't really seem real. But, I was definitely nervous during those games. I think I maybe played the opening turns a little sloppy because of nerves. But, no, I feel good. And, I'm sure my friends will, help me have a lot of fun today after we leave.
I'm sure that's true. Talk to us about what it was like going into those final turns in time. How did you adjust your strategy as you did that?
I wasn't really planning for it. We were both kind of slow. Neither one of us plays super fast, so I thought maybe we'd go to time. But really, I was just kind of playing a normal game, and it worked out in game 3.
How did it feel to slap down that final boss's orders?
It felt pretty good. I was on edge because I thought Tor was going to draw some stuff to kind of take the lead there, but it felt really good. It felt great.
Now and forever, you are a world champion. What does that mean to you?
It's really cool. It's something that you aspire to. I started playing the game when I was pretty young, and you always think it's what if I could do that one day? So it's a super cool accomplishment for sure.
What would you say to your young self if they were watching you on stage right now?
I don't know. Keep playing the game, I guess. Don't quit. Keep playing. Yeah.
Anyone out here that you want to say hello or thanks to in this moment?
Yeah, I got a lot of friends out there in the in the red shirts in the front. So shout out to all of them. Shout out to the friends back home as well. Individual people. I know there's some people watching stream. So Pete Grigsby. Shout out to PJ Wallace. Man, if I shout out a lot of people, I'm just gonna forget and people get mad. But Josh Clark, and everybody else. Sorry, I can't, in the moment can't remember everybody. So thanks.
It is a huge moment. We are gonna let you go celebrate with those friends. We'll see you again for the trophy ceremony. But for now, casters, back to you.
Thanks, Anna. Great to hear from our 2023 world champion. Maybe just the appearance of not having too many nerves in the moment.
Sure. I mean, what a great interview as well. To really just seal in everything that we had there. 3 beautiful games in the finals here in Yokohama, and a very deserving finals champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it was not easy. It never is at the World Championships. You have to play some great players. Vance certainly went through the gauntlet. I actually remember even in Swish yesterday, he had a tie in round 7 versus Michael Pramawat, one of our other top 4 finishers. So, I mean, Vance actually played against all 4 of the top 4 finishers in this tournament. Not too often that you can say that. I guess unless you become the champion, there's a decent chance that happened, right?
I mean, you think about the level of players that he's had to go through in order to become a world champion. Now players are going to be saying that about him.
Yep.
Unreal.
If Vance wasn't on the radar before, he certainly is now at this point. Someone we will absolutely be following through his future career as a Pokemon TCG player. Let's take a moment now to recap exactly what we've seen here with our TCG action on this day. We did kick things off with Pokemon Go this morning. Following that was our Junior Division Top 8, where we did see Xiao Tongyen taking a 2-0 victory over Gabriel Torres. What a victory, what a match that one was.
Yeah, unreal, the performance that we saw from our juniors player, finding that fantastic line with the Kyogre play in order to close out at the World Championship stage.
Of course, following these exciting moments from the game, I mean, it really was just a dominant performance. That Dragonite putting in so much work. I have to say, that's absolutely got to be the MVP of our finals match in juniors.
Yeah, one of the worst starts we've seen in a long time. It looked like there was no play from Xiao there. Instead, is able to surprise everyone with the Dragonite and the Escape Rope to close out there in game number 1.
Seeming to pull it out of nowhere, but that's what you have to do sometimes. Gabriel not able to withstand that aggression, tried to find a way out, but it was able to be Sableye, kind of cleaning up some of these pieces. Kyogre ultimately closing things out. A favorite of yours, Kyle, seeing that Aqua Storm for the win.
And from a player so young as well to understand such an intricate deck.
Oh, this deck is so difficult to play. The fact that Xiao was able to do this and in the Masters Finals on the biggest stage, absolutely incredible. And you can see all the emotions coming through in that moment.
We saw all the emotions from that player there. And sure enough, it led on in the seniors division as well. We saw some great matches throughout. All of these players had to show up early today to get the job done in top 4, but in the finals it was Sydney versus Gabriel Fernandez. What a match we had between these players. I mean, we saw colorless Lugia out here.
Not something we would have expected, but Gabriel piloted it excellently and really took advantage of his opponent's poor starts. Name of the game was definitely just aggression and consistency. Gabriel able to pull off a pretty straightforward strategy, able to do it pretty masterfully as well. Sydney actually almost found a way to bounce back in this game, but Weird Year V able to do just enough damage thanks to a boss's orders draw as well.
Yep, Sydney had to play into a little bit of the extra draw there with the gift energy, and unfortunately that led to everything that Gabriel needed to close out in game number 1. We saw a lot of the same in game 2 with the awkward starts there from Sydney.
Sydney really just trying to find a way to hang on. Gabriel was able to just absolutely push the advantage. Pumpkaboo bumping his own path to the peak in order for Luminion V to find the game-winning boss to become our senior division world champion.
Fantastic play from both these players. What a deserving player to close out there in the senior division. An excellent family as well. All of them love to play Pokemon at the highest stage.
Yes, you can see how special this moment is, not just for the players, but for those closest to them. And then, of course, we're capping off our TCG action with our Master Division Top 8 with the finals I will not be soon to forget, Kyle.
Never. We're going to go back and watch this time and time again. As we see, just look at that top 4 that we had there. Vance Kelly up against Azul GG in the mirror match was able to take down one of the best players in the world. And Tord Reckliffe with the 2-0 on Michael Pramawat, who had seen a final stage before, something Tord had not yet done, had his opportunity here today.
You gotta imagine this one is really bittersweet for Tord. I mean, getting to this stage means everything to him. He's not someone who just wants to win. He wants to be the best, and he's trying to make that argument for himself, but in this game finds himself coming up just short. Goes for the risky play, taking out the new VMAX, even though he knew it would be KO'd in return with the Box of Disasters, and all 4 power tablets for Vance Kelly led to just enough damage. Well, more than enough, I guess.
Go ahead and flex on him.
Take out that Zacian V for the game in game number 1.
It was a fantastic line there to play the hand all the way down, draw up with the Genesect, find the perfect cards to close out there.
Key moment in game number 2. Had to hit this Psychic Energy, was able to find it. Piece together the 9 energy, the 9 basic Psychic Energy on Gardevoir, not something you see very often. And it did ultimately lead to Tord Reckliffe winning this game with the Luminion, grabbing boss's orders to take 2 prizes. We went to game 3 in our Masters Division final match, and it went to time, Kyle.
Started with 8 minutes on the clock as the players shuffled up for game number 3. Jumped quickly into time where we saw Tord as turn 0, which led to that. It meant that Vance had one final opportunity in turn 3. We saw an amazing play from Tord to close out with the Cresselia, take a prize, but Vance had everything in his hand to close out there. Boss's orders on the 2 prize Pokemon to become the world champion.
World champion indeed, a crown and a trophy he can hoist very high, an accomplishment that many strive for, but few attain. Vance Kelly, now our champion of the whole world, in Japan as well. What a place to be, what a room to do it in. Congratulations to all of our champions.
Yep, did it for Pete Grigsby there. Unbelievable.
So many friends at home cheering him on, I am sure, and that's what it's all about, really, at the end of the day. I mean, winning these games, winning these titles is great, but it's the memories, it's the people that you do it with, it's those that are out there in the crowd cheering for you, those that you know are at home. I'm sure Vance's phone is absolutely exploding right now backstage.
Hopefully he's got the roaming to deal with it, okay? those charges add up over here.
We can get our champion on the Wi-Fi?
Please, one time.
I think we could probably make it happen. What a game. What a match. What a players and what an environment this has been. The absolute beautiful country of Japan. An excellent host for this World Championships. A time and place that it'll be hard to top, to be honest.
Yeah, so welcoming as well. Everyone that we've met here, it's been an unbelievable experience for all of us. And of course, throughout all of the games that we have here, still plenty left to go. It's going to be an unbelievable day as we crown all of our champions here in Yokohama.
Yep, that's right. We still have VGC yet to come. I'm personally excited. VGC is always so exciting. I mean, and if our Masters Division Finals there is any taste of what is yet to come, you are not going to want to miss the rest of Championship Sunday. That is absolutely for sure.
We saw some great play from all of our competitors here today, and throughout the course of this entire weekend, really just appreciate everybody who showed up, made the long trip or the short trip to come over here and give us an unbelievable tournament.
It is time, Kyle. Let's get down to the stage. Let's say congratulations and crown our finalists and champions. Let's get it done.
Let's give a big round of applause for all of the Pokemon TCG trainers who competed this weekend at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. We've witnessed some fantastic battles today and throughout the 2023 Pokemon TCG season. Before we officially immortalize our players, I want to welcome back Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company, to join us and help us crown our champions. All right, it's time to bring out our finalists and champions. Congratulations first to our trading card game junior finalist, Gabriel Torres. And a big round of applause now. Congratulations to our trading card game junior champion, Xiao Tong Yan! Next, our trading card game senior finalist, Sydney DeBruyne. And give it up for our trading card game senior champion, Gabriel Fernandez! And now in our Masters division, our trading card game Masters finalist is Todd Reclave. Yeah.
Se equivocó.
And now, a big round of applause for the trading card game Masters champion, Vance Kelly. Let's give a final cheer to our top players of the 2023 Pokemon TCG season. Let's hear it one more time. We are not done yet. Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon TCG have crowned their champions. It's time for the Pokemon video game Grand Finals. Up next, we have the championship matches in all age divisions, and we want to kick it off by honoring last year's Senior Grand Finals match with Nicholas against Yasuharu. Our local players at this event will surely remember this match, as Yasuharu hails from Japan and won the World Championship last year for his country. Commemorating the battle spirit of Pokemon VG, our trainers accept their matches anytime, anywhere.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to Championship Sunday on the VG desk with myself, Lee Provost, and the boys at Actos Chromie. How are you doing, Lou?
I cannot believe we are finally here at Championship Sunday for the video game division. It has been phenomenal over the course of the weekend to see our world champions crowned in Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, and the Pokemon trading card game, and now it is time for the video game to crown their champions too.
And what a great intro as well, to bring us into the video game championships this Sunday. Yeah, we've got everything to play for, and we will be shortly crowning our 3 champions for this year's championships.
I love that video, like you just said, being able to recap the amazing accomplishments from seniors last year and a lot of amazing Pokemon faces that were on those winning teams. Of course, this year things will change and there will be new Pokemon that will be able to call themselves world champion, as well as the trainers that have piloted those teams.
Yeah, we've had an unbelievable run to get here over the whole weekend. We've had some incredible matches, and you've got to just congratulate all of our players that have come out to compete this weekend, and to the players, of course, that have reached the finals, that will be battling it out for that championship title.
Of course, over the course of the weekend, we've mainly been bringing all of the Pokemon Masters Division action, and that's what I love so much about today. We get to see the junior and senior divisions as well. Of course, we'll be kicking things off with juniors, and there will be a new world champion crowned there as well.
Yeah, and it's always nice, we have mentioned it on the broadcast this weekend, to see our juniors and our senior players in particular, because they're the future of the video game, They're the future players that we hope to see have success here and then kind of continue their journey on into the Masters Division, hopefully have a great transition into that and just as much success.
Of course, and as a little bit of a recap, let's review how the format has shaped up this year.
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships event has been showcasing the best Pokemon VGC players and matches all weekend. Trainers from around the world are here to compete for the title of World Champion, over $1 million in prizing, and return invitations for next year's Worlds. On Friday, our trainers faced off with Swiss rounds. Trainers who finished with 2 or fewer losses and no ties advanced to Saturday. Trainers who advanced from Friday met those who earned direct Day 2 invites in a fresh set of Swiss rounds. Those who finished Day 2 Swiss with 2 or fewer losses and no ties advanced to Top Cut to play in a single elimination bracket until only the final 2 players remained. Today on Championship Sunday, we crown our champions in each division, and all matches are best of 3. Who will take the title of Pokemon World Champion this weekend? Watch to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
That is indeed the question. Who will become our next world champions for the video game division? Of course, like we've mentioned, we're going to be kicking things off in the junior division, and their bracket has shaped up very, very nicely as they battled it out through Day 1 and Day 2 over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a long road for all of our juniors over this weekend to get to this final stage of the tournament here. And you can see the top 8 and how our 2 players in the finals have progressed through this bracket.
Exactly, and it is going to be an All-Japan final here for Kohei and Sora, who will be our finalists here in the junior division. And what a roster of Pokemon trainers they had to battle it out in order to get to this final position. Taking a look in top 4 as well, Sora had to defeat Pietro, who we were able to see win international championships this season as well. So a fierce competitor.
Yeah, and an incredibly tough field as well to get through to the finals, and great representation here in their home country, Japan, going to be able to take home that title this weekend.
Exactly, and I think as well, these 2 players, I know Anna will be able to talk to them a little bit later on in the stage, but I think it's always really interesting to see if they maybe know each other from the competitive circuit, and maybe they've played against each other. We know that they both were at Japan Nationals this year, finishing in top 64 positions. Maybe they have a history of battling out in Swiss rounds. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know if they have faced off, have had any kind of battles before, but of course we're coming into a new format now because the format when Japan Nationals took place, it was under Regulation C, so now we've got Regulation D, brand new format, brand new Pokemon that they've got access to, so they are definitely utilising them, viewing the teams, and it'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams interact. There are some really unique choices on both sides of the field.
It's definitely been interesting watching the Regulation D metagame develop over the course of this weekend, and you can of course let us know at home which Pokemon have really surprised you and which ones you maybe were expecting to see in Regulation D using all of our social medias you can see on the screen. That hashtag Pokemon World is going to be able to allow us to engage directly with your tweets, and we would love to be able to see exactly whether you are rooting for which player, which Pokemon, which team. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and definitely let us know what your highlight has been from this weekend. It's been a phenomenal weekend here in Yokohama, and it'd be great to hear what your highlight moment from the World Championships this year has been.
Exactly, and I mean my highlight, Lee, if you're asking me, I know you weren't, but I'm going to pretend you are.
I bet I could guess.
Do you want to give it a go? Go on.
Does it begin with a G?
It does, and it ends with an N.
Green?
It is green, it is
And
blue.
blue.
It is. It's a Gastrodon, everybody, if you haven't been watching the show and tuning in. Gastrodon has been the highlight Pokemon for Lee and I on the desk, and you can get your very own Gastrodon, the reigning world champion from Eduardo Cunha's team from last year. You can see the code on the screen. Please make sure to download that via Mystery Gift. It's something you do not want to miss.
Yeah, we'll be running until the 14th of August, so you've got a little bit of time to still get that Gastrodon in your copy of Scarlet and Violet. Just make sure you go into the Mystery Gift, use the code on the screen now, and you'll be able to get this prestigious Pokemon for yourself and add it to the collection.
There is no Gastrodon in the Juniors Division final or in the Masters Division, but Seniors, as a little, heads up, do not go anywhere. You can be seeing potentially a Gastrodon winning Seniors in later in the day, but who knows? Gastrodon has definitely been a highlight for us and across the socials as well this weekend.
It's been a lot of fun this weekend with Gastrodon, and yeah, and nice to see it featuring in the finals as well in the senior division, and kind of root for it to take it all the way.
Yeah, so I was a little sad to not see it do so well, but it did manage to make the top cut across all 3 divisions yesterday. That was very exciting to see. But when we're talking a little bit more about Regulation D, a lot of the Pokemon that have jumped forward into the fray, I think have been some really top choices that our fellow commentators were picking as well. Pokemon like Tornadus, I know that Adam was highlighting, thinking that was going to be very strong, and particularly with its ability to control weather and control speed control, I think has made it a very prime candidate to be a top Pokemon.
Yeah, it's such a good supporting Pokemon. It has the ability to Tailwind with that prankster ability, meaning that you're able to get it off pretty much straight away in the battle, kind of supporting your partner in Pokemon so perfectly, setting up things like Goldingo to do so well, and Goldingo has performed very well at this tournament as well. A really phenomenal Pokemon. Does need to be a little bit wary around things like Fake Out, and that's probably why we've seen a bit of a rise in things like Iron Hands as well, because it hits it so well with its big offensive electric attacks as well, but it also has the utility with that Fake Out to prevent that Tailwind turn 1. So yeah, really useful Pokemon, but you've got to have ways to kind of get around that in your team. We've seen that throughout the weekend. We've seen players kind of adapting Trick Room on Pokemon you might not expect it on. We saw Eric Rios playing Trick Room on his Fluttermane. That was a real highlight from the weekend. But also the other teams where we've seen Cresselia as well be utilized so effectively with that Trick Room mode to kind of counteract the popularity of the Tornadus over the weekend.
And I think as well, in the absence of Incineroar, that was such a dominant Pokemon in previous years, there's a new kitty cat on the stage in the form of that Chi-Pao that's been the best partner Pokemon for those physical attackers, particularly the Urshifu. I think the synergy between those 2 Pokemon has been incredibly strong. Previously, Dragonite, I think, was a great partner to be paired up with Chi-Pao, but a lot of trainers were opting for good ways to be able to counter Dragonite. Lots of Ice-type moves running around, Fairy-type moves as well, and then even if you did go into something like Terra Flying or Terra Normal on your Dragonite, there were plenty of coverage moves to be able to counteract it there. Whereas Urshifu, I think, being nice and speedy and hitting very, very hard, particularly with the Unseen Fist ability, punching through all of those protects, means that it's been a match made in heaven for that combo.
Yeah, when you look back at the Dragonite usage, it's still a very strong Pokemon, but it does have a lot tougher of a time in Regulation D, like you say, with all the Fairy-type attacks that are coming out from things in particular, like the Fluttermane. We've seen the usage on that Pokemon. Then you've got the Ice-type attacks that are coming out from that Chi-Pao, and yeah, just alone those 2 really speedy Pokemon make it very difficult. But then you've got Urshifu as well that's kind of come into the fray. If it does terastallize into its kind of generic, kind of normal Terra type, then the fighting type becomes an issue from that Pokemon as well. So from a lot of different angles, you're seeing Dragonite have a much tougher time in this format, especially if you are opting to go with something like the Inner Focus ability rather than that multi-skill to kind of get around the Intimidates that have been quite prevalent in this format.
And one thing I've loved about the team building generally coming into a Regulation D tournament at the Pokemon World Championships this year compared to previous years is this concept of the Fire, Water, Grass core. Because previously, as such a strong synergy of offensive and defensive capabilities with those 3 types, you often have to make sure that those types of Pokemon are on your team. But with terrestrialization, you can be so much more flexible in the Pokemon that you're bringing, whether maybe an ability is more beneficial than a type for the overall synergy of your 6 Pokemon. You can counteract that by throwing that Terra type, particularly maybe Terra Water or Terra Grass, that it seems to be so dominant, onto your team and still have that core in place. It's allowed for a lot of creativity, I feel, throughout all of the teams this weekend.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice thing about terrestrialization. It doesn't always work on an offensive scale. It can be used very, very effectively in a defensive tool, a mechanism as well. And you see a lot of players doing that, and exactly like you said, kind of fitting in kind of a second core within your team with those terrestrialization types where you think, oh, I'm a little bit weak in this one area, but I can cover it with this one Pokemon, and it really complements its kind of base typing as well, so it really fits in nicely. Such a great mechanic, and it's really nice to see how players kind of adapt that mechanic into their team building as well.
And of course, we'll be covering the junior division first of all, and their metagame is often very different to how things maybe shape up in the Masters division. I know Lee and I, we were having a walk around the juniors area over the course of the weekend, and I saw some amazing actions. We saw a lot of Torkoal were running around, but also there was a Dondozo that was going for Surf and getting a lot of KOs as well. I think, overwhelming a couple of opponents, as well as some of the new faces. Hisuian Arcanine, Hisuian Lilligant as well was very prevalent.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I like about the different age divisions as well. You do get a little bit of variety in the different Pokemon that each age division kind of leans on a little bit more than the other ones. And like you say, Hisuian Lilligant has been used quite prevalently in that juniors division, and we have seen it pop up in masters division as well. But really great to see just the different interaction of Pokemon choices with our different age divisions.
Well, speaking of the junior metagame, let's kick it to the stage and meet our two finalists who have mastered the metagame so far. Take it away, Anna. Thanks so much. This is one of my favorite moments, getting to talk to the juniors on stage. So let's not delay any further. Let's get into our VG Junior Finals. First, please welcome to the stage, Kohei Ukai. Hello. Kohei, tell us your favorite thing about your team.
浩平さん、あなたのチームの中で一番好きなポケモンは何でしょうか？
パオジャンです。
He likes Chien-Pao.
And why is that?
どうしてChien-Paoはそんなに好きですか？
ダメージが大きくずれるから。
You can use its ability to increase the damage that he can deal with other Pokemon.
We can't wait to watch that. There are a lot of people watching you. Do you want to say hi to anyone?
僕に応援してくれた人に何か一言ありますか？
今までずっと応援してくれてありがとうございました。
Everyone who supported me till now, thank you so much.
All right, now let's bring out your opponent. Now, please welcome to the stage, Sora Ebisawa. Welcome, Sora. Now, Sora, tell us about your team. What makes it great?
そうだなチームなんですけども、一番強いと思っているところ、一番強いアピールポイントと思っているポケモンは何でしょうか？
アクーラスが僕の個人的におすすめなポケモンです。
My Urshifu is definitely the strongest point in my team.
And how will you use it in this match?
でこの後の試合でですね、どういうふうにウラウスを使っていこうかと思いますか？
見切りなどの守る技を使って立ち回っていきたいかなと思います。
I think I'll be using a lot of protective moves. I'll have it use detect and just try and wait out my opponent.
That sounds great. Is there anyone here that you would like to say hello or thank you to?
今見てる方々の中でご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちとか一言メッセージありますか？
家族や今見ている皆さん、は会場を盛り上げて、今見ている家族の皆さんは応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
So, firstly, to my family who's watching right now, and to everyone who's at the event today, thank you so much for really bringing up the atmosphere and riling everything up. So, thank you so much.
Well, thank you both for putting on an amazing match, because I know you will. Go ahead and shake hands, and we'll get into this match. Casters, back to you. I always love being able to hear a little bit of insight from our competitors ahead of what is going to be one of the most monumental matches of their Pokemon careers. Also, just want to shout out the little Litten that Kohei was holding as well. Fantastic. We just talked about Incineroar, the little blast from the past, and there's a little Litten there waiting in the wings. It's a supporting partner Pokemon.
Yeah, very, very nice to hear from both of our competitors as they get ready to get into this finals match. And yeah, love the little Litten as well. But we can start touching upon the teams a little bit here if while our players are getting seated and set up, because we've got two really kind of similar teams but very different in a lot of other ways.
Exactly, and I like that both our players acknowledge some of the key Pokemon that have shaped up this metagame. The Chien-Pao, for example, for Kohei there, using that Sword of Ruin ability that he mentioned on the stage to drop the defenses, allowing some of those partner Pokemon, the physical attackers, Pokemon like, for example, Iron Hands or Urshifu, to be able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao is going to really play a huge part from, like you've already mentioned already this weekend many times, that combination with itself and the Urshifu, the Rapid Strike variant, and how powerful that combination of Pokemon will be. But you've always got to worry about the other side of the field as well, because you can look at Sora's team and did mention the Urshifu on their team and how powerful that would be, and that will also be able to take advantage of that sort of rune ability while ever the Shenpao's on the field. Also running the Dragonite as well, which is another big physical threat that you can take advantage of the Shenpao if it is out on the field for your opponent. Of course, there are a lot of other Pokemon to mention as well. The one thing I would like to point out on Sora's side of the field is that they do have access to a Heatran, and I feel like it will be a big play going into this match. In particular, both players do have access to that Tornadus as well that we touched on at the start of the broadcast.
Yeah, I think the Tornadus and the Urshifus are going to be key components in this particular match. Obviously, you need your Tornadus to be able to get some of that tailwind support, getting some speed momentum, but you want to make sure you've got one, if your partner's got one as well, to kind of try and match those and not give some momentum over to your opponent. And the Battle of the Urshifus, I think, is going to be key. We have got a rapid strike style on Kohei's side, whereas it is the single strike variant on Sora's side. So which one's going to come out on top? That is going to be the question.
You'd always say if it was just a one-on-one, the rapid strike has the advantage because the single strike has that dark typing to it, so it has got the weakness to the fighting type, whereas the rapid strike doesn't. And the Urshifu on Sora's side as well does have the dark Terastallization, so it doesn't really have a way of removing that fighting type weakness, whereas the rapid strike Urshifu has the Terastallization water, so it doesn't really carry that fighting type weakness at all, and it carries no kind of weakness to anything on the Urshifu side of the field. You've got to say though, if it does Terastallize into that water type, it does remove its resistance to the dark types that it does carry with that fighting type it originally has. So the Wicked Blows, the Sucker Punches could be a bit more detrimental if we do see the Terastallization choice on that Rapid Strike Urshifu from Kohei's side.
But that's where I think the Heatran can really come into play, because it is running that Terra Grass type, going to be able to hit hard with something like a Terra Blast into that opposing Urshifu, particularly if it does want to capitalize on its offensive pressure and go for that Water Terra type to hit even harder with something like Surging Strikes or possibly even Aqua Jet for a little bit of priority damage.
Yeah, and it's an interesting item choice as well. I know it's been a running theme throughout the tournament. The item choices on Pokemon play such a pivotal role in how they perform within the team, and the Heatran on Sora's team actually using that Assault Vest, and it really does give it really great defensive capabilities on top of that. I'm going to just take a look at the player profiles here. We can have a look at Kohei's, who was top 64 at the recent 2023 Japan National Championships.
Yes, we mentioned this a little bit earlier. So coming off a good finish here at Japan Nationals and now in the grand finals of the Pokemon World Championships, you can see the 6 Pokemon that Kohei is bringing with that Fluttermane, the Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Iron Hands, Tornadus, and the Amoonguss. Some great supporting Pokemon here.
Yeah, really nice core there between the Iron Hands in particular. I feel like that gives really nice support if you need it to allow you to get that tailwind up with your Tornadus if you're in an open position, or just utilize things like your Urshifu as well. You know, you can put it in a position where you can really take advantage of your opponent not being able to protect with that Unseen Fist ability. Really kind of put your opponent into a corner with that combination. So really nice options here. You've got the Amoonguss as well to kind of draw in attacks and just support things that are maybe a bit more vulnerable, like those Fluttermane and the Chien-Pao on Kohei's side of the field.
Yeah, honestly, Urshifu and Chien-Pao, such a strong synergy throughout the entire weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here. Taking a look at Sora's side as well, looking at the 6 Pokemon that Kohei will have to battle out against in order to try and become the champion. We've got Tornadus, Urshifu, Dragonite, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and Heatran. And those 6 are definitely really hard to contend with. You were mentioning the Dragonite earlier as well, Lee. Again, Sora coming off this Japan Nationals top 64 finish. Do you think Dragonite has a role to play in this match?
I would say Dragonite can perform a role. I think the one thing you would say if you're looking at both of the teams, I feel like both players are kind of forced to bring that Tornadus, so that's definitely one slot that you say both players have to bring, because if one player sets up the tailwind, it puts one player at a huge advantage to the other. So you really want to match your opponent from the get-go. You've already mentioned that. So I think if the Tornadus comes, the Dragonite feels like it could be a good choice, but it's going to have a really hard time against the Chien-Pao, the Fluttermane, and then if it does go for that Terastallization into the normal type that Sora's running again, it's going to run into problems against that Rapid Strike Urshifu and the Iron Hands, and of course the speed tiers then come into question. The Rapid Strike Urshifu probably going to be able to outspeed it, and it does have access to close combat, so they're not really going to be appreciating that, and it does have that inner focus ability, no multi-scale, so it will be taking max damage from the get-go.
I honestly think with the amount of offensive pressure that both teams have brought to this match, speed control is going to be absolutely critical, making sure that potentially you've got Pokemon like your Fluttermane in a key position to start dealing out some big damage, possibly even in a late game sweep position. Particularly, I would say, if you're Sora, because the Fluttermane is running those choice specs. It's going to be able to hit incredibly hard. Something like a Thunderbolt can apply a lot of pressure to those water types that we've got on the opposing side, the Urshifu, and potentially the Amoonguss and Fluttermane running those water Terra types that could then activate in the match. Thunderbolt is going to hit incredibly hard there.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sora as well, you can identify that the Heatran, like we've already touched upon, can be a really big player in this match. A lot of the Pokemon on Kohei's side have that water terrestrialization, so if they do go for that, you can choose to terrestrialize your own Heatran, go for that grass typing. You're going to resist any of those big threatening water type attacks that would have been coming out. You also take away your fighting weakness, so the Rapid Strike Urshifu on Kohei's side becomes way less threatening, and you've got a nice offensive way to hit it for super effective damage. The only thing you would need to make sure that you do is kind of manage that Tornadus and the Chien-Pao, which do then, once you do terrestrialize into your grass type, become a bit more threatening.
Well, Pokemon trainers, we are seconds away from jumping into this junior division match. Give it up for our two players, Kohei and Sora, as they begin to kick it off to become the World Champion 2023.
Yeah, both players leading out with their Fluttermane and Tornadus. Like we said, they want to match that Tailwind, but we are going to see the Fluttermane on Kohei's side activate that booster energy here, boosting its special attack, meaning it's going to be hitting that bit harder going into this first turn. We know that Sora's Fluttermane does have the choice specs item, so it was already going to be kind of hitting very hard. The one thing you would say that Kohei has, he has access to that protect this turn, so if he wants to choose to protect, get the Tailwind set up, that is an option for him, but I think first thing on both players' minds is to get their speed control underway this first turn.
Exactly. The Tornadus is in a prime position to go for that Tailwind, just trying to make sure that you're evening the score when it comes to speed. You don't want to give your opponent any unnecessary advantage. We're going to see the Fluttermane leave the field here for Sora, just wanting to avoid any unnecessary damage. As Heatran joins the field, able to take those Fairy type attacks much better than Fluttermane would have been able to do, as the Fluttermane on the opposing side is going to go for a protect. Tornadus gets the first Tailwind up on Kohei's side of things, but is it going to be matched by Sora's?
Yeah, and you are going to see the Tailwind followed up by Sora, and the switch into Heatran really nice here, because the booster energy kind of makes you not that keen to switch out your Fluttermane, whereas if you've got the choice specs item, you don't really have anything that you've wasted that turn. You switch out the Fluttermane, if you're Kohei, then you have lost that booster energy. You're not going to be able to get it back later in the game if you switch it out. Now in front of the Heatran, not on the best position. Your Bleak Storm is not hitting for very good damage against that Steel typing, and the Fluttermane has to then rely on the Shadow Ball that it's got access to. The Heatran has to be careful still, because it will get hit hard by that booster energy Shadow Ball, but it can return back with some big damage itself with like a flash cannon. So you are seeing Kohei can keep that around for a little bit later in this match.
Yes, Iron Hand's going to join the fray as well. We're going to be able to apply some pressure with something like a fake out into the following turns as Tornadus sets the Rain Dance. This is really critical because it's going to enable the Bleak Wind Storms to be able to have 100% accuracy, but it will also help the other Tornadus with that accuracy check as well.
Yeah, the Kohei getting that Rain Dance on, and the Earth Power coming out, predicting that switch in, catching the Iron Hand, doing some huge damage this turn.
Yeah, Heatran just hiding on the screen there, sneaking in that Earth Power, some good damage, and Iron Hands does not get in for free at all.
Yeah, Kohei is setting up the Rain Dance really good because it weakens the fire type attacks from the Heatran. Of course, that's really great. The one drawback of that is you're setting up the opposing Tornadus, which you saw there. Sora taking full advantage of that with the Bleak Wind Storm, getting some nice damage onto Kohei's side of the field, and the Iron Hand's not looking in a great spot. Now it does have access to fake out, so it can slow down the Tornadus on the opposite side of the field. Probably doesn't need to worry too much about the Heatran, but there is that Earth Power as well that you've got to be concerned about, and you really haven't got the offensive pressure with the Tornadus to kind of do the damage that you want this turn.
Exactly, Heatran leaving the field, maybe needed to apply pressure with that Earth Power a little bit later on, and Fluttermane is going to rejoin, applying pressure with that choice specs, hoping to maybe get a strong knockout. As fake out comes through, not going to affect a ghost type. Fluttermane gets in relatively unscathed as the opposing Tornadus does go for the Bleak Wind Storm, not dealing too much damage into either of the Pokemon on Sora's side, as Tornadus on the other side fires off another Storm. It is a Typhoon across the battlefield right now.
Yeah, and again, a great switch once again from Sora, bringing in that Fluttermane, very good on its special defensive side, able to take that Bleak Wind Storm from the opposing Tornadus, avoiding the fake out with its ghost typing, and now in a prime position where it can just throw out maybe one of those dazzling gleams, pick up a double knockout pretty easily here, and make it difficult for anything in the back to switch in to take that big damage. It's boosted now by that choice specs item that the whole Fluttermane's holding.
and Fluttermane generally quite a speedy Pokemon. Like you said there, Choice Specs going to be hitting hard. Something like a Dazzling Gleam would be able to pick up the KO against both the Iron Hands and the Tornadus due to the low HP they've got, so it's not safe to switch either on Kohei's side. The Tornadus on the opposing side does seem to be a little bit faster though, does get the speed drop on the opposing Tornadus. That could be critical later on, but Fluttermane not going for the double spread move here, just locking in with the Shadow Ball to get the clean KO on Tornadus.
Yeah, not wanting to lock it in with any of those fairy type attacks, just wanting to make sure they are all getting that knockout onto the Tornadus. Twin Storm coming out from Sora's Tornadus and picking up the knockout onto the Iron Hands, and clean knockout. But the nice thing that Kohei was able to get was that Twin Storm off before it went down, at least getting some good damage onto the Tornadus and that Fluttermane on Sora's side of the field.
I mean, the Shadow Ball lock-in's actually really nice when you know that Kohei has brought the Fluttermane on his side of the field as well. So you want to make sure that you can hit it for some super effective damage with that Shadow Ball instead of locking into something like a Dazzling Gleam. That's a problem, however. Chien-Pao definitely is threatening both the Pokemon on Sora's side.
Yeah, definitely. No booster energy for the Fluttermane when it comes onto the field this end, but you've got that Chien-Pao that's coming. You've also got to notice as well for later in this game, if it sticks around for any longer than this turn, the Tornadus has taken that speed drop, so it won't be as fast as it was that previous turn. Fluttermane in a really precarious position here as well. Cannot go for that Protect because of the Choice Specs item on it, so a real sitting duck here for either the Fluttermane or the Chien-Pao just to pick up the knockout there.
Yes, of course, as well, the Sucker Punch on Chien-Pao could be really strong, trying to get a knockout against either of these Pokemon. There are a lot of status moves that the Tornadus could go for to try and bypass this, but Fluttermane getting out of there, it's locked in, you know that it's going to go for an attack, and Chien-Pao went for the Sucker Punch. It is going to fail as Tornadus goes for the Tailwind as well, so Sucker Punch, no matter who the target was, wasn't going to be able to kick down. The speed advantage is now in Sora's favor.
Yeah, obviously that's great news for Sora. The Dazzling Gleam coming out, picking up the knockout on the Tornadus, but the key thing is he was able to set that Tailwind up once again, put that speed control back in his favor. It's really going to give him an advantage now going into the last few turns of this game because Kohei's lost his speed control. Of course, Sora managed that situation really well, making sure that the Tornadus went down before it had the opportunity to set that Tailwind up, and managing his Tornadus just a little bit better, making sure that his Pokemon was supported. Doesn't have to worry about that Sucker Punch, but now he's got the Amoonguss next to the Fluttermane. Can redirect that Sucker Punch, so it gives the Fluttermane a little bit more room to kind of maneuver, especially with that Tailwind supporting it going into this next turn.
There we go, Lee. It's the Rage Powder just wanting to protect the Fluttermane on Sora's side of the field. As Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam this time, super effective damage into the Chien-Pao, brings it right down to that Focus Sash and chipping away at the Fluttermane on Kohei's side of the field. Chien-Pao not falling for the trap with the Sucker Punch, going straight for the Ice Spinner and gets Amoonguss out of here. Now Fluttermane is incredibly vulnerable to something like an opposing Shadow Ball. Of course, Amoonguss has the last laugh in the face of that Chien-Pao, using the Rocky Helmet to be able to get the KO against it due to it being on only 1 HP remaining, but Fluttermane on Kohei's side is looking scary now.
Yeah, and the Dazzling Gleam coming out and picking up the knockout on Sora's Fluttermane. So doing a really good job here, and does have access to that Protect, but it has to face down against the Heatran in the back. But Sora's have preserved it for this point in the game. Going to be very difficult to deal with that Steel and Fire type Pokemon.
Yes, exactly. Heatran definitely has the type advantage against the Fluttermane. Interesting as well, Lee, we haven't seen any Terrestrialization in this match.
None at all, and I don't think either player really... It's been so fast-paced, I don't think any player really been back and forward with the Tailwind, just trading damage, and I think Sora's really taking the advantage there, and maybe it's something that Kohei thinks about going into Game 2, maybe Sora also kind of thinks about. I think because we didn't really see the Urshifu come out in this game, probably didn't need to worry about it with the Heatran too much. And Sora's really managed the game very well from his point of view, utilising that Heatran. But we are going into this final turn, going to see that Terrestrialization.
Going to see a little bit of sparkle on the battlefield here in Grand Finals of the Junior Division as Heatran goes for its Grass Terra typing here. Just wanting to make sure that it can maybe catch a Fluttermane going for something like the Terra Water and being able to catch it with a powerful Terra Blast. That's what we're going to see as well. Kohei clicking that Terrestrialization button as well.
We're backtracking now. 4 players going for that Terrestrialization. They've heard us as we see the Water Terra type come out onto the Fluttermane, the Grass Terra type onto that Heatran. But the Heatran also has at its disposal that Assault Vest. It's going to be able to take these big attacks from the Fluttermane even better. And it's the Terra Blast, which is the Grass type, going into the Water type. Fluttermane picking up the knockout and giving Sora a 1-0 lead in this finals match.
What a fantastic way to close out Game 1. Sora now 1 game away from becoming world champion. That was so fast-paced, and what a dramatic ending. Fantastic prediction, knowing that the potential from that Fluttermane was going to be that Terra Water and just being able to get it in that solid knockout.
Yeah, that was really, really fast paced. You know, both players getting their tailwind up, trading damage backwards and forwards. And I think the one thing you would say if you were Sora, you really took advantage of that rain dance turn where the Tornado spent a turn setting the rain dance up. Great for the Bleak Wind Storm, of course, for reducing the damage from those fire type attacks from the Heatran, which really didn't transpire. So in the end, you kind of put yourself at a little bit of a disadvantage because it meant in the end that you weren't able to get your tailwind up, and then you were kind of having at the disposal of Sora, who was able to utilize that tailwind with their own Tornadoes.
Yeah, and I think that was a great observation you made actually in the pre-game analysis about how tailwind's going to be going off on both sides of the field, but it really is about who potentially gets that second tailwind, is able to get that momentum. And as soon as the Tornadoes went down on Kohei's side of the field, that gave Sora the advantage and opportunity to be able to set that tailwind up again. The prankster ability, I think, coming in really, really strong. The other critical thing, I think, as well, was how the Iron Hands on Kohei's side really didn't play much of a role in this match. The fake out was null and void going into a ghost type, and then it just didn't have the flexibility to get off the field, come back in, and apply pressure on fake out into something like the Tornadoes there to maybe stop that second tailwind.
Yeah, that Bleak Wind Storm that came out when it switched in was just, it really put it kind of a few steps back from where Kohei wanted it to be. And I think you want to really get that Iron Hands onto the field in a much healthier position, because then the switch as well from the Heatran to the Fluttermane made it very difficult for the Iron Hands to get any utility. Going forward in that match, you were already down a Pokemon, and the Bleak Wind Storm's just continually firing out, and the accuracy not an issue anymore from Sora's side of the field just made it very difficult to kind of get a grip in the game. And I think when the Chien-Pao and the Fluttermane came back onto the field for Kohei, you don't really mind the Tornadoes going down at that point, because you feel at that stage, I've got my second tailwind up, I've got my Heatran in the back, I've got my Fluttermane in the back, I've got my Moongus to support everything for at least one turn. I'm kind of happy with this position going forward.
And I think this replay as well really highlights the support that the Tornadoes gave in this particular match. You know, getting those tailwinds up and then being able to go for those powerful Bleak Wind Storms without having to worry about the accuracy. And this is kind of my question to you now, Lee. At the end of the day, setting up that rain dance, it's great for Kohei to be able to hit his Bleak Wind Storms, but then you are giving the advantage to Sora as well. Do you think rain dance is going to be still something to be considered for game 2?
I definitely do. I think it might have to be a Pokemon choice. I'd rather see something like the Urshifu Rapid Strike come in for Kohei rather than an Iron Hand. Take advantage of that mechanic, especially with the typing as well, and you're taking advantage of the rain, because you think about the Mystic Water that the Urshifu is holding, the Water Terra type on top of that, and the rain also boosting that Surging Strikes. It's going to be doing some big damage. It also threatens the Heatran and almost baits it into having to go for that Terra type, which then if you're preserving your Tornadoes well enough, you can take advantage of those flying type attacks on that to threaten the Heatran from kind of both sides. So you've got the Bleak Wind Storm and you've got the Surging Strikes, so you're kind of pinning in the Heatran, which was such a problematic Pokemon for Kohei to deal with in that last game. And you've got to take your hat off to Sora, because he really managed his side of the field very well and kept that Heatran to the very last Pokemon against the Fluttermane, and from that point it was really kind of wrapped up, wasn't it? So I think from Kohei's side, a few adjustments. I think the Urshifu, like we've seen throughout this tournament, really takes advantage of that Chien-Pao's sort of ruin ability as well. So that would be the one thing I would say, try and make that adjustment here, but it's obviously down to the players and this is their choice, so it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one.
Well, game 2 is underway. Let's go back to the stage, and we have got the Tornadoes and the Fluttermane coming out for Sora, and then the opposing side, an adjustment here. Iron Hands has joined up, supported by the Tornadoes.
Yeah, the Iron Hands is a nice switch up here, because it does give you that fake out support. You can go forward into the Tornadoes on the opposite side of the field, set your tailwind up, so you've got the speed advantage going into next turn. The only thing is that you're not really going to get any advantage of that, because the Tornadoes, you're not going to be knocking it out this turn. It will just be able to set that tailwind up the following turn, and you kind of don't want to be back foot a few turns down the line where they've got one turn of tailwind after yours has run out, and if you haven't preserved your Tornadoes well enough. So it might be better off going for that wild charge into that slot, setting up your tailwind, letting them tailwind at the same time. Because the Iron Hand should be able to take an attack from the Fluttermane with that Assault Vest.
I completely agree, but we're going to see a few terrestrializations earlier in this game 2 than we saw in game 3. It's going to be on that Fluttermane here, going for that Terra Water. Just wanting to be able to apply a lot of pressure, keeping the defenses in check as well. No fake out coming through. It's going to be the Tailwind on Kohei's side, first of all, getting the speed advantage up. We've seen it seems to be the faster of the two Tornadoes, but the Tornadoes on Sora's side just going through those motions, getting the Tailwind up as well, as Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Significant chunk of damage, over 50% to both of the opposing Pokemon. As Iron Hand goes for the wild shot, catches the
Fluttermane! There's a huge turn here for Kohei, catching that thrustalization on the Fluttermane, turning into the water type and wild charging into that slot, taking a huge offensive presence away from Sora's side of the field.
That's how you make a comeback after losing game one, getting a one-hit KO against such a disruptive powerhouse as that Fluttermane. What an amazing start for Kohei.
That's a great start to this second game. After losing the first game, coming back in amazing fashion in this game, picking up the Fluttermane like that is incredible. Put him in a really good position going into this next turn, of course, taking away one of the biggest offensive threats on Sora's side of the field.
Honestly, I've got goosebumps right now, seeing that wild charge go down into the Fluttermane instead of the Tornadus that I felt was maybe the more obvious target. Like you said, trying to get rid of it before it can have that potential to go for a second tailwind later in the game was incredible. Urshifu, however, is now able to join the field in replacement of that Fluttermane.
Yeah, and now you do have the ability to kind of utilize that Urshifu a little bit more now, because it will have a bit more offensive pressure. You've got to be careful around the Iron Hands if you are Sora, because you've got, you know, the wild charge to still consider. That will do a big amount of damage to your Tornadus, of course. So doubling into that slot, you know, it's got the Assault Vest. You either force it out or you kind of just try and get rid of it this turn.
Yeah, well, there's the detect on the Urshifu, something Sora said that he was likely to be doing in this particular game, just preserving him from taking any damage from this Bleakwind Storm that outside of Raindance is able to connect onto the opposing Tornadus, doing a significant chunk to it as Tornadus also lands his Bleakwind Storm, but not enough to get the KO.
Just missing out on the knockout there, and the wild charge coming in and picking up the knockout onto the Tornadus and Sora's side. Kohei taking real advantage of this and a big lead in this game. Obviously the Urshifu protecting there, didn't want to take the Bleakwind Storm from the opposing Tornadus. He probably wasn't in a position where Sucker Punch would have picked up the knockout either, so you really need to manage that. It has got the Bleakwind Storm onto it now, so it looks like a Sucker Punch would be able to pick up the knockout as long as his tailwind is in effect.
I mean, in game one, we were saying how Iron Hands was kind of underwhelming, didn't really get much done. It has been a ton of events in this game too, getting 2 solid KOs. It has, I think, obviously, needing to give itself a little bit of a break, taking a lot of recoil from that wild charge. It KO'd itself, but now you get that Chien Power on the field. The issue is the Amoonguss. Amoonguss can go for those rage powders and redirect away any sucker punches, but then Amoonguss can also fall victim to something like the Ice Spinner coming out from that Chien Power.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. We saw how detrimental that was in the first game, and you've got to worry as well. The Tornadus has access to Taunt, not going for it here. That Sucker Punch comes out from the Urshifu, knocking out that Tornadus, getting rid of that supportive Pokemon, but the Chien Power being left alone here, going for a Sacred Sword into the Urshifu, and not enough to pick up the knockout, surviving, leaving the Amoonguss to go for the Spore, shutting down the Chien Power on Kohei's side of the field.
Oh, putting Chien Power to sleep, not going to be able to go for any sucker punches or Ice Spinners into that Amoonguss until it is able to wake up. But Urshifu's definitely going to try and have something to say about it. You know, having that Dark and Fighting typing as well does give you access to some great moves like the Wicked Blow here, or Sucker Punch as well, that can apply a lot of pressure. The Fluttermane on the opposing side definitely has to be wary, but at the same time, Fluttermane has the type advantage against that opposing Urshifu with something like a Fairy type move.
Yeah, and it definitely has a speed advantage as well. It can just throw out a Dazzling Gleam here and probably pick up the knockout. Doesn't need to worry about the potential Sucker Punch that could come out from that Urshifu though, so choosing to Thrustlight here might be an option, I think, because you can take away that weakness from the Fairy type. The Ghost type, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's no Terrestrialization left on Sora's side. We saw that already with the Fluttermane, so Urshifu is going to have to keep its 4 times weakness to those Fairy type moves. Honestly, I think the Fluttermane is the key Pokemon here for Kohei. You have to really consider how you want to preserve it, and there we go. Not going on the offensive quite yet, going for this Protect, just maybe wanting to see what the opposing Urshifu is going to do, because that Sucker Punch, even with Unseen Fist, isn't going to work onto a status move like Protect.
No, and I think the other thing you need to worry about as well is that Amoonguss, because it can, you know, if you're not going for an attacking move, yeah, if you do survive the Sucker Punch, you're still going to be susceptible to getting spored here. So the Amoonguss is still a problem Pokemon, as long as that Chien Power is still asleep.
Yes, that's the other nice thing that Kohei was able to play around there, burning through that guaranteed turn of sleep on the Chien Power. Now has the potential to be able to wake up, but it is in a very vulnerable situation. That Pollen Puff did a huge chunk of damage, and another one's going to be able to pick up the knockout.
Yeah, the Pollen Puff here, a really good supportive option in normal circumstances, but very good against these frailer dog-type Pokemon. Chien Power not going to appreciate that at all. The Fluttermane going for another protection, avoiding that Sucker Punch that's potentially going to come out, but the Urshifu going for a Detect itself this turn as well. The Amoonguss is going to be left to attack as the Chien Power is still fast asleep.
Yeah, all eyes really on the Amoonguss here. Going for that Pollen Puff is going to be able to get the KO against the Chien Power. I do really like this play though from the Protect on the Fluttermane, because it wasn't so much about getting that second Protect, it was about stopping that potential from the Sucker Punch. Unfortunately, Chien Power not able to wake up, and now this Fluttermane, you know, it's going to have to attack in order to get the knockouts. That's the only way you win Pokemon. And unfortunately, it's going to maybe have to take one of these Sucker Punches to do so.
Yeah, definitely, because if you want any damage onto that side of the field, you're going to have to attack, and doing so is going to mean that you're going to need to take a Sucker Punch. The big thing here is, though, that the Sword of Ruin ability has left the field now, so that Sucker Punch won't be hitting as hard going into this next turn. We are going to see it come out, and it does survive!
Just able to hang on. Dazzling Gleam is returned, but this Amoonguss in prime position to get that final knockout with the Pollen Puff in order to crown its trainer the potential world champion.
Yeah, and the Amoonguss is going to be a difficult Pokemon to take down here as it does go for that Spore once again, putting that Fluttermane to sleep. With only 10 HP, you've got to imagine one Pollen Puff is probably enough to seal this up for Sora.
Amoonguss not quite wanting to get the KO right yet, going for that Spore, just trying to put the Fluttermane to sleep, as we now have the last remaining Pokemon for both of our trainers, Amoonguss versus Fluttermane.
Yeah, and you can also look at the moveset that the Amoonguss has got on Sora's side of the field. It does have access to Clear Smoke, so it does have a way to damage that Fairy type. We are going to see Kohei go for this Terrestrialization onto the Fluttermane. Finally, it will be that Water Terror type, and hopefully it has to spend a turn this turn sleeping, so it needs to get through this turn. Can it get through this one turn against the Amoonguss?
This is the question. Does Amoonguss have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
What an incredible match. Congratulations to both the finalists, but congratulations even more to Sora, our new 2023 Junior Pokemon Video Game Champion. What an incredible showing from both of our players.
What an adrenaline rush for these players, for us, for the spectators. Everyone in the venue right now is electric with excitement. We have crowned our first world champion of the video game side of things here at the Yokohama Championship. Oh, it's amazing. I'm so excited.
I know, it's a great way for us to kick off the show today for the Video Game Championships, and that Amoonguss. What a, you know, it's such an iconic Pokemon in the Video Game Championships. What a fitting way for it to be the end of the Juniors finalists match today.
And I think as well, you know, felling so many great Pokemon, the Iron Hands really came out with a vengeance for Kohei there, getting strong 2 KOs, particularly that turn 1 going down into the Fluttermane. It was a fantastic adaptation coming into game 2, but Sora also able to make those amazing adaptations, being a master of this Regulation D metagame and able to make those calls to get the knockouts right at the very end. The Amoonguss, I think, getting the final one was amazing for me.
Yeah, and I think it just showed how good a Pokemon Amoonguss can be at disrupting your opponent, because without the Amoonguss, I think probably Kohei probably takes that game, but the ability to put Pokemon to sleep on the opposite side of the field, especially those big threats like the Shenpao, and just shut it out of the game completely, and then have the offensive presence as well to also knock it out, and then kind of do the same to the Fluttermane as well, supported by that single strike Urshifu, which was great to see, and that was the Urshifu that came out on top in that division.
Exactly, settling the debate of the Urshifu. If we take a little look at the replay as well to recap these critical moments for our players, the Dazzling Gleam doing a lot of damage to that opposing Chien-Pao, but it was really the Amoonguss that was able to finish it off there. Fluttermane going down as well. Some big knockouts early doors for these trainers.
Yeah, and it was really great to see the Terrestrialization in the end of that game 1 as well, especially that Heatran as well. I think we identified that as a really big component of Sora's road to victory here, and utilising it perfectly in that first game, switching it out when he needed to and preserving it for that end game where he was able to kind of lock everything up.
Exactly, and I think the really nice thing for me was those Fluttermane protects as well, really trying to play around the Sucker Punch. And if the Chien-Pao had woken up then, it could have been a very different endgame to that game too, being able to possibly get the knockout onto the opposing Urshifu, just allowing the Fluttermane to breathe a sigh of relief from those Sucker Punches. But unfortunately, Chien-Pao maybe a little tired from the end of a long weekend, just wasn't able to wake up in time.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate for Kohei in that last kind of few turns there. And I think that's that, you know, if you maybe Terrestrialize a little bit sooner as well to kind of nullify the Sucker Punch damage, it might give you a little bit more room, but it didn't really help you in the situation against the Amoonguss. You needed that Shenpao, like you'd say. I think if it woke up, then it would have been a different story, and maybe we're looking at the game for it, but that's not how it turned out, and Sora is our champion, and I believe our player's already on the stage for an interview, so we're going to throw it up to Anna. Take it away.
Thanks so much. I am here with Sora. Sora, you are a world champion. How does that feel?
ソーラさん、あなたはポケモン世界大会を優勝しました。ポケモンのワールドチャンピオンになりました。いかがですか？
家族にも恩を返せたと思うので、とても嬉しいです。
I've made my family proud and I'm just so happy.
We loved watching your game. There were so many great moments, but for you, what was the best moment in those games?
あのゲームの中であなたにとって一番いいポイントは何でしたか？
結構自分でも相手の動きを読めていたところがあったので良かったかなと思いました。
I feel like I really knew what my opponent was trying to do and I managed to read every one of his moves.
Yeah, you did. Now, there are people at home watching you who want to someday be standing where you are. What advice do you have for other players who want to be a world champion?
あなたみたいにポケモンワールドチャンピオンになりたい選手には何かアドバイスがありますか？あなたみたいに強いポケモン選手になりたい人にはちょっと一言ありますか？アドバイスとかありますか？
動画とかそういうのを見て、構築やプレイなどを学んだら、できるようになります。
If you watch videos online, you'll get the gist of it.
Great. Good advice. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, Sora. Casters, back to you.
Wow, what a way to be able to kick off our festivities here for the final day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships for the video game. We've already crowned our junior champion, and now it's time to head over to seniors to see who's going to take the crown. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang to take you through that match.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Japan sweep this World Championship.
It could happen.
One victory already in the juniors division, and we've got one Japanese representative in the seniors division, which Rosemary and I will be covering, and of course, one Japanese representative in the masters division. This is the first time that the World Championships has taken place in Japan. It would mean a lot to get a complete sweep across the board.
Oh, it really would. So 1 down, 2 more to go. Let's see if there's also anybody that could potentially get the upset here on the home turf, because that is another thing that we are looking out for, because it is an international competition and every single trainer has fought so hard to be able to make it to this point. When it comes down to these seniors division players, their journey is no different when you take a look at their top 8 bracket.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll be covering the grand finals featuring Tomoya from Japan as well as Robbie from the Netherlands. And I'm really excited looking at this top 8 because it has a lot of diversity in terms of country representation.
It really does. I look across the board and I feel like when it comes down to the seniors division, we always see, honestly, some of the hypest matchups, because just like the juniors, they do have their ability to see things a bit more creatively, but seniors, it's kind of a mixture of both. You still have that creativity that you found in the junior division, but now you're mixing it in with some of those high-level skills that we hope to see from these trainers heading into the Masters division in a few years.
I'm really excited to cover this finals in particular because I feel like in the Masters division stream, just throughout the last couple of days, we kept talking about one Pokemon, which was Gastrodon. Gastrodon did not really have a very good performance in the Masters division, but it is here in the grand finals on one side of the field. And you know what's on the other side of the field? The Rapid Strike Urshifu, which of course is one of the main Pokemon that Gastrodon likes to see and exists often to try to counter those Urshifus.
Absolutely. That's a dynamic that we've been looking forward to seeing, and to be able to find that once again in this grand finals, I'm so excited. And I think Lou and Lee would be excited about that as well, just knowing how much they also love their Gastrodons. But I'm drawn to a couple of other Pokemon in this particular matchup when I look at something like the Zapdos, that is also a really nice counter for something like the Rapid Strike Urshifu, especially when it does have the Water Terra, and that ability Static could come in clutch as its secondary effect.
Zapdos is definitely a Pokemon I actually thought would have a bigger impact here at this World Championship, and in the games that we saw across the previous days of competition, I don't think it really made that much of a splash, so excited to see it here in the Seniors Division. We've also got a couple of other sets, including Choice Spec Sylveon. Sylveon, a really interesting Pokemon because it just does so much damage. Often even a single Hyper Voice can really chunk away at teams. It often forces out a Terra, for example, and can bait out a defensive Terra immediately early on in the game. But when we look at the other side of the field, there's actually one Pokemon that Sylveon really does not like going up against, and that's going to be Heatran with Assault Vest.
And the Heavy Slam. That would put Sylveon into a position to be forced to Terrastalize. But, you know, Heatran too, it doesn't really want to be taking too much damage from something like the Urshifu on the other side, even just kind of looking at the Gastrodon too that has Earth Power. That is going to be a really nice way to be able to keep that Heatran in check. So this match is all about the Terrastalization mind games. When is it the right moment to be able to go for something like a defensive Terra?
Absolutely. One other Pokemon that I also have my eye out on here is Hisuian Arcanine. Now, I think these teams are actually really fun to look at against each other because it feels like they play in similar ways. You have a Tailwind user on one side, there's Zapdos, on the other side there is Tornadus. You have a Ground-type Pokemon, for example, Landorus Therian on one side, Gastrodon on one side, you have a Fire-type Pokemon, Hisuian Arcanine, Heatran, you have a Grass Pokemon, Rillaboom, Amoonguss, right? It's like...
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, there's like different, it like fulfills different checkboxes in terms of team building, but it's actually just different Pokemon on both sides, which I think in itself is really interesting. We've got Fluttermane on one side, of course, that is just the most commonly used Pokemon in this format. No Fluttermane on the other side, though, it's that Sylveon, which we were talking about, and then Urshifu on both sides, but one is Dark Urshifu, the other is Water Urshifu. So I think it's really interesting to see how these teams stack up, because most of these Pokemon feel relatively standard outside of maybe the Sylveon on one end, but Dark Urshifu is something that I'm personally intrigued by, especially because this is actually a Poison Terra set.
Yeah, the Poison Terra, that's been a Terrastalization type that I feel like a lot of trainers have been leaning into in order for a safe defensive Terra. You see this sometimes on the Galarian Moltres. We haven't seen a whole lot of that particular Pokemon in this World Championships, but we even saw it earlier on coming in from a Baxcalibur in the North America tournament scene. So maybe that's going to also end up playing a role here, but I love that you brought up the Zapdos versus Tornadus, because Robbie's team is naturally faster, but you still want to be able to make sure that you get speed control somehow in your favor, unless Tomoya wants to lean into a bit more of the bulk that his team provides.
Yeah, I think Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually a really interesting dynamic, of course both being used to set up Tailwind. Tornadus is the premier Tailwind user in this format because of course it gets access to Prankster, giving you that priority boost immediately. Zapdos, on the other hand, is a little bit slower, but it's bulkier as well. And Zapdos versus Tornadus is actually a pretty good trade-off for Zapdos because you can resist those flying-type attacks from the opposing side and retaliate back with a super effective Thunderbolt. This is a bulky Zapdos set with Citrus Berry and Roost as well, so it can sustain on the field for a fairly long period of time. However, for example, Zapdos here does not have Protect, so you do have to worry about just taking a lot of damage from, for example, the Heatran on the opposing side or the Fluttermane on the opposing side, and I think both of those Pokemon will be really critical for Robbie.
I'm looking also at the Hurricane that's going to be a part of this Zapdos set too. Hurricane is going to be a really great way to be able to keep like a Grass Terra Heatran in check. I'm also looking at the Rapid Strike Urshifu that would also not want to be on the receiving end of that. But there's so many ways as well that the Hurricane could just straight up miss. And also this Tornadus has Sunny Day. What a fantastic way to also be able to make that accuracy even worse.
Sunny Day is also just a really interesting move because it activates a bunch of different things on Robbie's team. You've got Heatran, first of all, so you deal more damage with your Fire-type attacks, primarily the Heat Wave. And you've also got Fluttermane, so it activates that Photosynthesis. That's one of the main reasons why Tornadus is also a really intriguing user. It can set up so many different weather conditions, and so the Sun here I think is super, super intriguing. The one downside if you set up the Sun, of course, is from the opposing side there is that Hisuian Arcanine, so you might be boosting the damage output of that Flare Blitz, and I think that's something that actually could be relevant if it's Hisuian Arcanine against Fluttermane specifically. One of the main questions I have in this matchup is how do you actually adequately deal with Fluttermane? Because if you look at Tomoya's team, for example, Zapdos, Rillaboom, Sylveon, Gastrodon, Urshifu, all of those take neutral damage from Choice Specs Fluttermane, so you kind of have to play defensively to try to get around it. There are some solutions. For example, there is the Assault Vest Arcanine. That's one of the reasons why this Pokemon's actually being used. It has a pretty decent matchup into those Fairy-type attacks, of course, and you can go for a defensive Terra, such as on the Urshifu, it's a Poison Terra, as well as Fire Terra on Sylveon.
I'm also thinking when you talk about like the special attack options, I'm looking at the physical attack options too, and that's also why not only am I drawn to the Hisuian Arcanine, but also the Landorus. We have previewed the match though. Let's invite our players to the stage for the Seniors Division.
Let's do just that. It is time for the Seniors Division Video Game Final. First, please welcome to the stage, Tomoya Ogawa! 友 Tomoya, it sounds like there are some people cheering very loudly for you here at home. How does it feel to play in the World Championships in Japan, where you're home?
日本での世界大会は今どんな気持ちでしょうか？
めっちゃ緊張してます。
I'm very nervous. Well, don't worry. You played well, and that's why you got here. Tell us a little bit about your team. What makes it special?
心配することはありません。今日使うチームについて少しでも教えていただけますか？
まあ変わったやつ使ってるんで、いいとこ見せたいですね。
I'm using quite a weird team, so I hope I can show off the best of it.
Do you feel confident versus your opponent?
自信の方はありますか？
いやーもう有り余ってますよ。
I have a lot of confidence today.
Good. All right, let's bring out your opponent now. Please welcome Robbie Shai. Welcome, Robbie. Your opponent said that they're confident. Do you also feel confident?
Yeah, I feel very confident.
Why is that? How is your team special?
I have a lot of comfort with it, and it has just been strong for me the entire tournament.
That's great. Is there anyone here or watching from home that you want to say hello to?
Yeah, just all my friends and family. Thank you for supporting me and watching.
Great. We are looking forward to watching your match. Thank you both so much. Casters will go back to you, and you all can shake hands and head to your stations.
They both sound really confident, which means I think we are in for an incredible match to be able to close out the World Championships for the seniors division. And what a better stage to be able to do it on right now.
I am so excited. This matchup, honestly, I think just looks really fun because of all those dynamics that we were talking about earlier. Once again, team compositions are somewhat similar in terms of kind of core typings, but actually very different Pokemon on both sides. And it feels so fitting to see an Urshifu versus Urshifu war in the finals, and for it to be two different Urshifu types, because I think Water Urshifu had a huge impact, especially in the Masters division in the previous couple of days, and it's really cool to see this dark Poison Terra Black Glasses Urshifu on Tomoya's side.
It really is, and when you talk about the Urshifu and also the ability that it has, I'm looking at how many protects are actually on both sides. Do you even feel comfortable going for that, and how is that going to affect your game plan when you know that an Urshifu may be waiting in the back? That's a common strategy we've seen all weekend long to try to preserve that Urshifu for those final turns.
Absolutely. Urshifu just such a strong Pokemon thanks to its ability, and when Regulation D came around, people expected it to be good, so I'm not surprised to see it be in the finals here, but I do think it's interesting to see how people have innovated around Urshifu. We've seen some sets, for example, yesterday featuring safety goggles as well as Choice Scarf. We've seen Sword Stand sets. And one of the things that I'm always really curious about with Urshifu is how are your Urshifus actually trained? I think when the format first started, people traditionally just ran max attack, max speed, and kind of just went from there, but it's typical, especially coming into the World Championships. I think a lot of people started moving a lot of investment away from, for example, speed and into bulk. And so I think that's one thing I'm paying attention to in this matchup if both Urshifus come out. Whose Urshifu is actually faster? And that I think might play a critical role in this matchup.
I agree with that as well. And you can see where some of the bulk may lie. I think Rillaboom is one of those primary Pokemon that we've used and seen be able to be one of those tanks for the team to try to soak up that damage, either as a defensive switch or just be able to make sure that you do have that fake out pressure. But we have also been able to see like Sylveon's very specially bulky. So that's another way that you can kind of lean into that on Tomoya's side. But for Robbie, that's a Moongus. That's really a Moongus for you.
Absolutely, yeah. I think one thing that's kind of funny here, by the way, is that the Amoonguss, of course, exists on Robbie's side, but the Sylveon actually has Sleep Talk on Tomoya's side, and so curious if that actually ends up being relevant, but let's quickly take a look at Tomoya's accomplishments here.
Tomoya was able to secure top 6 at the Japan Nationals this year to be able to secure his invite at the World Championships. And when you take a look at how he's also performed in these online circuits, that's a Global Challenge top 4 as well. That is so impressive when you think about how many different players that you were able to play against to even get to the point where you're playing in Japan Nationals.
Absolutely. So recapping his team was going to be Zapdos,
Dark Urshifu, Sylveon, Gastrodon, Hisuian, Arcanine, and Rillaboom. He said it himself, it's kind of a weird team, and a lot of these Pokemon have unique sets. For example, this Rillaboom is Ghost Terra leftovers. It does not have Wood Hammer. It's got Drum Beating, U-Turn, Fake Out, and Protect. Sylveon is a Choice Spec set. It's got Hyper Beam, Terra Blast, Hyper Voice, and Sleep Talk. You've got Hisuian Arcanine with Assault Vest, Fairy Terra, Terra Blast as well. Something that I think is fairly interesting. Gastrodon here is a Rocky Helmet set with Earth Power, Ice Beam, Yawn, and Protect. Zapdos is bulky. It's got that Citrus Berry. It's got that Roost and Tailwind combination as well. And as we mentioned earlier, Poison, Dark Urshifu with that Black Glasses.
A Black Glass is a very interesting tech to be able to have on this team, just to be able to boost up all those Dark type attacks. But how is it going to fare against his opponent? Robbie on the other side did get a top 8 at the North American International Championships this year, as well as also a back-to-back top 8 when you look at how he did it at the European International Championships too.
This is actually Robbie's first full season of playing competitively, so for him to have made it to the World Championship Finals is so impressive, especially after losing the top 8 of those last 2 internationals. Now he has the chance to claim his very first major title, and he's got a really strong team to support that. We already started talking about it a little bit earlier. My eyes are definitely drawn to that Assault Vest Heatran. Now this Heatran has the Heavy Slam, which we mentioned. Heavy Slam I think can be really interesting here, especially with Fairy Terras on the opposing side as well, and it just does large amounts of damage to something like Sylveon. Grass Terra Heatran, just one of the safest combos in terms of Terra in this format, and Robbie just has a lot of offense. You've got the Tornadus to set up the Sunny Day, you've got the Choice Spec Flutter Mane, you've got Heatran. The Landorus Therian here, pretty interesting by the way, it actually has a Citrus Berry on it.
That is very interesting indeed. When you look at how Landorus has usually been used for some of these, more recent formats, take a look at maybe something like a Choice Scarf or an Assault Vest to really be able to help out that Landorus do its job more effectively. But the Citrus Berry does give it a little bit of wiggle room when it comes down to how much damage it can take and how well you can actually use it as a pivoting tool to cycle those Intimidates.
I think both trainers have a lot of tools at their disposal. Coming into this matchup, what I'm looking at is where's the offense really coming from? I think from Robbie's end, the Flutter Mane and the Heatran look really, really powerful. Flutter Mane, I think, is going to force Tomoya to potentially go for a defensive Terra, like that Poison Terra on Urshifu, for example. Or you have to figure out how to basically weave in Hisuian Arcanine to not just let Fairy-type attacks run over you. For example, I think if you go with, like, Zapdos, Urshifu, Sylveon, and Gastrodon, and you don't bring the Hisuian Arcanine, Fairy-type attacks obviously do a lot of damage, and the only way you can really get around it is, of course, that Dark Urshifu. Dark Urshifu here, however, while it's Poison Terra, it doesn't have something like a Poison Jab, and so, of course, you can go for Wicked Blow onto Flutter Mane, but if Flutter Mane on the other side goes for that Fairy Terra, you might not actually get that one-hit knockout anymore with Wicked Blow, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Of course, you can then just follow it up with a Sucker Punch, but I think that's one thing to pay attention to. How can Robbie utilize Flutter Mane specifically to really just do massive amounts of damage and potentially force out a Terra? And then I think Heatran also just really difficult to deal with, quite frankly. It is very, very bulky, and there are so many special attackers on Tomoya's side.
I could totally see Robbie going for a more aggressive angle, leading with a Tornadus, going with a Flutter Mane as a great duo to be able to take advantage of something like the speed or the Sunny Day to get that photosynthesis boost right away. We'll have to wait and see exactly what proto boost it's going to provide over, but I'm also looking at, you can also lead the Heatran. But honestly, just go ahead and lead with that and start to get it ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the things here is kind of figuring out who do I want to Terra. If you go for Grass Terra and Heatran, it's generally pretty safe. It does now open some new weaknesses. For example, the Zapdos can click Hurricane onto the Heatran. You can, of course, get hit by Ice Beam from Gastrodon. One thing that I think would be really funny is Gastrodon versus Heatran, right? Because you're like, okay, Gastrodon should just beat Heatran. But then Heatran's like, okay, I'm going to go for Grass Terra, and now I'm going to go for Terra Blast. And then Gastrodon's like, well, I'm just going to Fairy Terra you. What are you going to do now? But then Heatran's like, I have Heavy Slam for your Fairy Terra. So I think this whole dynamic is just really interesting between those two specific Pokemon. And one other thing I'm curious about is just whether or not Gastrodon and Urshifu actually come out right. Normally, you want to bring Gastrodon just to make sure that Water Urshifu on the opposing side can't just freely click Surging Strikes, but Gastrodon can sometimes feel like dead weight, especially when Flutter Mane has a Choice Specs, has that Fairy Terra Moonblast on the opposing side, and you're up against this Heatran with that Grass Terra and Terra Blast.
That is definitely a way to put that Heatran into a sticky position, though, and that's where, yeah, the Zapdos can come into play, absolutely, to try to be able to deal with that. So we're looking at the defensive Terra timing here, coming out from Tomoya, and how Robbie can kind of take advantage of that to be able to get himself into a good position, but likewise, for the Terra timing on Robbie's side, you want to make sure you don't get pinned down when you use that Terra.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm really paying attention to is we're talking about Flutter Mane and Heatran on Robbie's side earlier. So for Flutter Mane, for example, right, sometimes you might just want to go for Fairy Terra immediately, start clicking Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. If Tomoya does not lead properly against that, that can just start dealing massive amounts of damage. So then my question is, okay, how does Tomoya actually respond to something like Fairy Terra Flutter Mane? It starts with something like Hisuian Arcanine. You could even potentially lead that immediately, just make Flutter Mane struggle a little bit more. Or that Poison Urshifu, right? If with Poison Urshifu, you can go for that Poison Terra immediately, then Wicked Blow into Flutter Mane. So one of the things I'm mainly curious about is, yeah, do we see Flutter Mane come out immediately and just start dealing large amounts of damage, or does Robbie use it to maybe bait out a defensive Terra / switch early on, switch out the Flutter Mane, and then bring it out in the late game and try to sweep with it?
What about Landorus?
Landorus is definitely an interesting one as well. Of course, the Citrus Berry set here, so it's not like a Solves. It will take a little bit more damage from these special attackers. Intimidate, though, very valuable, very good specifically into Hisuian Arcanine, right? You're like, okay, well, hey, if you're going to use the Hisuian Arcanine to counter my Flutter Mane, I'll just bring out Landorus and I'll just go for Stomping Tantrum onto you. So it's really interesting because it's like, yeah, you have some defensive options that maybe cover for the Flutter Mane, but then Landorus can go for example, Flying Terra Blast onto Urshifu or that Stomping Tantrum into Hisuian Arcanine.
So many different possibilities of how this match could play out, and that's exactly why it is so dynamic for how these two trainers can match up against each other. And so we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening as we start to load into this first game. It is a best of 3 to be able to decide it all. Who will be our senior division world champion? And it's going to be kicking off so soon. I can't wait to see what the leads are going to be.
What Pokemon do you want to see come out immediately, Rosemary?
I want to see the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane, but my heart says I want to see the Sylveon coming out from Tomoya.
Sylveon, I think, would be really, really cool. It's actually something that I'm really curious about, because if you're able to bait out the Grass Terra from Heatran, then Hyper Voice actually becomes a lot more effective in sweeping. I think the other question I have is, do we see Amoonguss come out from Robbie's end? I think it makes sense for Robbie to have it in the back. You could go a mode with like Tornadus, Flutter, Heatran, Amoonguss, for example, and then switch Flutter out into Amoonguss early on, bait out those Terras, put things to sleep, and then sweep with Flutter and Heatran. But here we go, Game 1 of the Senior Division World Championships, and there's Tornadus and Flutter. You called it, Rose.
And there's Sylveon! Oh my gosh! We got both of the fairy types on the field to be able to kick off this first game, and the Hisuian Arcanine is going to put a ton of pressure down onto the Tornadus, and that Flutter Mane's not going to be able to hit it very well.
Yeah, this is so interesting because right now you can go for Fairy Terra with Flutter Mane, maybe go for like Sunny Day, Moonblast into a Sylveon, but Arcanine really in a good position against the Tornadus and Flutter Mane. This is an excellent lead to specifically cover for Flutter Mane, and Flutter Mane is choice specs, right? So it's like you either just switch out, which is what Robbie's doing, or you kind of just accept you're going to take a lot of damage, but this means Sylveon can get a Hyper Voice, but there's that Heatran. That's an excellent switch in right now.
Fantastic to be able to deal with the opposing side. It's going to be a great defensive Pokemon to try to take some of these hits, but it's going to be the Rock Slide, and that's going to deal super effective damage onto the Tornadus, and the Hyper Voice to follow it up does take out the Torn. However, Robbie now has a unique opportunity to be able to bring in something else right under that Tailwind.
Yeah, one thing to note here is that Hisuian Arcanine does not have close combat, which it sometimes carries. So Landorus now hits the field, is able to go for an Intimidate, not valuable into the Sylveon, but of course quite good into the Hisuian Arcanine, and Tailwind is set up. The Sylveon here, of course, is locked into that Choice Specs Hyper Voice, right? So it's Fire Terra. You could, of course, get around the super effective hit from the Heavy Slam with the Fire Terra, but one play you could make on the opposing side is just go for Stomping Tantrum and Heavy Slam, which would cover for that Terra if it goes into Fire. Then the question is, does Sylveon potentially consider switching out? Let's say Zapdos is in the back, that would be really helpful, but it's going to be Arcanine pivoting out first.
So Arcanine gonna go ahead and take a little bit of a reprieve as the Gastrodon now is gonna be able to hit the field, and whoa, it's a double switch here on this turn. So we'll see that fourth and final, and then Zapdos. What a great switch.
So the question now is, what is going into that slot? It's going to be Stomping Tantrum into Zapdos!
The flying type is going to be able to keep it safe.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Great coverage from the Static!
Are you kidding me?
What a turn! What a turn for Tomoya to be able to read that switch, read those calls, and bring in the Zapdos at the perfect time.
The crowd goes absolutely wild right now. Gastrodon in a really interesting position. Of course, it has that Ice Beam into the Landorus. It has that Earth Power into Heatran. You, of course, have to worry about the Landorus now going for Stomping Tantrum onto the Gastrodon slot. This Heatran, of course, is that Grass Terra as well. So the Grass Terra, Terra Blast here. One play I think you could make is honestly just protect Gastrodon right now and set up a Tailwind with Zapdos, maybe even just Thunderbolt into a Heatran. right now, you have an early lead on Tomoya's end, right? So it's like trying to bait out a Terra, see what Robbie's going to do and follow up that tailwind, but an amazing first 2 turns.
And Fluttermane's going to come out in, just try to get some Intimidate cycles, keep that Landorus a little bit safe. But Zapdos has a great opportunity to go through the tailwind to now stagger, being able to have that speed
the
control.
Heatwave misses the Zapdos.
That's a huge miss on that Heatwave.
No Terras, it's just Earth Power, it's going to be Yawn. Okay, so putting on some pressure onto the Fluttermane. I really like the Yawn, honestly, because Fluttermane right now feels like it exerts a lot of offensive pressure, right? But if you decide to actually attack this turn, you're going to fall asleep, and Gastron could so easily protect right now. So Tomoya here could make a prediction, right, and say, okay, well, I think you're just go back into Landorus. You have a Terra, and I can just Ice Beam into that slot. So this is really critical, right? Does Robbie say, I don't think you're going to play safely. I'm going to go for a Fairy Terra and just Moonblast you here immediately. Or does he make the safe defensive pivot into Landorus? If he does that, does Tomoya call it? The other thing is we didn't see a Terra come up from either end right now, so there is a threat still of that Grass Terra Blast on the Gastrodon as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think there's a few Pokemon in the back that would not mind taking that too poorly. As we also look at, there's no Urshifu coming into this game. We've been able to reveal all 4 Pokemon on both sides.
Oh, no
but it's
switch,
time
no
for Terra,
switch, okay.
And there is no switch on the board. So let's see what is going to take that Terastallization. And it is the Fluttermane. We'll be getting that Fairy Terra type. Be able to boost up something like a Dazzling Gleam, a Moonblast. Take a few of these hits just a little bit better.
Does Gastron protect? It does protect! Goes for the safe play, and with Fluttermane not switching out, it's going to fall asleep after this turn. Robbie tries to play aggressively. Tomoya calls it, plays safely, gets the protect, and he's going to be in such an incredible position.
Oh, the Hurricane hits as well!
It's a little bit death damage on a Fluttermane, but critically, Fluttermane's going to fall asleep right now. Tomoya is playing lights out in this very first game of the World Championship Finals, and Heatwave misses Zapdos too, just adding insult to injury.
That is such a great turn, and now you said 2 turns got called completely right. It's going to be a 3rd added to that stay-up card, and we will have to see how Robbie's going to respond to this. But as it stands, Tomoya has hit the Tailwind just a few turns later. We'll get the speed control in his favor once Robbie's Tailwind expires, and this Fluttermane is asleep.
Yeah, I think for Robbie right now, if you want to mount a comeback, you have to make basically the perfect switch each turn, right? You don't have Terra anymore, so the Keytron, of course, is left exposed to a potential Earth Power. It's going to be Fluttermane making the switch, though. Another thing that's critical is now the Keytron just doesn't really threaten Gastron, so you don't really need to consider a Terra on that anymore.
But wait, after the Intimidate drop, what kind of attack did Tomoya go for?
Oh, it's Thunderbolt.
Okay.
Into the Landorus, okay.
Great switch there from Robbie to not
take that. And the Earth Power into the Keytron, super effective.
What?
Does not care about the assault as Heatran is now down. This Landorus can't even go for a Terra, so of course you can bring Fluttermane back out, but Fluttermane can't protect. It has to take a turn of sleep. You can very easily double up onto that slot with the Thunderbolt and an Earth Power. Try to just get the knockout onto that, and then Gastron just wins 1v1 against the Landorus. Tomoya, the defensive plays, the aggression onto Tornadus in the early game, and calling multiple turns to really just stall up this Tailwind. Really beautiful play by him so far.
It has been amazing, and this Landorus won't be able to do too much to the Zapdos on the other side. It is not carrying anything like a Rock Slide, and so the Thunderbolt into the Fluttermane, that's going to be the first attack, and it's just a critical hit. Gastrodon doesn't even need to follow that up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Earth Power here just to really play it safe, guarantee the knockout onto that slot. We saw a couple of Heatwave misses, there's the Earth Power. We saw a couple of Heatwave misses earlier and the critical hit, but I honestly don't think any of those impacted this game. The main thing is if you had hit that Heatwave earlier, maybe then you would think about more going for like a Moonblast on the Zapdos, for example. But I think in this game, there was just a huge lead, and Tomoya answered the Fluttermane perfectly, right? It's like if I have lead Arcanine and Sylveon, the Fluttermane is put into a really awkward position. So Tomoya's going to go up 1 game in this World Championship Finals, and I can't wait to see what lead adjustment Robbie makes here.
The lead looks so good as well. So much offensive pressure coming in from the Tornadus and the Fluttermane. But at the very beginning of that game number 1, Tomoya called it. You could see that in the leads that he ended up bringing with the Arcanine and the Sylveon and the Rock Slide to be able to catch the Heatran on the income and just be able to follow that up with even more spread damage from the Sylveon was perfect.
So my question now going into this next game is, okay, you saw this lead of Hisuian Arcanine and Sylveon. That felt so specifically designed to counter this Tornadus Fluttermane combination. So how do you now counter that? Do you think Tomoya will go back to it? Because if so, there are multiple answers to this combination, right? For example, you can look towards that Landorus variant form. That puts on a lot of pressure onto Arcanine immediately. lead, you can look towards leading Heatran immediately, right? We saw Heatran switch in earlier in the battle, but you just bring out it immediately. You have that heavy slam pressure on the Sylveon, you have that Earth Power pressure into Arcanine. You just go for Heat Wave, so you think, for example, it's going to switch out into Zapdos as well. So I think where this next game I'm really looking at is the leads, because I felt like Tomoya had a huge advantage from the leads in game one and was just able to execute perfectly even after the leads.
I agree, but every single turn you saw those switches just to be able to read what Robbie was going to be doing with his own Pokemon, working around those attacks. And now Robbie is going to be a little bit back against the wall, has to be able to bring it back in this next game. But Tomoya is one game away from being able to take the victory, and I'm sure he can taste it.
Oh my goodness, that first game was just absolutely wild. So cool to see that Sylveon, which we were talking about. And the reason why I think Sylveon is a really smart brain with the Hisuian Arcanine in particular is because, yeah, like Hyper Voice doesn't really do anything into the Heatran, but it still does so much damage into everything else. And a single Hyper Voice can really just snowball the game. So love this offensive lead from Tomoya to put on so much pressure. The Tailwind really didn't feel super relevant in that game either. And we did see the paralysis on the Heatran previously as well, but in the grand scheme of things, I think, you know, I really respect the play Robbie was trying to go for, because I do think some players would play really aggressively, go for that Ice Beam into the Flutter main slot, expecting to switch into Landers. And I think if Robbie gets that turn correctly, that last game actually looks really differently. So, yeah, I think definitely can give him credit for trying to make that prediction, but we'll have to see what lead adjustment he goes with. And I'm looking at Landers and Heatran maybe more as an early game lead. I think Amoonguss didn't come out in that previous game. The awkward thing about Amoonguss here is that it's the Dark Terra Amoonguss. So if you go for Dark Terra, well then you're suddenly weak to Hyper Voice from Sylveon, and so not sure that's the best answer into the Arcanine Sylveon lead specifically. There is also the Water Urshifu, which is quite good and can put on a lot of offensive pressure, but if you really feel comfortable bringing that into a matchup with Gastrodon, I personally wouldn't.
No, I think that's why we ended up seeing both of the Urshifu stay at home in that game number 1, non-factor. Maybe that changes heading into game number 2, but do we see that Heatran adjustment coming out from Robbie right away? Let's go ahead and find out as we jump into game 2 of the Seniors Division World Championship Finals. And there's the Heatran and the Landers from Robbie, and we'll see the Gastrodon and the Sylveon.
Tomoya says, I'm not going to go with the same thing again. There's no way you go with Tornadus plus Fluttermane. If Torn and Fluttermane had actually been led here, it would actually be a lot more awkward for Tomoya. But Tomoya expects the adjustment, brings that Sylveon with the Gastrodon this time around. And Gastrodon's so well positioned into a Landorus plus Heatran. You can Ice Beam the Landorus, like you can Earth Power Heatran. However, you still have to dance this awkward battle of where is Heatran going to target. It has that Grass Terra Blast. So I think from Tomoya's side right now, you really want to bait out a Terra and see if the Heatran actually commits to it. And the other thing is, who do you Terra, right? Do you Terra the Gastrodon defensively? Do you Terra Sylveon? The thing is, if you Terra either of these Pokemon, they suddenly become weak to other attacks that Landers and Heatran carry.
Exactly. So maybe we do end up seeing some sort of pivot, or you just lean into the Terra right away. Either choice.
Okay, no
it's
Terra!
No switches,
Okay, we're just
no
over damage!
Terras. That's a stomping tantrum into the Gastrodon, and the Landers is going to have to take a little bit of
chip.
chip.
But he
misses!
Oh,
the Gastrodon! Sylveon is still going to take a huge chunk, though, from that critical hit, but a Hyper Voice in return. Landorus is also going to get taken down so low, but there is that Citrus Berry coming in clutch for a little bit of that HP recovery. And let's see, Gastrodon going for the Air Power into the Heatran. No, Terra does not keep it super safe, and that is a low Heatran now.
So I think Robbie here, learning from the previous game, he split his damage in this one, but it makes a lot of sense because in game 1, we saw the Sylveon pivot out into Zapdos and just soak up so much damage. So in this end, Robbie's just looking for guaranteed free damage onto both slots, saying, hey, at least I know I am faster with my Pokemon right now. Very interesting to see no Terra on either end, right? Both players actually just kind of trade damage. Gastrodon's still looking fairly healthy. So now the question is, do you really feel comfortable carrying Landorus or Heatran? They're both such low health at this point. Sylveon still in an awkward spot, so it's like, do you want to consider switching that into Zapdos, protecting Gastrodon, for example? Curious if Zapdos is even in the back, but it does feel like a really consistent bring to cover for that Landorus.
Zapdos might also be the perfect response too if you expect something like an Earth Power to come out, but it is going to be the Fluttermane switch in for Robbie, as we're going to preserve that Heatran for later.
No
The stopping tantrum is just going to go into the Sylveon. The survival is huge! Hyper Voice in response, and Landorus is down for the count.
3 HP on this Sylveon. It gets so much damage. There's Earth Power on the Fluttermane. Oh, the Fluttermane does survive!
Close. That Sylveon sure does love its trainers. It's going to be able to hold on. And as we do see the Amoonguss now, nice adjustment from Robbie to be able to slow down the pace of this game.
Oh, but there's so much damage, and that's Sylveon, that's what I mean. Every single Hyper Voice puts in so much work. Fluttermane does critically survive that. I feel like if Fluttermane fakes her, the game is just over immediately. But the awkward thing right now is like, who do you Terra at this point? Fluttermane is at 9 HP, right? Amoonguss, it could Terra, but then it's weak to Hyper Voice. I mean, Fluttermane right now can go for like Fairy Terra and just go for like a Dazzling Gleam, but looks like it's just gonna try to not Terra and just get a free attack right now.
Yeah, but Amoonguss is actually critically running that Leaf Storm. So a nice way to be able to protect itself as the Gastrodon does go for that. Sylveon is just going to go down in this turn, but it has put in so much work in this game number 2 that it deserves a little bit of a rest there.
Absolutely. The main question I have is what's pivoting in. By the way, this Amoonguss does have Leaf Storm, so it actually has a way to deal significant damage and knock out the Gastrodon, but there's that Arcanine. That's the perfect Pokemon to bring out right now. Does not care for the Dazzling Gleams from the Fluttermane. Pressures Amoonguss with the super effective Flare Blitz. So now the question is, do you just give up your Fluttermane and play towards a Landorus endgame? I think that's what I would personally do.
I think you have to at this point, especially knowing that the Landorus also could Terrasilize there. You have to Terra Blast for a little bit later if you want to be able to try to put that type of damage down. But it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam. So Gastrodon, Arcanine just taking a little bit of chip here. So Arcanine is going to be able to rock slide in response. It does get the knockdown onto the Fluttermane, but is the Amoonguss going to even be able to
Does
move?
it flinch is the question right now. First Ice Beam coming out. That's also a lot of damage. Doesn't get the knockout.
Doesn't get the knockout. It is a crit. That's a lot of damage. But Amoonguss is going to use the score into the Arcanine, putting it to sleep.
Oh my goodness, this is so tense. One thing to note though is that this Amoonguss does not have Pollen Pump. So unlike some traditional Amoongusses, you can't just consistently heal up. And so, yeah, there's the Heatran just coming back out into this battle. But, oh, the Pokemon are just at such low HP right now.
This is a nice position to be in though, because you do have the Heatran out. It could go for something like the Terra Blast to be able to pick up the Gastrodon. Arcanine is asleep, so there are a few turns that Robbie has bought himself to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. You're at least in a position where you can put on pressure onto both slots. For example, the Heatran here can just go for Grass Terra, Terra Blast on the Gastrodon, right? So the question is now you're playing around when does the Arcanine manage to wake up? And there's the Grass Terra coming out.
I think you just have to go for it though. Especially when Tomoya is in just a little bit of a better position heading into the later parts of this game, knowing that we do still have that one and final Pokemon in the back. Arcanine taking its mandatory turn of sleep. It's gonna have to get through that if the Heat Wave comes out now. Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastrodon survives! It's just a sliver of HP!
It's the Arcanine sled, that means Gastrodon gets an attack off! It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. But instantly Amoonguss snaps down. It's a 3v1 now. And I don't see how Robbie can win this anymore.
Heatran is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastrodon, the Arcanine, there's still that fourth in the pack. It's going to be the Sylveon that ticket. Like, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle was just canceled. And Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
That's 2 for 2 for Japan here at the 2023 Video Game World Championships, winning in the Juniors Division, winning in the Seniors Division. Congratulations to Tomoya. What a phenomenally played set. That first game, just perfectly played, and the second game, the adjustment to bring back Gastrodon instead, and to do it with Sylveon, bros. You and I were talking about, we're like, does Sylveon come out in this matchup? You are up against a Heatran, but Tomoya decides, I'm going to bring it. I would not have bet on it to win a World Championship this year, but Tomoya, with what he said was a very weird team, is going to claim the title with some masterful play. And you can see how happy he is. You can I just love seeing the emotions. Congratulations, Tomoya. Take a bow, sir.
What a phenomenal team.
Wow.
The crowd is going absolutely wild. Tomoya was able to bring it home for his home region. And that's going to be another win for Gastrodon also. Can you believe it?
I love seeing Tomoya just really soak up the moment on the stage. Loved his speech beforehand as well. And just an incredibly played finals. His team honestly does have so many what looked like somewhat standard Pokemon, but the way he plays it is just, I think, really intriguing, and I thought that he led perfectly in both of those games and really just pushed the expansion so much. But I think Robbie, fighting back in that one and going with a different lead, which I thought was really well done. Sometimes, though, it can be really tough when your opponent is just kind of one step ahead in terms of those lead adjustments. And that game would also look really differently if Sylveon had just fainted on that turn with survived with 3 HP.
Absolutely. I mean, there were so many critical survivals. You saw the Fluttermane, the Sylveon. The Fluttermane was so important for Robbie as well to still have a chance to be able to get back into that game. And he got himself to a position where there was still an out, but some smart calls from Tomoya, not just from the leads, but also how he targeted down onto Robbie's side. That sealed the game. What a masterclass.
Yeah, I think to explain Robbie's plays in games 1 and 2, when you're down in a match, sometimes you feel like you need to make really big predictions to get back into it, and I think being able to identify that in itself is actually a really key skill in the game. So it didn't end up working out for Robbie, but I could see a world in which Robbie just get this one big prediction right, and it just completely brings him back into the game. The plays I'm thinking about are specifically in game 1, Fluttermane going for that Fairy Terror, trying to just snipe down the Gastrodon, and then in game 2 going for that Grass Terror and opting for Heat Wave instead. And Robbie, of course, had a little bit of misfortune throughout the course of the set with a bunch of Heat Wave misses, but ultimately I thought Tomoya just played a really phenomenal set.
Major credit to Robbie, though. First season of competitive play, ended up getting to the finals of the World Championships. That is incredible, and I cannot wait to see what is going to happen for both of our trainers. But let's head over to the stage and celebrate Tomoya Ogofua's victory in the World Championships this year.
Thanks so much. Tomoya, you were rolling on the ground. You're crying. Are you okay?
床に寝っ転がっていましたが、大丈夫でしょうか？
手をぶったたきすぎてくっそ痛いんですけど。
I hit my hands, so they're really sore right now.
You also, were you filming? Did you take a selfie with the crowd?
自撮り撮りました？
撮りましたよ。後であげます。
I did.
I've never seen someone do that before.
今まで見たことがありませんでした。
The casters backstage said they thought that first game might have been completely flawless. It was perfect. Did it feel flawless to you?
裏のキャスターが言っていたのは、完璧なもう振る舞いでしたということだったんですけれども、今の気持ちはいかがでしょうか？そうでしたか？
いやー、やばいっす。サムズアップです。
Just a big thumbs up.
Great. Now, there are so many people here giving you thumbs up as well. Is there anyone you want to say hello or thank you to?
皆さん、観客の方からも、大きなサムズアップされていますが、他に応援されている方からへのメッセージなどありますか？
いやー、ありがたいですね。
Thank you, everyone.
Now, one last thing. You now are a world champion. What comes next?
世界大会のチャンピオンとなりました。次は何が起こるんでしょうか？次は何ですか？次の目標などありますか？
大学行かないと。
I do have to go to university next, so
okay,
that's
that
coming up
sounds good.
next.
Good plan. All right, thank you so much, casters. Back to you.
This is the one you've all been waiting for. Over the course of the weekend, we've had 7 finals already. There's one more to go. It's going to be the Video Game Masters. 333 players came through this tournament, but only 2 remain. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by the man who needs no introduction, but he gets one anyway. It's Scott Glaser.
Great to be here. So excited to see this match. I think we're going to see another banger. That last game was so exciting, and I think we've really gotten to see a lot of fun matches here in the Video Game Championships at the World Championships.
Yeah, I know some people excited for the Gastrodon being able to claim another World Championship title. It's doing pretty well, but it's not going to be a feature in our Masters Finals, which is exactly what we have to close out the day. This has been a really incredible tournament. It's obviously our first year playing in Scarlet and Violet. We've got all these fun new mechanics, fun new Pokemon, and you said it's going to be a banger. I'm going to certify it as a banger just ahead of time, knowing that both players are going to play their absolute finest for us. It's just, honestly, Scott, like, how do you feel coming into this finals? Because we've had a great weekend so far. There's no way it can disappoint, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that we're in another fun match here. I think at the World Championships, we're always kind of hoping with the finals you get two different regions, two different countries facing off. I think that it should be a lot of fun to see if Japan can get the sweep. Looking really good in the video game championships once again this year.
Yeah, it is, of course, Europe versus Japan when we go down to the regions. Really, that was the theme yesterday. When we got into the bracket, we were running down it between the two of us, and I remember seeing so many of those Europe versus Japan matchups. There was a few where each region had to take on each other, but the two trainers we have, I think, are some of the most exciting that we've seen. We've got basically a brand new trainer, first year, competing in the video game championships against a player who's been on the fringes for a little bit, been a player that's very well respected in his region. A lot of people scared of the team that was being bought, but really, it's about time to see him up on this final stage.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Shohei does here. I think he's been someone we've enjoyed watching for a long time. I think the creative types in the video game championships are always really well regarded. It's so tough to make an effective team in this format, and I think with this being the first Regulation D tournament of the year, some really great team builders did get rewarded with these deep finishes.
Yeah, well, we can look at the two we have remaining and their journey that they took to get here through the top 8. Michael Kelsch having to play off in one of those all-European matchups in both top 8 and top 4, but advancing with aplomb 2-0 in both of those. Shohei Kimura, of course, having a very tough run. There were some tough games as well in the rounds before this, but taking down a European, and then, of course, making sure we had an all-Japanese semi-final, and that we were going to have the regions facing off.
I think just the way we want it, right? A great way for this to finish up. And I think a fun story between the two players. One player who, it's his first season competing, had to fight through day one of the competition. We haven't had a player in the Masters Division of the Video Game Championships win from day one since Wolf Glick did it in 2016. It's only ever happened once. On the other side of the field, we have a veteran that I think is a very well-respected player, but, has kind of struggled to get that big finish at the World Championships. Always like right on the cusp, but hasn't been able to make it through. And a player that, I guess, unlike most trainers in Japan, has gotten to compete at the international stage a lot. I think most of us would consider the Japanese National Championships to be the most difficult tournament outside of the World Championships. And because of that, we don't get to see the same players in this region competing internationally too often. But Shohei is someone who has gotten to play at some international championships before, so I'm kind of curious if that gives a little advantage here, comfortable playing against players from all over the world.
I mean, if you're speaking of comfortable, you do have to talk about Michael's run through the past couple of days. Overall record, 14-1. That is pretty impeccable, making it out of day one of those really tough tournaments, a lot of players vying to make it to day 2, and then, of course, keeping that momentum up in day number 2, and what it looked like to be cruising through the top 8 bracket, so in a really good position. Of course, Shohei didn't have an easy run either, came in at day 2, still has to play a bunch of really good players, and had to go through that extra round as well to level up our top cut, taking down Hirofumi, which I think a lot of players in Japan were really backing coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I felt like whoever won that game had a great chance of getting this far, and sure enough, we do end up seeing Shohei in the finals. I'm really excited to see Michael as well. I think he mentioned that he wasn't sure if he was going to make it out here, and it's kind of funny. Some players, it's like the rest of the season is kind of just preparation for Worlds, where it's like see someone where he was happy just qualifying for the World Championships, right? Was able to make it out here and earned a really good run. I think it's kind of cool comparing the two players, where you have Michael, who prepared for this tournament with a lot of online grassroots tournaments. It's kind of the way we do things in the West, where there's so much geographic distance between us that you can't have a whole lot of locals. Where, on the other hand, a lot of the Japanese players were, kind of all grouping up and competing in person. So, sort of fun. I think there's great champions of both sides, with one Western player against one Japanese player, kind of showing the best of both different ways to prepare for this tournament.
Well, Michael as well, coming in, only starting play in December, I believe. Of course, we didn't quite start official tournaments. Has played some other kind of online formats, is very familiar with Pokemon, but adapting that skill set and being able to bring that to the VGC format, really impressive to do that in such a short amount of time, then take that really short amount of time, get a Worlds invite, and convert it to a finalist appearance. That is incredible. Shohei, I know, has been around a little bit longer and really worked through things on those big stages, but we've been talking about them enough. Why don't we take a little moment to meet our players?
I used Farigiraf for this tournament, which was not seen anywhere at all, and I am really proud of it.
力きりパリグラフというポケモンが一番かなり厳しいので、それをどう倒すかが鍵となるかなと思ってます。
He's a very good player. I really wanna beat him.
It's gonna be a forfeit here from Mao, and Shohei is gonna win this series 2-0 to move on to the finals of the Pokemon World Championship.
自分が一番強いと思ったポケモンを6体の構成を使って、まあ絶対に後悔しないような選択をするようにしました。
5 years ago, I started watching Worlds every single year, but never had the chance to compete myself. So I decided to compete this year. It has been such a blast.
VGC は2015年の世界大会の決勝を見て、それの日本人対決を見て、本格的に頑張ろうと思って始めました。
To win the World Championship. It's always been a dream for me, and this dream is so near now. I gotta give it my all.
自分の実力が証明できる舞台にもう立っているので、このチャンスを生かしていこうかなと思ってます。
It comes down to this. The Pokemon Video Game Masters Division Final. Please welcome your first player, Michael Kelsch. Welcome, Michael. You said you've been watching Pokemon so long. How does it feel to now be standing on this stage yourself?
It feels incredible. It's been such a blast. This whole tournament was so amazing, and I'm here and I'm ready to give it my all.
What does giving it your all look like? What are you going to have to do to come out on top in this match?
I will try to do my best. I'm here for a reason, and this reason is to win the World Championship.
We won't ask you for any secrets about your team, but if you could tell the audience one thing to watch for, either your play style or something cool that's coming up, what would you tell them?
I have a surprise for you.
Ooh, I like a surprise. All right, anything else you want to say to anyone watching?
Thanks for everyone who cheered for me so far. I will try my best to win for all of you.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. Now let's bring out your opponent. Everyone, please welcome Shohei Kimura! Welcome, Shohei. How does it feel to be representing Japan here in the World Finals?
日本の代表としてここまでたどり着いてきて、日本の世界大会で出場できてどのようなお気持ちですか？
嬉しいです。
I'm happy about it.
Good. I'm glad you're happy about it. About your play, are you happy about that too? Are you feeling very confident?
これからの試合ですけども、結構勝てる自信はありますか？
かなりないです。
I don't really have any confidence at all.
Oh, no confidence at all. Well, what will you have to do in order to become confident and win this match?
これからの試合に自信がつけるようにどういうような流れを見たいか。これからの試合において自信がちゃんとつけるようにどういう風な相手からのポケモンだったり技だったりを見て自信がやっとついたと思えるようになりますか？
Ice Cream Crash.
Okay. Is there anything else that the audience should watch for while you play?
でぜひ皆さんに注目してほしい、自分のチームのアピールポイントっていうのがあったら何でしょうか？
総合力。
総合力。Yeah, just sheer power.
All right, last thing. Anything you want to say to the audience or anyone you want to thank?
今見ている人々の中で特にご挨拶とか感謝の気持ちを伝えたいご家族とかいますか？
メイちゃん、メイ、daughter, no daughter,
わかんない。
自分の
娘じゃない。めい、おい。
Oh yeah. I want to say a shout out to my niece.
Oh, very nice. Thank you so much. We're very much looking forward to watching you both play. So let's get to that right now. Casters, back to you.
What a fantastic pair of finalists we have. It's definitely two different approaches. I'm pretty excited for this surprise. I hope we get to see it. And I definitely think that Shohei is playing it a little bit coy there, maybe trying to keep things a little bit calmer going into this finals.
Yeah, I think so too. Perhaps his surprises are so surprising he doesn't even want to warn us about them.
Yeah, no, he's already said, I'm going to be able to do well. He's had a really fantastic tournament so far, so excited to see what this match brings for the two of them. I mean, I really hope we get to see it go the distance. There's so many nuances to this team as well on both sides, right? They're two very different approaches to team building, and I think that's going to set us up very, very successfully for a really good set.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how these players prepared. One of the things that's really unique about Finals Sunday in the Video Game Championships is the players get so much more time to think through this matchup than they normally would. They don't have each other's open team sheets over the night, but usually by this point in the tournament, you have a pretty good idea what your opponent's running. You get to come in with a much better thought-out game plan than you would if you only had, a couple of minutes to prepare. I do think it's worth considering because of that. Everyone kind of knew Shohei's team already, right? Where I think it was something a lot of people were pretty scared about last week, where they realized how strong both it and the team was. So I'm not going to be such a disadvantage to have that extra preparation time for him. Except that I know, and can look at the other side of the field, I think there's a lot of people in that social circle who are very good at preparing for a match given some extra time. So I think both players are going to come in with a great game plan.
I mean, Shohei is the team builder extraordinaire. He's well respected within his community for being able to come up with essentially what people are considering the best team. Has answers to everything. It feels very, very confident. On the other side of the coin, we've got the Farigarath, right? Let's just get right down to it. He led with it in the video, and it's something that we were thinking, when are we going to get that unique pick? Well, we found one in finals, so it's just something that really stands out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if that Farigarath appears in the battle or not. It's a Pokemon that a lot of us were looking at before the tournament started, and there's kind of this weird dichotomy with it, right? It has so many different potential benefits. Blocking priority moves, its ability in particular, is just incredibly powerful in this format, but it's got a lot of nice utility qualities. Normally knows Trick Room, normally able to negatively influence the opponent's field in some way on top of that, but low stats. We'll have to see what he can do with it.
I think those low stats are a little bit deceiving. I think it does bring a whole lot to a battle, and I think, being able to block Aquajet, Sucker Punch, those are moves that are pretty relevant in this matchup, so could cause problems. Let's dive a little bit deeper, though, on Michael's history. It's very short, but it's very sweet, because it ends with a World Finals appearance, top 8 in Bochum, then Utrecht top 32, Malmo in top 64. So just the 3 events in Europe. All you need to do is get your foot in the door and look what you can do with it.
Yeah, I think the poise he's shown at these World Championships has been really impressive, considering these accomplishments, right? Where I haven't had a lot of chances to be in these top positions. This is his first time appearing on stream. A lot of added pressure here, but he's done very well so far.
Yeah, really, really interesting team as well. When we start with the Farigarath, the one that he even talked about himself, the Chien-Pao, Dragapult, Urshifu, Rillaboom, and Heatran rounding out that team. A lot of interesting choices on there. The Dragapult, something that obviously did very well recently in big events.
Yeah, funny to see it again, right? Where it's the second regulations in a row where we're talking about the combination of Chien-Pao and Dragonite being on the threat list, but we're ending the format with Chien-Pao and Dragapult instead.
Yeah, well, it did sort of show up at NAIC, so maybe it can take another big title, but Shohei's resume looking a little bit longer and going back quite a bit further. Top 4 at Japan Nationals in this season, top 32 at Worlds last year. 2019 made top 16 at NAIC, definitely traveling, like you mentioned earlier, Scott, and then in 2017 was a Japan National finalist. He's done so well in Japan, and I think Worlds has always been that bit of a hurdle for him. Now he's given the opportunity to convert.
It really seems like he's figured it out. We can see his group of 6 Pokemon there. As I mentioned before, something that a lot of players have been looking at as one of the teams they really need to have a good answer to. I think one Pokemon to keep in mind there is that Iron Hands. It could be a really critical Pokemon in this matchup, and it's looked really good on stream all weekend. Always seems to be the last Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, Iron Hands, Amoonguss, there's real staples so far. Obviously pairing off with the Fluttermane, which has been such a big thing in so many of these matches. But it's going up against a different Ghost type, and maybe that could add something a little bit different to this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how it plays out. We saw a pretty bombastic semifinal match, but senior division final match where Pokemon are kind of being knocked out left and right. It's a very aggressive game. I wouldn't be shocked if we see similar pacing here. Both sides have very strong offensive options. They also both have the Chien Pao. We've been seeing some pretty quick games when both players have that, because the whole point of the Pokemon is that it helps enable physical attackers to dish out a bunch of damage. So again, likely to see on the field a pretty high percentage of the time, and particularly strong next to that Dragapult. I don't know if I'm still a little bit traumatized from seeing the devastation it caused at the North America International Championship Finals, but it'll be interesting to see if Shohei has a better answer than we saw in that matchup.
It's certainly something, when left unchecked, that can cause some problems, but the Chien Paos can do the work too. I mean, Icicle Crash feels like a really good choice here when you're looking down at Dragapult, looking down at Rillaboom. But one thing we do have to talk about, and something that is actually going to be huge in this matchup, looking across the teams, is the use of terrestrialization. It's obviously our mechanic for this year, and a good use of that mechanic could swing a match very drastically. You've got plenty of Pokemon who are able to terrestrialize defensively and help themselves out, obviously drop some of those weaknesses and push themselves into a way better position.
Yeah, I think it's going to be particularly important because there's a bunch of Pokemon in this matchup that can't protect. Michael in particular, only half of his team is able to protect with the Choice Band on one Pokemon, a Choice Scarf on another, and then an Assault Vest. So maybe some sort of defensive terrestrialization could be very important in this matchup.
I mean, does protecting really matter when you've got Urshifu on both sides anyway? Just being able to use the Unseen Fist ability to just land those attacks guaranteed. You may as well just go all in.
Yeah, I think it's a really clever metagame adaptation, right? Where perhaps anticipating correctly that most of the top teams would contain one of those Urshifu, able to avoid being one of those situations where an item does nothing, which could be the case for one of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. The safety gap is not looking like it's going to be doing a whole lot for the Landorus in this matchup.
Not great value for the Landorus of just not being able to deal with something like the Amoonguss, but I do still think Landorus can do some good work. It can maybe force something like the Heatran into using its Terra typing of Grass, and just being able to try and deal with some of these really kind of hard Pokemon to get around could be a definite use of it. It's also, being able to bring the Intimidate is going to help out quite significantly against some of these Pokemon on Michael's side.
We're about to get in the game here. I'm eager to see what both players bring. I think Michael's side maybe a little more limited in what Pokemon he can select, but should be interesting to see what we get. Interesting combination of Pokemon starting this one out.
Well, Michael delivers on turn 0, turn 1, with both the Farigiraf and Dragapult taking the field as his lead. It's going to be Chien Pao and Amoonguss from the side of Shohei, but I guess the unique things on Michael's team are right at the fore of this final strategy.
Yeah, and I think we see a situation where it could matter a lot. We heard in the interview that Icicle Crash could be a key element of this match. I guess the reason why is because that Farigiraf is going to make the potential sucker punch for this Chien Pao not nearly as threatening this Dragapult than it would normally be.
And the Dragapult is really in a sticky situation, but it's not going to be from the Chien Pao this turn, as Shohei switches it out in place of that Urshifu. So that'll be landing on the field, ready to do some work next turn, leaving just the Amoonguss. We're getting terrestrialization in turn number 1. It is going to be on to the Amoonguss, so trying to keep itself safe with that very standard now defensive water terrestrialization, making sure that it's not being caught by something like the Psychic out of the Farigiraf. Dragapult kicks us off with a Dragon Dart, though, getting a good chunk of damage down onto both of them, but not really threatening anything else. The Farigiraf does follow up onto the Amoonguss, will not get the knockout thanks to that Terra typing, will of course activate the berry, so Amoonguss looking pretty healthy after it's just tanked up a couple of attacks from Michael's side, and in response it's able to spore and put this Dragapult right to sleep.
And Dragapult not getting a whole lot done there. Able to dish out some damage, but a little different approach to the Dragapult than we saw in the North American National Championships, right? Just a bunch of Phantom Force there, which in this case would have avoided the Spore for a single turn, but still a bunch of damage going down on the field. And I think it's something that Shohei's going to have to be careful about, right? Potentially some powerful offensive Pokemon on the backside of the field, and Michael's side, if things get weakened, maybe you can pick up a chain of knockouts, even if you fall behind in the score early in the match.
Yeah, being able to keep the momentum going is going to be absolutely huge in the matchup between these teams. Dragapult is definitely in danger. Now it's asleep, and it didn't really get much done in that first turn. That side of the field for Shohei, though, is going to keep on being a revolving door of Pokemon, as Urshifu leaves just as quickly as it came in. He reveals his 4th and final Pokemon in that Fluttermane. Farigiraf will leave the field, not feeling like it needs to protect against something like the Sucker Punch, as Rillaboom comes in. That is going to be a bit of a problem for that Amoonguss down the line, potentially. It's a water type. Grassy Surge will get that grassy terrain set up. Dragapult will remain asleep for this turn, and Amoonguss is going to try and Spore, so a great switch for multiple reasons there for Michael Couch.
Yeah, A great switch on the Flutter Mane as well. Sort of a strange situation here. That Dragapult, as we see with most Dragapult, is holding the Choice Band item, so not going to be able to avoid staying locked into a Dragon-type attack against the Flutter Mane. But one of the fun parts of that move is it won't target a Pokemon that's immune to it, so, the Amoonguss perhaps looking a little scared facing down both Rillaboom and a Dragapult that now could potentially wake up.
It's a little unfair to the Amoonguss. It's doing so much work trying to set the board up for Shohei to sweep through, but in exchange it's going to get 2 Dragon Darts if this Dragapult wakes up. To keep that in mind, he's just protecting it this turn, doesn't want the Dragapult to wake up and get the knockout, as it will remain asleep. So this is going to be a good old turn for the Flutter Mane as it fires off the Dazzling Gleam. Dragapult definitely not able to take that one, and it's going to be our first knockout here in the Masters Finals. Rillaboom, though, will Woodhammer, targeting correctly in the Flutter Mane, and a critical hit takes down the Flutter Mane, so doesn't fall for the protect on that Amoonguss, and it's 3-3 already. Rillaboom taking a good amount of recoil, making sure it gets to activate a berry as well, so it's going to heal up with the Citrus Berry, and now we're in a very sticky situation as both trainers have to replace their fallen Pokemon.
I'm excited to see what this final Pokemon on Michael's side of the field could make a big difference here. It is a disadvantage in a video game championship match if you have to reveal all your Pokemon first, go on the other side to plan a little bit, but both players kind of wind up in a position there where, kind of regardless of what they thought in the back, they almost had no choice but to trade.
Yeah, I think that was the really big turn for both trainers, right? You've got to get a knockout there on the Dragapult or else it's going to start waking up and causing problems with those Dragonards. But Michael, getting the Woodhammer knockout onto the Flutter Mane means that one of those big offensive options is gone. Farigiraf will take the field, so definitely trying to help out as Chiempao comes back in for Shohei. That is going to put a huge amount of pressure down onto this Rillaboom. It certainly does have an answer that could potentially be used, but Farigiraf is making sure that no sucker punches come out from that side.
Yeah, interesting spot here. One thing to keep in mind is Farigiraf. It's not really the traditional Trick Room you see here with both of the 2 quickest Pokemon in the matchup being on Michael's side of the field, but Farigiraf does know Trick Room would be an option perhaps for trying to get this Rillaboom in a situation where it doesn't just immediately get chunked by Icicle Crash.
It doesn't want to just take one of those for free, especially considering it's already lost a good amount of its health and used its Citrus Berry. Farigiraf can almost try and help out on the offensive though. A couple of offensive choices on that side to help out. It is going to be the Terrestrialization from Michael's side, saving it for a little bit later, and he's going with the Rillaboom, trying to keep it safe from that Chiempao with the Poison-type Terrestrialization, one that is going to be pretty hard to answer with the options that are selected by Shohei. There's the Icicle Crash, the Rillaboom will take that much better, sticking around, but Rillaboom flinches! This is a big, big turn as it's not able to get anything done, and the Spore onto the Farigiraf means it's not able to act. Michael was trying to set up so much in that turn, maybe just take out the Amoonguss, but not getting it done. What a huge momentum swing.
Oh, we saw a bunch of crazy turns in the senior division match, and they're happening right again here. Perhaps if that doesn't happen, Rillaboom's able to knock out the Amoonguss, that Sport never happens. Likely Trick Room goes up, we're looking at a very different situation. Instead, Shohei picks a huge lead up here, evening out the knockouts, but as a dominant board position.
It's a really, really good board position. This Rillaboom not able to do much. If it wants to go for one of these big wood hammers to try and take the knockout, then it's just going to faint to the recoil. It's not able to stick around for multiple turns.
Yeah, it's almost worse that it's on the field now, right? Where they're just sitting there waiting to be knocked out. We haven't seen that final Pokemon, but not a whole lot that Michael can do in this form, not really threatening any damage.
Well, you've got to wonder what that final Pokemon is with the fact he was trying to Trick Room on that turn. Rillaboom will protect itself. Shohei is feeling pretty good, just sucker punching into the Farigiraf. Doesn't really matter there. But of course the Farigiraf is going to remain asleep. Amoonguss will Pollen Puff, heading towards the Farigiraf, getting a good chunk down. This is once again one of those battle-ready Amoonguss that we've been seeing all weekend.
Hey, I guess it doesn't really need to do anything else with that turn, right? Wasn't a whole lot of threat and any damage coming either way. It's a little cheeky to see the sucker punch there with the Farigiraf on the field, but as it turned out, it wouldn't really have mattered too much what the Chiempao did there.
I don't think it was going to make any difference. Maybe getting a little bit of extra damage down. Rillaboom really not feeling this endgame ball position with a low amount of health. We do get to see Michael's fourth and final Pokemon is another one of those Chiempao.
I wondered if it might be the Heat Tread in the way with this position, but we'll have to see if, the Chiempao can do anything, but it's the opposing Chiempao whiffing the Icicle Crash.
Farigiraf also wakes up and is firing off a Dazzling Gleam, so getting the Chiempao to below half. Amoonguss will fire back with a Pollen Puff, but it's not enough. for the knockout onto the Frigoraf. Even with a critical hit, it is dangerously low and it is going to be easy to pick up. Does get to try and recover at least a little bit with this grassy terrain as it does disappear at the end of this turn. But the Chien-Pao on the board, certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, watch these two Chien-Pao. There's a bunch to keep in mind of his turn. Critical bit that Icicle Crash missed, keeping the focus sash of Michael's Chien-Pao attack. But one key difference between these two Pokemon is that Chien-Pao does not know the Sacred Sword move. Usually it would be a big deal for trying to pick up the knockout on the other side. Because that Chien-Pao's been weakened by that surprisingly devastating Dazzling Gleam, maybe he'll still have enough damage to knock it out, but critical turn here.
Frigoraf doing some of the heavy lifting in that previous turn with Dazzling Gleam, so being able to get a good amount of damage down on Chien-Pao, obviously break the sash and make it way easier to pick up in future.
Keep in mind Zamungus as well, looking much better in the field now without that Rillaboom, but no Rage Powder coming in here.
Well, there's the Icicle Crash from the side of Michael's Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao will respond with an Icicle Crash. It hits this time into the Frigoraf, so not able to follow up with one of those Dazzling Gleams. And Amoonguss left alone to cause problems once again, landing a Spore into that Chien-Pao.
Oh, that's a tough spot now. We see how damaged this Rillaboom is. The Chien-Pao not just falling asleep, but, not getting to use any of the turns of the sleep on that. So even if the Rillaboom were, say, to go for a Protect here, Chien-Pao would not be able to wake up. And we see a situation next turn where that Rillaboom's going to be in some serious trouble.
I don't know if the Rillaboom can get much done, especially with it being so low. Michael needs this Chien-Pao to wake up as soon as possible, but it's not going to be this turn. And Shohei can certainly turn the screw here in the Masters Finals. I don't know Rillaboom even wants to try it and go for a Wood Hammer. Getting rid of Amoonguss would be great, but is it worth it when it's one of your last two Pokemon? Chien-Pao starting off though with a Sacred Sword. That is down to the sash. It's already looking pretty dicey. This could be one of the final turns in Game 1. Obviously has to take that turn of sleep. Didn't act after the Spore. Rillaboom will just go for it with the Wood Hammer. Does get the knockout onto Chien-Pao, so does start to, level things up a little bit, but it's so weak after that recoil does hit. As Amoonguss will double up onto the Chien-Pao. If you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. You may as well get that knocked out just to make sure it doesn't wake up and cause problems.
Hey, Amoonguss not the most offensively threatening Pokemon in the game, but when you only have one hit point after activating a Focus Sash, even Amoonguss can easily pick up that knockout.
Amoonguss picking up knockouts here in the Masters Finals, something that's been a bit of a theme and something I'm very happy to see. It is a 2v1 situation though, and Rillaboom, it's got some grassy terrain healing, but it's not really healed enough to put it in a great position as Urshifu takes the field, not letting him sit and protect and try and heal. I imagine Urshifu's just going to tidy this one up in the following turn. If not, giving the benefit over to the Amoonguss. Amoonguss taking a turn off fighting this one. Gone pacifist for a little bit, making sure it draws away any attacks. One Surging Strike to bring it down to 2. The second one will get the fourth and final knockout of the game. Shohei Kimura up 1-0 here in the Masters Finals.
In the end, it feels like a dominant first game, but I think there's kind of a lot to go back and think about with that one, right? There was that one really crazy turn where it seemed like the game could have gone either way, so I don't think either side's going to be too shaken up going into the second game.
No. I think Michael's going to be able to take a beat, maybe understand where that game got away from him a little bit and start to dissect it. We get to look back exactly what happened there. It's been a great game to start, but it's a really interesting lead from Michael, getting both the Farigiraf and the Dragapult out, showing the depth of his team. A huge terrestrialization, honestly, from the Amoonguss, but then the Dragapult goes right to sleep. Not getting that Amoonguss knocked out was a problem. Fluttermane and the Dragapult exchanging kind of big damage, but then both getting knocked out. And then this Rillaboom taking the Icicle Crash here, but flinching, unable to act. Would have dealt with that Amoonguss, which caused so many problems in the end game. Feeling pretty good about this one. Shohei getting cheeky with the Sucker Punch. Does miss an Icicle Crash. Farigiraf does wake up, but it's just not able to do enough here. The Dazzling Gleam could be big though, bringing that Chien-Pao under half, something to bear in mind. The Icicle Crash doesn't get the flinch which she's looking for, and then Shohei's able to really start to tidy this one up.
Yeah, I guess that Amoonguss is really the key thing to look at going into Game 2 here, right? Where it's just so devastating to the team if Rillaboom isn't able to take care of it. Just ironically given that normally Amoonguss's matchup into Rillaboom is very positive as a Pokemon that normally double resists grass type attacks.
Well, I think you have to bring the Rillaboom again after that game. You've seen the defensive terrestrialization with the water typing onto the Amoonguss, and you need the Rillaboom to deal with that very early on. I'm looking at Michael to see if he's got something to maybe force that Amoonguss out way earlier.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. And I think, as you mentioned in the pregame, right, I think the way both trainers use their terrestrialization is going to be really important here. Rillaboom really didn't get to do anything after it terrestrialized. It's kind of a non-factor, and I think getting more value there is really important. I think another thing I would watch here as well is kind of just keeping in mind the very beginning of the game. Dragon Ball didn't do a whole lot. I think, I don't know if that was a surprise. I mean, the flinch was surprising, but I can't imagine that's what Michael had in mind. So I'm kind of curious to see what he has in his sleeve. Maybe he's got a little different plan for game 2.
The Dragon Ball didn't get much done. I mean, he got one Dragon Darts done and then got put to sleep and Dazzling. So definitely felt a little bit underwhelming in that regard. But the Choice Band, can put out big damage, and maybe it needs to come in at a later portion of the game, maybe paired up with that Chien Power to start pushing it over the edge and getting those either huge amounts of damage or the knockouts that it craves so much.
Yeah, I was almost curious too. I kind of thought Iron Hands was going to be a key Pokemon in this matchup, and I think that's one thing that's going to make the remaining 2 games of this set kind of tough, is that it's still pretty good against a lot of the Pokemon that could be selected here. So even though it wasn't used in game 1, I think the team preview element of this matchup is really tricky. Even though there's some ways in which I think I would prefer to play Michael's side of this matchup, I think that Shohei's advantage is he can kind of safely bring 5 of the 6 Pokemon at least. I think Landorus' matchup's a little bit tough, but Michael's always going to be guessing, right? Having that 1 game advantage is big because, based on how the team preview phase goes, it can be a big advantage to start off with the advantageous position of leadoff Pokemon.
It's certainly going to be a big decision to make. If you're Michael, you've got to win this game to stay in this match. You've got to go forcing it to game number 3, and maybe making an adjustment is going to be exactly what he needs to do. I think Shohei's got a little bit of wiggle room. Of course, he's got the breathing room of winning game number 1, but I don't think there's much deviation that he needs, and Landorus probably stays at home. Honestly, the Iron Hands is something that could come in to shore up a matchup if you're expecting a mix-up from Michael.
I gotta say too, we're a little suspicious that Frigoraph, I thought it was a key player in that matchup, right? Did a bunch of damage, survived some attacks, kind of helped force that terrestrialization for the Amoonguss. I'm curious we'll see it again in game 2.
It really could have done a whole lot more, but then getting caught with that sport was a problem. It's going to be the same lead for Shohei, and it's going to be a mix-up for Michael. We're already seeing a brand new Pokemon. He's got to do something different here in game number 2. He's bought the Dragapult once again, this time pairing it up with the Urshifu, and it's going to be the same Chien Pao and Amoonguss for Shohei.
Sort of a sneaky position on either side here, where a lot of things could happen. Like, both trainers really going to need to think hard about this one. Amoonguss' Rage Powder could be a key factor in this turn, but Chien Pao's got to be a little bit careful. Otherwise, where the Urshifu could break through that Focus Sash, potentially the Surging Strike. On the other side of the field, currently there's no Farigiraf, right? So the threat of a Sucker Punch is significant, but it could be in the back, so do you risk clicking it?
It's certainly a dicey one, but if you can get an advantage here, you could really be accelerating yourself towards a World Championship. Chien Pao once again leaves the field, just comes in, checks out what's going on, and bounces out once again for the Urshifu, looking pretty similar from Shohei in the beginning of this game. We're getting the turn 1 terrestrialization, and it's going to be the Dragapult this time, so making sure it gets to boost up some of those very threatening attacks with the Ghost-type Terror. That is going to make Phantom Force or Terra Blast pretty terrifying. Urshifu starting off with the Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss, just getting down a little bit of damage. It's not going to be super effective, but I think just any damage is going to be exactly what he wants onto this Amoonguss. Dragapult will be moving next and is given the opportunity to see what it can do. It is Terra Blast being locked in. It is heading towards the Amoonguss. It was such a problem in game number 1. And Amoonguss able to take that. It's able to eat its berry, and it's all in from Michael on that turn. He wants to get rid of the Amoonguss, but he's just not able to as it fires back with a Spore onto the Dragapult.
And now it's the second game in a row where that Dragapult can't make it through a single turn without falling asleep. And Amoonguss critically healing up there. With that Citrus Berry, I think it's just enough health where it should fairly comfortably survive another Surging Strike. So, a bunch of damage taken, but no real harm done yet for Shohei's side of the field.
And Shohei did all that without having to give up his terrestrialization. Being able to hold on to that for the rest of the game is really, really important. A definite big turn for Shohei there. Also, this Dragapult once again looks really, really vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm not loving the situation, and I think an important thing to keep in mind too is Amoonguss is the Pokemon that took damage, right? Amoonguss, if it switches out of battle using that regenerator ability, heals HP, so that damage may not even stick.
Yeah, Michael's not going to let that Dragapult go down so easily in this one. Switching it out for the Farigiraf, so it is still a key player. Urshifu will Surging Strike to the opposing Urshifu, just trying to get some damage down on that side of things and see what he's able to do. I am curious as to what the Amoonguss is targeting, but not very effective hits aren't really a big problem here. 3 critical hits, not enough to the threatening knockouts. As Urshifu Surging Strikes will land into Farigiraf, they're going to do a whole lot more in this one, but activate the Rocky Helmet here. That's a lot of damage going back towards that Urshifu.
Yeah, it looks like the poke damage of that Surging Strikes not going to be such a big deal in the Urshifu, but hey, all of a sudden it's looking pretty worn down, and we see Farigiraf has another one in its bag of tricks.
Well, the Spore heading towards the Urshifu this time. Shohei is just making sure he can keep those Pokemon sleeping and keep Michael out of this game, but Farigiraf making life a little bit harder for that Urshifu.
Yeah, sort of an awkward situation now where if you try to attack the Farigiraf, the Urshifu, then that's going to come at a cost.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one because the Rocky Helmet is going to add up. I mean, it's 3 hits. You got way more than he bargained for in that turn, taking so much recoil damage just off that fantastic item choice.
Still, it's a really tough spot on Michael's side of the field. You know, the 2 premier physically attacking Pokemon in this team now are both taking a snooze, and neither of them have set that turn, so they're both going to have to sit in the field for at least 1 turn before they even have the chance of waking up.
Well, Lucas has done a lot in this game, and it's being switched out in lieu of the Fluttermane. Urshifu will just remain asleep. It's still at full health, but it is definitely threatened. Urshifu will Surging Strikes once again into the Farigiraf, so it's going to make that trade, right? It's going to make sure that he gets the Farigiraf down. There's not going to be anything like a Trick Room or a Dazzling Gleam coming back in that way. But Rocky Helmet certainly adds up onto the side of Urshifu as it's a straight trade in that one.
Well, I love the move, though. I mean, we're getting very close to a sweep from Team Japan here. We have 2 sleeping Pokemon and 1 unrevealed Pokemon left on Michael's side of the field. Whatever that Pokemon is, it's going to have to do a lot to send us to a Game 3.
It's also going to have to work through this Amoonguss, which is back and looking healthier than ever. It's going up against the Chien-Pao, which is not going to appreciate the presence of that Fluttermane right now. Maybe forced to try and work around that one a little bit more. Urshifu staying asleep. That Urshifu probably needs to wake up and get involved soon.
Oh, yeah. Really soon, and it can't have this turn, right? This Amoonguss is a fantastic spot now where it switched into battle. It got that healing from a generator. We haven't seen the terrestrialization committed on that side of the field yet, so a Rage Powder could look pretty devastating here. What are making out to start, like wailing away with Dazzling Gleams against a lot of Pokemon that aren't going to take those very well.
No, they're not going to appreciate it very much, so a lot of work that can be done by the Fluttermane and a lot of reliance on the Chien-Pao to try and get the job done right here. Needs to try and find some of those knockouts, maybe make some big calls, some big reads. We are going to get into the terrestrialization from Shohei's side though, as once again he is going to be keeping that Amoonguss very, very safe by making it a water type. Let's see what Michael can do in this one. It does get itself nice and safe. Chien-Pao wanting to scout out what's going on, making sure that it's not able to get anything really nasty sent its way. Amoonguss will be redirecting attention with that Rage Powder. Urshifu remaining asleep, and I don't think Urshifu's going to appreciate what's coming next from the Fluttermane. It is, of course, the Dazzling Gleam into the protect of the Chien-Pao, and there the Urshifu is not loving it. An easy knockout for Shohei Kimura in this one. Let's see how much this Chien-Pao can fight back in the following turn. It just protected. I don't know if it has a good answer to the side of this Amoonguss and the Fluttermane right now.
Well, things are looking dire. This Dragapult switched out before it took a turn of sleep, so it's not going to wake up this turn. Chien-Pao just committed its protect. I guess you go for a double here, just hope something crazy happens, but Fluttermane is going to keep using that Dazzling Gleam, and I just don't see a way out. I think we're about to see Japan take all 3 of the video game championship tournaments.
Chien-Pao's got to do something huge. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle, and it's the only thing that will be potentially moving. It is dropped down to its Focus Sash, thanks to that Dazzling Gleam from the side of the Fluttermane. It's got 1 turn to make an impact. It will crunch. It goes into the Amoonguss. It doesn't get any secondary effects. Those Pollen Puff
will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Michael's celebrating our new champion, somebody who has been chasing it for so long. Both trainers played an absolutely fantastic game, giving it their all in the finals. But this team that was revealed so long ago was built so well and so consistently has finally emerged on top. Japan takes a clean sweep here in Yokohama.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to Shohei to win this game. Did such a great job. Was inspired by watching some of his countrymen win the World Championships. Was able to achieve that dream himself right here in Japan. What a set he played, right? I think it's just fantastic in all those games. I think that second game in particular was just really incredible, where he only gave up the 1 knockout, and it was so advantageous for him to allow his Pokemon to be knocked out on that turn.
Yeah, he chose that knockout, right? He was like, I'll deal with the Frigoraph. I think getting rid of that Frigoraph was absolutely massive, and it was a bit of a problem in both games, but it was so well navigated around by Shohei. I think the Amoonguss is something we cannot express enough how important that was, being able to keep itself safe from a lot of things on the side of Michael's team, but it put in so much work with the Water Terror typing.
Yeah, we don't give an MVP here at the World Championships, but if we did, I think it definitely goes to Amoonguss.
Yeah, I think just on that game alone, we're able to see what it can do. And in this game, it put in a lot of work. We're going back over game 1 as Rillaboom does flinch. I think that is a big turn. But Shohei getting what he needs out of the Icicle Crash, so being able to cause a lot of problems. He knows that he's attacking into the Frigoraph's ability there, so not too worried about it. But, does get the knockout when he needs it as well. So going into game number 2, Shohei has a pretty solid lead. He's got to be feeling good about that one. And I think it's fair to say he capitalized on it, right? There was so much pressure on this Amoonguss turn 1, but it was able to take those hits. Terra Blast, not able to get the knockout after the Surging Strikes, does put it right back to sleep, and Amoonguss just keeps putting things to sleep. Will be the Spore there, so nothing coming out the Urshifu, and it really set things up for the endgame where Fluttermane is able to come in, start firing off Dazzling Beams into 2 Pokemon that really don't appreciate it, and wrapping up this set just 2-0. There's Amoonguss though, picking up a key knockout in the World Championship Finals.
Yeah, I think it's good Amoonguss gets that final knockout there. Does such a good job throughout the course of that matchup, keeping Shohei in a dominant board position.
It was really well played by both trainers throughout the set. Obviously, fantastic achievement to make it here, but Shohei finally getting over that hurdle of a big performance at World. How much bigger do you get than winning the World Championships? We're going to take it on down to the stage and see what he's thinking after that fantastic set.
Thank you so much. I am here with your world champion. Now, you're very well known for this team. Many people want to play this team just like you. Tell us how you used it to really come out on top this time.
今回使ったチームなんですけども、使い方について何かアドバイスありますか？
本当は鉄のカイナーをうまく使うパーティーなんですけど、ちょっとパリグラフ、ミキキリンがいたので、出せなかったんですけど、その、鉄のカイナーと羽ばたく紙をうまく使っていくパーティーなので、それらをうまく活用すれば勝てると思います。
So normally I actually run Iron Hands with this team, but because the opponent had photograph on their team, I couldn't actually use that this time. So normally I have the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane come out together, and if you can use those both together, normally it's a really strong team.
Amoonguss was very important here. Tell us about how you used Amoonguss.
モノバルルなんですけども、今回すごい大活躍を見せました。モノバルルの使い方についてちょっと教えてくれますか？
モノバレルは難しいな。なんだろう。草タイプにキノコの胞子を打つと効果的になると思います。
It's a little bit tricky to give short advice about how to use Among Us, but if you use Spore against grass type Pokemon, it's very effective.
Great. Now, with your win, that means that Japan has swept the video game championships. How does that feel?
今回の優勝でジュニア、シニア、マスターカテゴリーどれも日本人の選手による優勝となりました。それをどう思ってますか？
横浜で開催できてよかったなって僕は思います。
I'm so glad that we could do this here in Yokohama.
There are probably... You can hear all of the people who are very glad that you just won. Do you have anything to say to them?
今応援している方々たくさんいるかと思いますが、何か一言メッセージとかありますか？
ありがとう。
Thank you so much.
Very well said. Casters, back to you.
Well, we bring Worlds to Japan and they take all 3 of the World Championships here in the video game. What a day it's been, Scott. 3 pretty incredible finals, a lot of different teams and fantastic trainers, fantastic finalists, and obviously fantastic champions.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the play across the board, right? I think we can agree that all these are very deserving world champions, really showing how strong they were. And a tournament was really difficult to play, right? I think a key story of this tournament has been that it's the first and only Regulation D tournament so far in the video game championships. So players kind of all had to figure out their own, right? You couldn't kind of just look back at one past tournaments and assume that was going to cut it here. And how great is it that our Masters World Champion is someone who really did do a great job of innovating one of the great teams of this young format.
Yeah, we talked about it right at the beginning of the weekend, what is going to come out on top, and I think a lot of us were hoping for something with a little bit of a twist. Michael managed to bring it all the way to the finals, but Shohei just saying, you know what, actually the best team is some of the top 12 Pokemon in some variety, being able to put that together and really show off what a phenomenal team builder he is. Everyone knew that coming into the match, and now we can actually see what a phenomenal player he is as well.
Yeah, and I think we should shout out the runner-up too. I think everyone was happy that that Fergraf actually did participate in the game, and I think by far it did the most damage of the Pokemon on that side of the field, right? Even the game where it didn't get to move did almost an entire health bar of damage on its own. And I think kind of just thinking throughout the tournament, right? I think that's what's going to stick with me is that we are hoping throughout the weekend that trainers would have these clever solutions to the format, kind of the things that were personalized to their approach to how to defeat everyone else. And I really was impressed, right? I think we got what we were hoping for. The players have never come off as more clever to me than they did this year.
It was a fantastic tournament from day 1, day 2, and of course today. Let's make sure we have a little look back at what we saw in Masters, because that was obviously what we were focusing on, but both trainers went on a very tough journey and honestly delivered right at the end. I think being able to see so many different teams, so many different regions represented as well was obviously one of the huge things from Worlds, something we love to see every single time.
Yeah, I think, and shout out to all the players, right? I think, as you see the bracket here, Europe had a great showing, even though they didn't have any, they only had one representative in this match and wasn't able to come out on top. I think we were really impressed throughout the day. We had the most players in day 2, or not day 2, but the top cut of day 2.
Yeah, there was I believe 10-9 Europe versus Japan respectively, so it wasn't really a shock when it shook out that we were going to have a finals between these two regions, but so many good players, so many great games that we were able to watch as well. And thinking about their runs, Shohei hasn't exactly had to play easy matches to get here, playing against top trainers throughout his tournament run. Day 2 is not an easy tournament by any stretch of the imagination, and just showing that with that team building knowledge coming into that idea where, we've only got a little bit of preparation time for Regulation D, just being able to get that skill expression done in finals is really, really big.
Yeah, I think it's kind of incredible, kind of just as I look at those names again, that, man, we saw so many games throughout this tournament that came down to one critical turn, right? So many matches could have gone the other way. Everyone is so good here.
Yeah, both of these trainers are very deserving finalists, but the team that comes out on top with a lot of things on it that I think people were expecting. The Fluttermane wasn't going anywhere. Urshifu was so hyped coming into this tournament. Iron Hands making a big old statement. Among Us has been a problem for over a decade now, so maybe we should keep putting some respect on that. And then the Landorus and Chien Pao just being able to apply that big offensive pressure when needed.
Yeah, I guess kind of interesting to see, too. 3 Pokemon that we had not seen before this year's Video Game World Championships, and the Fluttermane, the Iron Hands, and the Chien Pao all coming out on top here. I kind of think, we're all wondering, with so many of our old favorites re-entering the fray, will the new Pokemon really get to have their moment at the World Championships? But they absolutely did.
Yeah, the answer is a resounding yes when we look across some of these teams. I mean, if you think about it, this is sort of the evolution of the game that we've been playing, right? You've got the Iron Hands and the Fluttermane, which we didn't start off the year with. We introduced them a little way in, and then the Chien Pao came along later. Shifu Landorus came along later, so it really is kind of a team that has evolved. I think Michael's team speaks to a similar idea as well, just adding in that Chien Pao to help out the returning favorite in Urshifu, but using some of the new things in Farigiraf that I think has had a lot of attention, bringing back as well the Rillaboom, the Heatran, that Dragapult starting to cause problems once again.
Yeah, really cool to see all those Pokemon too, right? I think kind of both Heatran and Rillaboom were Pokemon we were surprised we didn't see more of on Friday, certainly making their impact here. And I'm just excited to see all the different ways trainers have composed teams around this Chien Pao. We've seen now 2 major tournament finals in a row at the North America International Championships and here at the World Championships that it's very, very effective.
It's certainly a huge ability, right? Being able to change some of those damage calculations, something that people, really rely on when it comes to gameplay decision making. Being able to break it down and say, you know what, I can switch in here and take that attack. Well, Chien Pao switches that up so nicely, and the fact that both trainers had it in finals, I think maybe we'd seen enough of it coming into Regulation D that it had already staked its claim as it has to be here, and you probably do want to either have a really, really good answer to it or just build around it and go for it.
Yeah, I think kind of it makes sense in some ways that Chien Pao and the Rapid Strike Urshifu wound up kind of being king here, where because when you think about it, physical attacks have always sort of dominated the video game championships, and the main tool to control that has always been the Intimidate ability. Well, these 2 Pokemon don't care about that, right? Where Chien Pao is going to lower your defense kind of no matter what you do, right? Its ability just exists on the field, and then, you can't intimidate a Pokemon that always critical hits.
Yeah, the critical hits from Surging Strikes definitely cause problems. You think when you switch in something like Landorus, haha, I've got it. You absolutely don't. No, that is still going to be able to land so much damage on you, multiple hits. I thought the Rocky Helmet play was fun. I really enjoyed it. We got to see some of that creativity and some of the ideas that people have been cooking up at home, bringing to the World Championship, saying, you know what, I'm going to take a look at something a little bit different and try and make those audacious plays. So really cool to see that. I think throughout Top 8 as well, we had a nice mix of teams that showed that there was a lot to Regulation D. I hope we get to keep exploring it, because this is just really going to accelerate us into some great team building. We're going to have a bit more of a meta game to build around and pivot around. So for anyone watching at home, now is the time to start really getting involved.
Yeah, I think it's fun too, because as good as all these teams and all these players were, right, I think this format is still not fully explored, right? I think everybody probably learned a lot from this. It'll be cool to see what they do in the future.
Yeah, there's so much action, but we have to remember that we have been here at the World Championships for 3 days, and now that all of the divisions are over, there's only one thing left to do. Get on down to the stage and present huge awards and huge congratulations to our finalists.
Championship Sunday has really lived up to the hype, right? We've seen so much Pokemon goodness this weekend, and we have even more slated in just a little bit in our closing ceremonies. But first, we have to shout out all the Pokemon video game trainers who competed this season here at the World Championships this weekend. Let's hear it for all those trainers. To help me present the awards to our heroes who fought to the end, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara, President and CEO of the Pokemon Company. Now, let's honor the finalists and champions that battled on stage today and present them with their trophies. First, congratulations to our video game junior finalist, Kohei Ukai. And a round of applause and congratulations now to our video game junior champion, Sora Ebisawa. Next up, our video game senior finalists, Robbie Shea. And now, give it up for our video game senior champion, Tomoya Ogawa. Tomoya Ogawa, everyone! And now, in our Masters division, our video game Masters finalist is Michael Kelch. And a big round of applause for the video game Masters champion, Shohei Kimura! Let's give one final round of applause to all of these top trainers from the 2023 Pokemon video game season. Now, that's not all. This is Worlds, right? So we should finish strong with our closing ceremony. While we prepare for that, let's head back to our analyst lounge to wrap up the weekend.
Hello, and welcome to the Analyst Lounge, where I'm sitting here with other game experts to break down the action that we had this weekend at the Pokemon World Championships. We've got Ross Gilbert from the trading card game, Gabby Snyder from Pokemon Go, and we have Spraggles from Pokemon Unite. And I'm Rosemary Kelly to bring you through the VG action as well. But I want to get first thoughts. How was the weekend?
I mean, the weekend was fantastic. We had probably the most stacked top four we've ever seen. And the best thing about it was we had these three gigantic names, Azorgas, Llego, Todd Reklev, Michael Cramwat. Yet none of them won. It was Vance Kelly, the underdog, in this stacked top four, the one name people weren't talking about, came through and won with Mew V Max, which is a deck they keep printing really hard counters to. And Mew V Max is like, nah, mate, I'm good. I'm just going to go win Worlds.
Well, I mean, Mew, right? It's a Pokemon that can kind of do everything. So I feel like that's just so fitting for that deck in particular. But
You
Gabby,
have to hear about Mewtwo. It's great. If you like Mew, you're gonna love Mewtwo.
Is that like the unofficial sequel, official sequel?
I think it's pretty official.
It's pretty official also. And you know what? Spraggles, like, let's go to you next because Mewtwo, was that a factor this weekend?
Well, Mewtwo was not a factor this weekend because it's not yet allowed in competitive play. But let me tell you, it is on the ladder in Pokemon Unite, and it is an absolute menace. This weekend was incredible. I was screaming the entire time, which I normally do, but out of excitement, it was amazing. 28 teams from around the world showed up, and on day one, we have our top 8 by the end of it. And I can't do good mental math, but that's about 20 teams going home in one night. We were here till the wee hours of Friday night, and under those Friday night lights, one team had clear eyes, full hearts. They could not lose. North America's luminosity. They head to our top 8. They have a flawless run, and they become the 2-time world champions for Pokemon Unite. It was insane.
That sounds incredible. We could hear the crowd for Pokemon Unite like all around the arena. You guys just had such hype games.
Like I said, I do a lot of yelling.
So maybe it wasn't the crowd, but you that we were hearing.
It was mostly me yelling all weekend. But yeah, it was a packed house. Japan had 2 teams in the top 4. They were the only region to do this, so everyone was very hyped.
Very hype indeed. Gabby, how about you? How are things going in Pokemon Go?
Well, all the screaming was not just you, provided it wasn't the wee hours of the morning, as I was also screaming my head off for Pokemon Go because every single match came down to frame-perfect execution by our trainers. And at the end of the day, we had 2 trainers who had actually faced off at a regional championship back in Portland in the United States, facing off for the title of world champion. It was just insane. It's Axon, though, took the crown home and was the first ever Pokemon Go trainer and possibly even the first trainer ever to win a regional championship, a international championship, and the world championships in Pokemon Go.
That's
he
amazing.
was the first, yes.
Yeah, that's historical.
It was very historical, which was fitting because I feel like we always talk about writing history for Pokemon Go. We don't have as much of a tenure as the TCG or the video game. I think we might be tied with Unite. So being able to close the chapter on yet another incredible year was truly exciting.
So can we all agree, though, that across the board for all games, this was the highest level of competition we've seen ever?
It was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, the teams were so good. You always wonder when you get players from all around the world that are competing in different player pools. There are bigger regions and smaller regions. What is going to show up? What is going to actually be one of the top regions or teams? Everyone came to play. Everyone was amazing. We had the most diverse top 8 you could have.
And we have a lot of tournaments in TCG. We've got regionals, we've got internationals, so we get to know the good players. And we know who's been winning these tournaments. And we were looking every round, especially in day 2, we're showing, just picking out a few notable players to watch, notable games to watch. Every single round had just stacked matchups. And I know there are people watching at home who are like, how could you not stream this particular game? And the answer is, yes, that looked amazing. We had a better one. I mean, we had Tord Reklev against Michael Pramwart in the top 4 of the World Championships. You cannot say no to that game.
No, I don't think you can go to that ever. And Tord looked like such a strong favorite, even entering into the final portions of your top cut. So how did Vance get it done?
Vance got it done because Mew is a ridiculous deck, and it's kind of funny. They print Mightyena, it's a phenomenal counter. People keep playing it. So they print Drapion, a phenomenal counter. People keep playing it. So recently they printed Spiritomb, which turns off Genesec's draw engine, a phenomenal counter. And it actually wasn't on the list of most played decks on day 1 or day 2. But it's still a ridiculous deck, and that's what Vance did. Vance is a very good player who brought Mew v Max, and apparently, even with all these very, very explicit counters being printed, it just cannot be stopped.
That sounds like it's going to be tough. It's tough to beat that.
It keeps winning. Every time you're there, it's at the top cut of every tournament. It won Japan National Championships, which, to be fair, was in the same format as World Championships, so that should have been a little bit instructive. I don't think the player base as a whole gave Mew the respect it deserved this weekend, and Vance came along and was like, brilliant, I'll just go and win Worlds with Mew, and it was. We saw Tord play phenomenally in the final, but sometimes Mew is just too powerful.
That sounds like it's going to have to figure out how we can beat it with Mewtwo, right? Maybe we see Mewtwo beat
Exactly what I'm saying here. There's a second one. You guys don't know about it.
As long as there's not a third, okay?
There might be.
Really?
Hold on.
No.
Go back to 2012.
I don't think
In 2012, Mewtwo was absolutely wrecking the Pokemon TCG. I once did very well at a tournament purely on the basis that the set had been out for 11 days and I'd managed to get 3 Mewtwo EXs and most players hadn't. No skill, I just had more Mewtwo than the other players. So we've had our Mewtwo time, we've left it behind. Maybe it'll come back one day.
We have our Mewtwo time, and let me tell you, as someone who also has no skill, I can win with it. I do very well with it.
Maybe I should try.
I'm thinking the same, actually. I would love to get back into playing. But, you know, we see new VMAX continuing to dominate the competition, maybe in a bit of an unexpected way despite all the counters. But was the end predictions of the tournaments kind of what you expected over in Unite and Go?
I'll take this one. I'll start this one off. Pokemon Unite was wild. The former world champions came back somehow and won the entire thing again. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, they're the world champions. You might expect that they can win this thing again. But they had such a rocky road to get here. Very up and down in their region. They did not look like the former world champs at all. Then they show up here in Japan. They lose one game in their group stage to India, who looked amazing. They did not look good last year either. India looked amazing, but they take them down, and then somehow they become this monstrous team. They go from Mew to like a second Mew. They become even stronger, and they were just incredible. They beat every single team in the top 8 in every single game, and it wasn't particularly close.
Wow, surprising when I also heard maybe EU was one of the stronger regions heading into this one. Brazil also stepping up their game. So interesting.
EU is an extremely strong region, and that was a huge upset. We had 4 incredible EU teams. I would say the EU team, Talibobo Believers, it's fun when you maybe don't follow the game and you hear something like Talibobo Believers. Talibobo Believers was probably favored to win here, and they were knocked out in group stage. They had the craziest group you could ever imagine with another team that had an almost perfect record. They knock out Talibobo. It's the team from Brazil, 0-0 Nation, and it was just absolutely unbelievable. You could not have expected it to go this way.
That sounds like it was really off the cuff when it came down to how a bunch of these teams ended up performing in Unite, but it's really cool to see a back-to-back winner.
It's amazing, and I don't think you could ever predict it. You know, there's just so many factors that go into winning. I think it's almost impossible to assume that a team can do it twice. You have to go through your region, you have to go through a grueling group stage, and then you have to face off against all of these different strategies from around the world, whether it's strategies from Japan where they're very, very aggressive, taking fights all the time, or it's a more patient strategy from EU or something like that. It's just really impressive to see a team do that, and I think everyone was shocked with how amazing they looked.
Sounds like maybe they get the Triple Crown next year, maybe?
Ooh,
Wow.
the Mew 3, I like that idea.
We have to wait and see on that one. But Gabby, there was also a ton of action in Go. You can break down the standings for us at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was really interesting because I think any of the people who made our top 8 here could have been the world champion, but it's Axon just had that consistency needed to win out. Shoutouts to Elche, who's in 4th on the standings. He actually made it to 4th place with only 5 Pokemon, which was absolutely insane. Also, it's Axon and Wadaj's match in the winners finals yesterday. That's why I was screaming a lot, because they were just playing so perfectly. Frame perfect execution every single time. And then Rubik's Master, he only lost to its Axon throughout the tournament. He won up until the winners semis yesterday, lost to its Axon, won his way back all the way through the loser side of the bracket, made it to the grand finals, and then had a incredible set. So it is what it is, how the tournament played out. I really do think that anybody could have won. That's just how good these players were playing throughout the day. The other interesting thing I'd like to point out is the Pokemon picks. I think that in previous tournaments, the casters are asked, where's the spice? You know, what's the unexpected thing? What's the secret
Always.
tech that's going to win this person the tournament? But if you look at these teams, the spice isn't necessarily the Pokemon, it's how they played the team. We saw a lot of people bring Metacham once again. Rubik's Master actually opted for a Deoxys defense form, which was a very unique counter user to fill that spot. But overall, I think these players were just focusing on the technicalities and focusing on execution, and it was just an incredible show.
Love to be able to hear that, especially because I feel like we had a very similar story when it came down to our trainers in the video game that we just saw conclude on stage. It was a lot of very particular Pokemon that you would have expected to see coming into the meta for this incredible tournament, but it did come down to some of the more unique tech choices. We ended up seeing like a Dondozo with Curse, that's incredibly rare, and also starting to see some of those unique techs like the Leaf Storm on a Moongus. That made a huge appearance at this tournament in particular. But as you can see from our final standings for our top 8, this is a top 8 that had incredible stories all across the board. Even Michael in the top 2. That's a new player. Abdullah was also a new player for this season. And being able to come in here and grab a top 8 at the World Championships was phenomenal for both of them. And I think all 8 of our players have incredibly bright futures ahead of them. But I also want to point out, in case you missed it, Japan got a full sweep across the board in juniors, seniors, and masters in their home country. That's incredible.
I'm honestly, it was incredible to watch because I think that in the video game in particular, Japanese players have always been insanely good. Their circuit really only promotes play towards the end of the year to qualify for the World Championships, and you can tell that they just really hunkered down and they figured out the meta, they figured out the formula, and I believe the winner as well, that was his team. You know, he was playing in grassroots tours, winning those tours, and people were like, oh, that's the Zine team. That's the team that's going to win. And lo and behold, not only did it win, but it was its creator that brought it the glory. That's such an incredible storyline.
Yeah, it really is. And I feel like when you look at also, you know, to your point, how regions actually clash up against each other in the World Championships. I mean, Spriggles, you called out maybe some of the slower defensive play coming out from Europe, but what were some of the differences that you saw, Ross, in the TCG?
I mean, the thing about the TCG at the moment is there's an awful lot of information which is kind of shared around. A lot of people have a lot of the same information in terms of the team building, or the deck building, I should say, but we did see some interesting things. I mean, I need to shout out Michael Pramwat. Everyone was playing Lost Zone Giratina. That was a very popular deck this weekend. Michael Pramwat went and put Snorlax in there, and that was a card everybody's aware of, but nobody really seemed to want to play it, and that made a very, very big difference throughout the weekend. Tord Reklev, and we're talking about little differences here, but Tord Reklev played a Mirage Step Curlier, just one of those out of the 4, but every time we had Tord on stream, it seemed to be that this Mirage Step Curlier was the difference in actually just going ahead and winning the whole tournament. So, the TCG, we've had a format we've had for a while. A lot of the information is out there, and like I say, Japan, they've actually moved on from this format. They're playing with what will, for us, be Obsidian Flames in their tournaments at the moment, because they had the set when we had our pre-releases, but their sets go live the day they're released, which is a very mad scramble for cards. So they've actually moved on and then come slightly back in time, but because they've had their Japan Championships, again, that information, it's already out there. It was little plays and little cards here and there, but I am still obsessed by the fact that Mew won the Japan Championships and yet was underrepresented at Worlds while everybody's going on for Lost Zone Giratina, and it really was a very well represented deck. Lugia saw a huge amount of play, as we would expect. Gardevoir was everywhere, and Tord's going to show us how good Gardevoir is. He got second at the EUIC with Gardevoir the first weekend it was legal for play. He's got second at the World Championships with Gardevoir, and he keeps coming so close, you know, winning these gigantic tournaments with Gardevoir. It's got to happen soon.
I think so. I mean, Tord has always been such a crowd favorite, not only because he's grabbed 4 international championships, like every single one.
He completed the set.
Yeah, now he needs that final in the Infinity Gauntlet to be able to grab the World Championship title too. So that is just around the corner. But, you know, you talk about tech choices, you talk about maybe not seeing some more interesting picks, but Spriggles, what about in Unite? Did you guys see any new team compositions that really allowed a team to find success?
Yeah, absolutely. There were a lot of Pokemon that played this weekend that have not been available throughout the tournament season. So you saw a lot of Umbreon, we saw a lot of Lapras, Inteleon, James Pond just came to Pokemon Unite, and that was a huge hit for a lot of these teams. I think the biggest difference maker was Lapras. Lapras is just so incredibly powerful right now. It's a defender in Pokemon Unite, so it's super tanky, and it also does a lot of damage. It has ways to recover its own health. It can have an ally hop on its back and ride it around. It can bring it to a big team fight. So it's really incredible, and it was a huge difference maker. But one of my absolute favorite things was just how every region found different Pokemon inside of their role that worked well for them. Some regions really favored Trevenant as a defender. Other regions really loved Zoroark as a speedster. So there was just some really incredible play from all over, and it does wonders to all the tier lists that someone like me makes, where you have to go, well, I guess I was wrong about Trevenant. Back to you.
Trevenant? Huh.
Well, I have a big question though.
Okay.
Did anyone play Mamoswine? I didn't get to see much of it. Was there any Mamoswine, or is my pin badge in vain?
The only Mamoswine on broadcast is the one on your pin.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
That's sad.
Yeah, it was very, very sad. I love Mamoswine, but it doesn't stack up to some of the tougher opponents like Slowbro, Trevenant, Lapras. It's just really, I'm sorry, it's not there. It's not there. Please take the pin off.
Oh.
I'm not doing it.
Please take the pin off.
Gabby, you were going to say something.
I was. So Trevenant is in Unite. So that's where it went. Because Trevenant was in Go for a very long time. But then it just went somewhere.
We stole it.
Okay.
I think it went to Eos.
Okay, well, I'm glad I just know where it went because I was a little concerned. So hopefully he's having fun.
He's having a great time. He's got Woodhammer. He's doing his own thing. Yeah, he's loving it.
Okay. Living his best life.
He's thriving on Eos Island. He loves it there.
Grass types seem to be like such a dominant part of metas whenever you take a look across the board. So you're talking about Trevenant. We end up seeing that a little bit in the TCG.
No.
Not really.
There was one
I was thinking of
Meowscarada
like
day one.
Decidueye, like maybe like a cycle before.
Oh, if you go
Been
back
a
to when
while.
Forest of Giant Plants was legal, grass decks were everywhere. That was a card that was definitely a mistake, and we know it was a mistake because they went and banned it. It was way too good. But there was a single Meowscarada in day one that didn't make day two, but did do all right. But if you want your grass representation, it's kind of that one Meowscarada.
I'll take it, honestly, because TCG is going to need to do it some justice because it disappeared from VGC and it got replaced by Rillaboom, which I'm not sure. I feel a certain way about that, honestly. But
You and the Gastrodon. I mean, I know that they've been around the venue all weekend, but I'm really concerned after seeing the Rillaboom make an appearance in finals. Can someone please confirm the Gastrodon are safe? We need to know.
They're safe.
They are? You
It
sure?
won.
Okay. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Good.
Look,
good.
don't worry. Like, yeah, you can breathe a little bit because it was Gastrodon with Sylveon in the seniors finals with such a unique team that people weren't expecting to see. A ton of the same roles that you would want, like a Fire, Water, Grass core, looking at Urshifu, and also a Zapdos. But Tailwind from Zapdos? Where's the Tornadus? Where's the Fluttermane?
You don't
it was
hate it.
just. I guess you don't. No. Nah, that's okay. Fluttermane's seen like 70% usage since the time that it was actually brought into our tournament circuit. I think everyone is excited to see that put on the shelf, like at least for a hot second. I think it'll still be around though for a while. I don't know though, like meta staples. Was there anything else that you felt like you were like, yeah, that we expected that?
You know, something that I found pretty interesting is halfway through our season, Venusaur came alive again. This is a Pokemon that when it came into Pokemon Unite, it's fine. And then as it went on, it started getting better and better, and all of a sudden people sort of discovered that Solar Beam Venusaur was a big thing in competitive play. Saw a lot of NA teams bring this out, and it was really, really powerful. I think it's always cool to see a Pokemon that you really don't expect for a while to be a big thing. All of a sudden, one player figures something out, and then every team tries to adopt this strategy. That's one of my favorite things, is when you see a big meta shift happen all of a sudden.
It has been super fun to see. And even when you saw like the meta shift in TCG though, like seeing Mew come back out on top, When you look forward, though, to something like Obsidian Flames coming in, what changes?
There's going to be a few changes. The one which I cannot quite make my mind up on is Charizard EX. Now, Charizard EX is on the front of the booster pack. Everyone is expecting it to be good. I have it on incredibly good authority that it is supposed to be good. It's still a stage 2, and I know Gardevoir's a stage 2, and Gardevoir does very well, but Gardevoir's got the Curlier with the built-in draw engine, and the Gardevoir, the single prize with the built-in draw engine. That's why Gardevoir's so good, because Gardevoir accelerates energy, and Curlier draws, and Gardevoir draws. Charizard does have a really good ability that accelerates energy on evolution, which is great. I don't know if we've got to that stage in the TCG yet, where stage 2s are quite good enough. But an awful lot, my good friend, the lovely Joe Bernard, sometimes casting with us, was with him over at EUIC. He told me rather bluntly I was wrong. I put Charizard way too low in my top 10 cards with Obsidian Flames. He thought I should be removed from casting for putting Patrol Hat above it. He might be right. I like Charizard. I am very concerned about whether it's going to survive as a stage 2 or not. But there are some very good players and some very clever people out there who are telling me that it really is going to survive. That's a big thing we're looking at from Obsidian Flames. For me, Sizzle. It is the most exciting card that I have seen in the Scarlet and Violet block so far. Single energy, 10 damage, plus 50 for each Pokemon with an ability on your opponent's side. Everyone has an ability right now. I will build around nothing but Sizzle for like 2 years from here now. It's going to be great.
I love it. I love that you're so passionate about Scizor, because we also looked at that Pokemon in the VGC. We're like, where could this fit? There's like a Bullet Punch. Maybe you can hit a Flutter Mane really fast for that super effective damage. To go back to your Charizard point, that's a fire type. And I'm looking for hot takes right now. We're going to do a quick round going down the line.
Rose, I have to interrupt you. It's a Terra type Charizard. It's darkness. I know that hurts your transition, but it is a darkness type. Can we have some dark takes?
Yeah, I think we have to change the kind of
takes.
takes. I'm so sorry. He's right. We have to change the type of take. I'm hearing from production. Yeah, we're changing the takes.
Okay, Team Rocket takes. I like that one.
Yeah,
so
Team
we're
Rocket
gonna
takes.
go quick down the line. I'm gonna ask some rapid fire questions. You guys are just gonna give an answer, and we're gonna get some good insight here. Okay? So, top performing Pokemon or card or whatever from each respective game. Go.
Mew.
Metacham.
Mewtwo.
Fluttermane. Next, we're gonna go ahead and look at your personal pick that you thought was gonna win Worlds. Go.
Miraidon?
Altaria?
If it's a Pokemon, I would say maybe Inteleon, but if it was a team, Talibobo Believers.
I like that. You gave us 2 answers.
Yeah.
I'll give you extra credit for that one.
Thank you so much. I really need it. My grades are terrible.
I think you're doing just fine for yourself.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going with the questions now. Let's see, VG. I lost my train of thought actually.
What you thought was going to win?
Right.
Oh,
thank
that's a
you
good
for the
one.
reminder.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Thank you. Fluttermane is the obvious one, but I was also thinking maybe we would end up seeing something like a Regidrago. Didn't happen though. Oh well. Next year. Okay. Region. Which region did you think was gonna take it?
EU. We got toured.
US. There were just so many strong players, and so many of the regionals were stacked in the US region this year. I felt like it just was going to happen.
EU, NA, or Japan? 3 answers. Come on, where's my credit?
That's like the whole world.
Now you're just
Hold
farming
on a
the
second.
system.
I
Yeah,
just
wait a
need
minute.
Credit. Don't take credit away from me.
I'm narrowing it down
So
to
bad.
one planet.
Please.
Earth.
Yeah, we're gonna do well, Earth. I think we're gonna crush Pokemon Unite.
I like that take. I can't give you credit for that
I
one.
understand, yeah.
You're spread a
I'm
little too
cheating at
thin
this
there.
point,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're gaming the system like that. Just like Mewtwo. But we're also going to look at NA on our side. I think actually there was a strong case across the board, but most of our analysts on the VG side did say Japan. So I'm going to give a ton of credit to them for making that call so early on in the tournament. We are just a few seconds away, though, from being able to get to our closing ceremony. So thank you so much to our lovely analysts and for everybody else on the team to make this production happen. Let's close out strong here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships with our closing ceremony.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the goal. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. Just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side.
Victory Road! How hype was that? Are you ready? Closing ceremony start now! We want to thank every one of you for joining us this week. What a splendid experience to relive some of these moments that I know we will all cherish for years to come. Now I know everyone is eager to hear about what's coming next in the world of Pokemon, particularly for our competitive players. So, let's bring back out the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
すごいね。新しい世界チャンピオンの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations again to all our new world champions.
また、ここ横浜で世界大会に参加していただいた皆さん、お家でご覧の皆さん、ありがとうございます。
Thank you everyone for taking part in our world championships here in Yokohama or watching from home.
そして今年のイベントを実現させたスタッフの皆さんにも心から感謝です。
And of course, my most heartfelt thanks to all of our staff who have made this event possible.
さて、開会式の時にお約束した
ポケモンの最新情報です。まずはポケモンユナイト。
Now, as we promised in the opening ceremonies, we'd like to share some news with you. Let's start with Pokemon Unite.
ユナイトのリリースから2年が経ち、ユナイトのコミュニティの驚くべき進化を目にしてきました。
In the 2 years since the release of Pokemon Unite, it's been incredible to witness the evolution of its community.
昨日の決勝戦ではチームの連帯と応援する皆さんの熱量にこのゲームの未来がこれからどうなるのかとてもワクワクしました。
The amazing teamwork from the players and the enthusiastic cheering from the audience in yesterday's grand finals made me very excited for the future of this game.
では最新情報をご覧ください。
So here's a preview of what's to come.
バシャーモ、ミミッキュ、マスカーニャが参戦します。
Blaziken, Mimikyu, and Meowscarada will join the fray.
いずれかのポケモンが来年の世界大会で活躍するかもしれません。
And one of these Pokemon may make the winning play in next year's World Championships.
次はポケモンカードゲームの最新情報です。
And now, news for the Pokemon trading card game.
今年ポケモンカードゲームはパルデア地方に足を踏み入れました。未知の領域で私たちの冒険を待ち受けているものは何か、どうぞご覧ください。
This year, the Pokemon trading card game took its first steps into the Paldea region. With uncharted areas to explore, let's take a look towards what lies next in our adventures.
なんとエーススペックが再登場です。
That's right, Ace Spec is returning.
さらに古代と未来からのポケモンが登場します。皆さんがどのようにそれらを使いこなすのかとても楽しみです。
And as you saw, ancient and future Pokemon are also on the way. We can't wait to see how you will use them.
ゲームの最新作ポケットモンスタースカーレットとバイオレットは世界中のプレイヤーをパルデアの世界で繰り広げられるエキサイティングな冒険に連れ出しました。
The latest entry into the Pokemon video game series, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, have taken players from all over the world on an exciting journey throughout the Paldea region.
追加コンテンツゼロの秘宝が配信されると冒険の範囲がさらに広がります。
And there's going to be even more to explore when the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC releases.
どうぞご覧ください。
Please take a look at this.
新登場するポケモン、再登場のポケモン、新しい技、新しいテラスタイプ、本当に盛りだくさんです。ポケットモンスタースカーレット、バイオレットはまだまだ進化します。
There's new and returning Pokemon, new moves, a new Terra type, and much more. The Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet experience continues to evolve.
追加コンテンツゼロの秘宝がいよいよ来月13日に配信されますので、ぜひこれらの追加要素を楽しんでください。
We truly hope you enjoy these new additions when the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC releases on September 13th.
さて、 最後のニュースになります。
And now for our final announcement.
ポケモンの最新情報は以上ですが、皆さんがおそらくまだ気になっていることをここで発表したいと思います。
So we've shared the latest news about Pokemon with you, but now I'd like to reveal the one thing that you are all still probably wondering about.
それは2024年の世界大会の開催地です。
The location of next year's World Championships.
映像は
Video? Video?
Ui, he leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
「来年はハワイのホノルルで皆さんにお会いできるのを大変楽しみにしています。
We can't wait to see everyone in Honolulu next year.
今、ハワイのマウイ島で大規模な山火事の発生により甚大な被害が出ています。被災者の皆様には心よりお見舞い申し上げます。
Devastating wildfires have severely impacted the people of Hawaii and the island of Maui, and our heartfelt sympathies go out to everyone who has been affected.
ハワイとポケモンには特別なつながりがあります。ハワイの人々がこのような困難に直面した今、私たちにどのようなことができるか、引き続き真剣に考え行動していきたいと思います。
Hawaii and Pokemon have a special connection. We are looking into actions we can take to be of assistance during these trying times.
皆さん、いつもポケモンを応援していただいて本当にありがとうございます。皆さんの幸せとご活躍をお祈りしています。来年またお会いしましょう。
Thank you everyone for always supporting Pokemon, and I wish you all the very best. I look forward to seeing you next year.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
The 2023 Pokemon World Championships have come to a close, concluding a weekend filled with excitement and enjoyment across all titles. The newly crowned world champions can revel in their achievement and take pride that they have cemented their place in history. It was an honor to bring this event to Yokohama, Japan, and we eagerly anticipate the opportunity to gather together once more. Thank you all for being part of this remarkable experience. I hope you have a wonderful night. Farewell for now.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the goal. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where the legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. They said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road to pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make it stop and stay. You can find me there with my finger pointing to the sky. I'll be a legend. And I'll never grow old. We're on victory road. Where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking, and I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road to pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make it stop and stay. You can find me there with my finger pointing to the sky. I'll be a legend. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home. Here on victory road.
The name's Pikachu. And I'm what you might call a great detective. I live and work here in Rhyme City, where humans and Pokemon live side by side. Everyone loves it here, and not just because the coffee's outstanding. When I'm not busy solving cases that crop up, I'm looking for leads on my missing partner, Harry. And it's no walk in the park, let me tell you. You want to know more about me? All right. I guess I can open up a little. First, here's Tim. He's my partner at the moment. For some reason, Tim can understand what I'm saying, even though he's human. And this guy right here is Harry. He's Tim's dad, if you can believe it. Then we got Tim's mom, Irene, and his little sister, Sophia. There's also Rachel, who goes to college with Tim. Well, speaking of Rachel, her dad, Howard, he's actually the mayor of Rhyme City. And I barely scratched the surface of all the interesting characters around here. Now, let me give you the gist of what me and Tim do. Whenever an incident occurs, Tim talks to the people, I talk to the Pokemon, and we work together using our case notebook to deduce what happened. When investigating a scene, we're total pros at finding everything, but even pros gotta take it easy every so often. You can count on us to solve even the toughest cases in a flash. Oh, right! Sometimes other Pokemon help us with our investigations. Take Rowlet, for instance. She can track down suspects with her sensitive nose. And Darmanitan here packs a pulverizing punch. All kinds of Pokemon lend us a hand. Oh, how can I forget the Hi Hat Cafe? It's a famous coffee house in Rhyme City, and I'm their best customer. Oh, that first cup in the morning really hits the spot. Looks like trouble's brewing. We just can't catch a break. Seems like another big mystery is unfolding in the city. We just want to find Harry already. If you want to know what happens, you gotta wait till October 6th, okay? Why that day? Isn't it obvious? That's the release date for Detective Pikachu Returns. Let's solve some mysteries together.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.